Say that you mentioned before the fact that it is focused on, originally it was just GT3s, and like you say, you've added in GT4s. That helps make sure that obviously a number of other sims, as you know, they all sort of have their fingers in a lot of different pies. You know, they've got things like a lot of American sports like NASCAR and IMSA, and then there's touring car racing, GT3 racing, and so on. But when you're focused in just one arena, you have a more complete product for that arena. While others seem to have bits of it, it's the way that you have just gone, right, focus on this, and that's what makes it better, in my opinion. And to have that is just every single way you look at it is a bonus, isn't it? Really, when you get feedback from it and you speak to real drivers as well, and there's not too much that needs branching out in terms of new material. Because a lot of it, you may already have something similar, and then you can work on that. Have I got that right? Do you reckon?
Yeah, I'd say that it's mostly right. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. That's fair enough then. Well, in terms of other sims, obviously that have numbers of different arenas, when we compare Assetto Corsa Competizione to the original Assetto Corsa, how different would you say they were, and in what ways are they actually similar?
This is a tough question because it's very interesting to deal with. I'd say that obviously the two games are much different. They are not the evolution one of the other. So ACC is not. I probably by a definition point of view, I wouldn't call it the evolution of AC1 because the physics are different at a good amount. I can't say how much of the percentage of the physics code is different because it wouldn't make any sense. It's much different in some approaches of dealing with delicate topics like aerodynamics, like how much the temperature of a component is affecting the other component, it's pretty much different. I would say it's a whole different game. Then you have the approach on vehicles that is different again because on AC1 our daily problem could have been something like, we don't know which kind of, at a certain point of development, I wasn't in Kunos at the time, but I've been told that there was, also the problem of predicting what kind of cars you would have had in game, because I remember some Formula Ones coming out with ERS and DRS technologies that completely changed the needs that the guys had in the control UI page, for example, because you have more commands than in the physics, because you have to add entire models just for that car, active aerodynamic surfaces and all that stuff. While in ACC, you do know the class of homologation of the cars you're doing, but when Aris first jumped onto the, let's say, project of the cars, etc., immediately noticed how much different one car from the other is. Not just for the mid or front engine situations or, the differential or every little detail makes a huge difference. For example, Mercedes has a very particular way of managing some parts of the car, and the other car has very particular methods of, and then I cannot talk too much, but that's why cars are different, because they are, different, and that's surely much different from AC1, because you have very similar cars that must feel completely, different in some aspects. And then you have the game design approach and the UI that is much more season-based, because you're replicating a championship, basically. So a single class of car going across different years and series around the world. And I would say also the community. We've seen an increasing competitive spirit with ACC, obviously, because people in AC1 were free to do a GT3 race one day and the day after going around in the tourist all day. And the cool thing is that people are still doing that while probably racing GT3s on ACC. That makes a bit more sense, I would say, now.
Yeah, definitely. And coming back to what you're saying there about the cars being different, I think that's one of the real beauties of GT3 racing. You know, there's not many sims that out there really that have ever had a complete package of GT3 cars. One of my favourite things about it is the fact that you've got things like the Bentley going up against cars like the Audi R8, and when you see them side by side, the Bentley's got so much more mass to it. It's front engined, a chunk of bodywork on it, and the Audi is all sleek and pointy and rear engine, and the fact that those cars are so close in performance just highlights how amazing GT3 homologation is, doesn't it?
A very warm welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Round one is well and truly underway of the SimGrid VCO World Cup here at Bathurst. David Christie and Connall Courtney taking you through another 2 hours here, and then we hand over to the inimitable Luke Rogers and Lewis McGlade to take back the reins. But there we go, halfway is done and dusted, and we've got some huge drama unfolding right now. We've got an undercut attempt going on right now because Arthur Kammerer is still out on the track just now. But the 1-2-3 Aston Martin of FFS Racing, it was Mike Noble, hands over the reins to Philippe Simard, trying to do the undercut on Arthur Kammerer. And Arthur Kammerer actually losing time going wide at the cutting there and losing time to potentially aid that undercut, Connall. So again, huge strategy plays with 6 hours gone in the race, and we're still seeing these massive 3000 IQ big brain plays.
Yeah, exactly that. And the G2 boys will have been well aware of what was going on there. As you can see, Arthur is really starting to push here, trying to get that time back. It's going to be very important for him not to make any more mistakes here to try and stay in contention with that 123. Very interesting, and it's a great testament. You know, you set up a certain set of rules that can make it very formulaic in terms of the strategies. You can have a race over the course of 12 hours that only really has one strategy that works, but we don't have that here. We've so many variant strategies here that we don't really know what's going to be the best, and we don't really know who's going to get the best advantages out of their pit stops until we get to the end of the race. And that's what we always want to see in an endurance race just like this.
We certainly do. Of course, we're here at Bathurst, the Mount Panorama circuit. It's an iconic part of the heritage in GT3 racing here in New South Wales in Australia. Known, of course, as Gold Country because it was the site of the first gold discovery and where the first gold rush occurred in Australia. And I tell you what, we have got an absolute mine of gold coming out here in this race, because into the pits goes Arthur Kammerer in the 62 G2 esports car. There we go, penalties coming in again, thick and fast instant between cars 129 and 40 on lap 156. It's a penalty to one of the cars there for avoidable contact there. So yeah, again, you hate saying it, but my eyes are firmly fixed, Connall, right now on Arthur Kammerer, where he can bring that car out, because I've got to be honest, I think the 1-2-3 is going to be able to get this undercut done. Philippe Simard is currently coming down the back straight just now towards the chase, and it's all about where he can get back out on track.
Yeah, of course, that's going to be absolutely crucial. But the undercut, if it does work, is going to be an absolute masterstroke of strategy play. And of course, we've seen over the course of the first 6 hours just how difficult the BMW is to get past, let alone Arthur Kammerer or Niels Nyox, who's just jumped into that BMW being in the car. So it's a good stop. We're hearing from Michael Hamley. He's leaving pit lane, and Niels Nyox has now entered that car, and that is a great stop for the G2 esports car.
Boom. That is exactly what he needed to get done, and that's exactly what he did. Huge play there from the number 62. I mean, that has got to be, what, 5 seconds that they've pulled out on that pit stop for the number 62 car on the 1-2-3. Back with the man, the myth, the legend himself, Igor Ogrodnikov. It's my first time chatting about him here on the SimGrid VCO World Cup today, and he's back behind the wheel of the Lada Sport Rosneft 41 machine, and my goodness me, have they had had an interesting afternoon. I tuned in and they were getting 10-second penalties. They were getting 20-second penalties. But finally, Ogorondikov side by side with Scarpati. Scarpati is going to make him go the long way round, but makes very, very short work of it. Igor Ogorondikov showing his skill, showing his determination, and I've got to be honest, showing some teeth. Look at this, Scarpati thinks again, tries to make a move going into Murray's corner, but thinks better of it. That was a move and a half, Connall. Yeah,
Phenomenal stuff there. And Igor showing maybe trying to wipe the slate clean there, because of course we have seen the instance that team has been involved with. So Igor maybe trying to restore the reputation of the team a little bit here in the number 41 Aston Martin. Scarpati, he has just served a drive-through penalty not too long ago, and Igor has absolutely capitalised on that. Now, who he has up ahead is Petrochenko, and we have seen earlier Petrochenko has been so aggressive when trying to get past the Mercedes. I would pay money for a fight between Igor Ogorondikov and Petrochenko. I think that would be an absolute heavy scrap there.
Hey, money for it. I think you're going to come out the loser of that one, my friend. But Petrochenko very soon going to have to start checking his mirrors. Just 2.2 seconds ahead of the man himself, Igor Ogorondikov, in that number 41 car. Yeah, that is going to be a fight and a half when that one actually does come out, and that gap already down to just 1.5 seconds. Here comes Igor Ogorondikov. Oh my goodness me, this is going to be absolutely awesome when he actually does come round the bend there. I was reading the wrong timing screen, so it's not 1.5 seconds. It's actually more like 6 seconds behind. So just coming out of the bend there just now, so we'll calm our excitement and curb our enthusiasm for another 10 minutes just now. Having a look at the Honda, I'm really impressed with the recovery drive that Ismail Lebrec doing in that 416 just now. The Honda, obviously of Elvis Grattan team, having a monstrous hit into the wall and some heavy damage, but doing a cracking job really to stay in that 7th place. He's got Jesse Kalpanen behind him, about 11 seconds there, but again he's really just left to his own devices.
Yeah, so we've seen that Honda get involved in an incident entirely on his own, and he crunched the wall, but they've really just stuck to the scheduled stint times really. And even with the incident, they decided to stay out, and his pace, actually, to be fair to him, was very strong, even when he had that incident. So it's a great testament to the level of driver. Oh, and we've seen a drive-through penalty for Tobin Lee. We were just talking about him actually just before we swapped over to the second part of our broadcast and went to advert. We've seen him battling very hard against one of the BMWs of William Hendrickson in the 787. And we've seen the incident. David, you called it at the time. Very unfortunate. Pretty much a well-deserved drive-through penalty there.
Yeah, for sure. Cracking little battle going on right in front of your eyes, and ladies and gentlemen, for P30. This is Benjamin Chazzy for the Racing Line Motorsport 194 Bentley, and William Hendrickson in the 787 BMW just behind. 0.2 of a second just there. Cracking move. This is Yuri Petrochenko trying to get past the number 4 Mercedes, and the Haupt Racing team of Ben Hitz sharing that car with Danny Jusa, Lucas Mueller, and Lucas Mueller has a little look, thinks of it. Is he going to make a move up the inside? He does! Oh, what a move! Late on the brakes in the number 4. I've got to be honest, looks like he just handed that place to him.
Yeah, I think he's been watching Petrochenko and how aggressive he's been over the course of this race, and decided to yield and think, this is my place to fight on a different day. This is not my hill to die on here with Petrochenko's aggression. Petrochenko making himself known to the other drivers, and he's putting in a good rhythm here in the Aston Martin, and I think everyone will soon be aware that if he's behind you, he's going to try and find a way through.
Scary stuff, but again, it's something that we've mentioned all throughout the broadcast, both myself and you, Connall, as well as Lewis McGlade and Andy, talking about that earlier, about every single team, every single driver driving their own race. So again, it's so tempting, and I know this better than anyone else. You see another car on the track, your instinct is to put your foot down. You want to get past them, but it's not been happening. What a run out of that first corner from Hell Corner from William Hendrickson in that 787 BMW. Surely he's going to have to run, but look at that. The Bentley just absolutely has the legs up the straight here. He can't make anything stick around to the outside, surely not, as they come up to Quarry Road, Quarry Bends, and again that Bentley just holds on. And I think holds on is the wrong word, because the Bentley looks to have the measure of the BMW, but it's through these tight twisty bits that the BMW does start to make a little bit of an advantage there, but the Bentley able to hold it off.
Great driving there, and it's a testament to the battles we've been seeing throughout the course of this race. William Hendrickson, of course, trying to just get a little bit of momentum back. Of course, he was involved in that incident with Tobin Lee, and to be fair, I mean, the incident was all Tobin there from what we've seen, and of course the stewards thought the same. So William, without really being his own fault, has been pushed down the order, and of course he is trying to gain those positions back, but he's not driving overly aggressive just yet, just letting the Bentley stay ahead for the time being. But William Hendrickson looks like he's good pace. The lap times are saying similar, and no doubt that won't be the only bite of the cherry that Hendrickson has.
Well, we'll keep our eyes on that as well. Cracking little battle as well further up the grid. 5th and 6th place, Zahir Essa in the 777 machine, the 777 Bentley, just managing to hold on ahead of Marco Muri in that Ferrari. So really, really good job. In fact, actually, Essa has got past Muri. I forgot it was actually Muri that was in 5th place. So it's only the top 4 that are on the lead lap. That is an incredible statistic being mentioned in our ear from Michael Hamlet there, our part of our production team. You see the telltale smoke of a car going wide onto the grass there, and that is one of the Aston Martins into pit lane there. That's not exactly the best way round the corner at the cutting. But Ben Smachazi, what a job he is doing, staying ahead of this BMW of Hendrickson. Really, I mean, nerves of steel right now. He is having everything thrown at him, but I've got a feeling this traffic just up in front of him is going to cause some issues.
Yeah, and this whole run up the mountain can be very, very one-line, and generally is. You see Hendrickson run that little bit wide, maybe has a little bit of damage, but to be fair, with the Lee incident, that wasn't a big hit, so he should be relatively 100% damage-wise. But yeah, Hendrickson just making a little bit of a mistake there, giving that breathing room to the Bentley. But yeah, defended very, very well from the attack of the BMW. And it's hard to get the defense of the BMW when it punches out of the corner so well. So it's a big testament to that Bentley. But the 157 of Jordan Sharp doing on lap number 181, having a phenomenal drive. Hasn't had it easy though, as Michael Hamlin pointed out in chat. Smashed into the wall earlier on, had the pit early, and then had a drive through for a pit lane infringement, which is basically, we've said it before, we're going to beat the dead horse really free time to the opposition, and still they have found themselves in the lead and really the team to beat.
Right, let's take a moment of appreciation, and we don't do it an awful lot, but the GTWR Racing Team number 1 outfit, the reigning champions of Giorgio Simonini, Jordan Sherritt and Tobias Pfeffer, they are still a pit stop ahead of everyone else right now. They are still a pit stop in the good ahead of everyone right now. That is just, my brain melts when I try and understand the pace that is involved to get that sort of a gap that's in that. They have just been absolutely perfect so far this afternoon. Exactly that. And I think what's very key with the GTWR team is look at their drivers. You know, you have a team there that, say for example, I'm not picking any team in particular, but just as a hypothetical, you have a team who's maybe a driver who's fast as Jordan Sharp, but then you have another driver who's maybe half a second to a second slower than that. So you do have a B and a C driver,
Whereas, who's your C driver in a team of Sherritt, Simonini, and Pfeffer? You know, they're all absolutely rapid. Pfeffer qualified on pole position. Jordan Sherritt has proven himself to be the fastest guy on track right now, and we know from watching races previous the talent of Giorgio Simonini. So just who do you pick as the slow driver? Well, there is none, and that is why the GTWR team is so strong, is that they can do those fast lap times, hour in and hour out through over the course of the 12 hours.
The other thing as well is the fact that Jordan Sherritt right now is absolutely gunning for it. There's no fuel saving going on. He's absolutely going balls to the wall right now, map 1, and just firing it as hard as they possibly can. And let's also point out that the likes of the 111 DV1 Triton Racing team, the 21 outfit that are out there, the WPS Racing team, and also the 121 outfit of Odox Motorsport, they have been absolutely faultless today. I mean, they have just driven exemplary races, and yet they've still been completely mullered by this 157 outfit. It has just been incredible, incredible stuff. More pit lane infringements, can you believe it? 6 hours in and we're still getting this nonsense. Karim Matea for the 129 Q-Lash Sim Racing team getting the penalty now, and I mean, Connall, 6 hours in, this is just starting to become a bit of a joke now.
Yeah, I mean, they will have been told in the driver's briefing the repercussions for pit lane infringements. They will have been told what the pit lane infringements are, what they are exactly, what to avoid doing, and yeah, in typical racer fashion, ignoring the driver's briefing.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So back to the action then with 5 hours 44 left to go. Zahir Essa now all over the back of Murray in that 32 Ferrari. It's surely going to be a matter of time yet again. Deep into the final corner there goes Zahir Essa in that Bentley. A big lock up with the brakes there, and it's down into Murray's corner. I'm really curious to see how this one is going to pan out, because I think they are very close on track right now. Just 0.3 of a second between Murray and Essa as it is right now. But Essa, the Bentley just tucks in out of hell corner. The car boots into life up Mountain Straight there on the slipstream into the toe. Is that Bentley going to have the move done into Quarry Bend? Wow, that is really nice to see. And again, not too much fighting from Murray.
Yeah, and for those of you watching the screen, you will see in the bottom right, you will see our very own Jack Bird, who is the head of race control, and he is one of the many stewards that are here today. And you were given appreciation to the GTWR team, and very rightly so, and we have to also give appreciation to the volunteers and all the stewards that are working here today, doing an absolutely phenomenal job. Yeah, to sort through post-race penalties would be an absolute nightmare, but these guys who are taking out 12 hours of their day to do the stewarding here today is absolutely phenomenal. So there you can see Jack in the bottom right of the corner with about 42 screens here, watching with seemingly eyes in the back of his head, the side of his head, everywhere, to be able to see everything that is going on. So very impressive, and thank you to every one of those stewards.
Yeah, and I've got to be honest, I mean, I can't think of anybody I'd rather actually have doing the stewarding and the incident investigation, because these guys are at the absolute top of their game. So they're in a great position to figure out exactly what has happened with it. Right, Maciek Malinowski in Sidemax Motorworks is just in all sorts of drama right now, because he's got the Bentley of Maria Marceno just in front of him as well. Tries to make a move up the inside, thinks better of it, and you'd better. That's never going to work coming up through Griffin's Mount and the cutting. That will never ever happen in the month of Sundays, but he's going to have to think better of it, get back on the throttle and push harder. Right, back to the lead of the race, because your race leader, the 157, has jumped into the pits. Jordan Sherritt has done a pit stop, and it has been a very, very fast pit stop as well. So cracking job from them, from the GTWR Racing number 1 team, to get that pit stop out. And to be honest with you, I think that's just going to actually end up increasing the lead once the pit stops all cycle through, with 5 hours 41 left to go of this race. But Connall, Maciek Malinowski at the moment for Sidebacks Motorworks, he's damned if he does and he's damned if he doesn't right now.
Yeah, he's in a rock and a hard place, isn't he? I mean, if he gets the job done, the Bentley, all well and good. But if he doesn't get it done, if he goes for it and doesn't get the pass done, then there's 2 hungry wolves here ready to pounce on him. He's going to go for it. No, he isn't. He's going to think better of it. But the longer that he stays waiting behind the Bentley, the more opportunity that the other Aston Martins can get up the inside of him. And now he's going to lose 2 positions. And it's exactly what we were saying. Called out, played to perfection.
Whoa, I'm glad I'm on push to talk at the moments like that, because I was absolutely screaming at my monitor there as we saw the car going absolutely flying up the inside there. That was the, I believe it's the 129 of Zampredi, who just fired it up in the Aston there. So yeah, amazing stuff. It's one of the products of group racing. It's very frustrating to be in the middle of a group. Of course, you have the benefits and drawbacks of being involved in a group, wherever position you are. You know, of course, if you're leading a group, you have the pressure of about 4 or 5 cars breathing down your neck. If you're at the back of the group, you have the unfortunate thing of being at the back of the group. But if you're in the mid pack, you have exactly what just happened there. You have the sort of balance that you have to strike, where you have to be aggressive but not too aggressive to the point where if it goes wrong, you can find yourself losing more positions than if you had just stayed where you were and maybe defended a little bit. So that's where racecraft comes in. I think that's the biggest point of racecraft. I think that's a great example of it. But to be fair, I don't think there was much that Malinowski could have done. He tried to go for it. He would have had to really make, if we were being honest, a big lunge there, because he didn't quite get the run on the Conrad straight, so he would have had to make a big lunge on the Bentley. He thought better of it, and he just got passed by 2. He got mugged, really. So it's unfortunate for Malinowski, but there's no damage, there's no harm done. Tyres are good still. He can go again, try and get those positions back. Yeah, the real winner of that is the number 43 of Simone Maria Marcheno in the Bentley, who has managed to race away with that one. Under pressure, though, is Tinko van der Velde in the 96. At the moment, trying to fend off the number 72 McLaren of Boris Despres in the virtual drivers by TX3 number 72 as they run down the Conrod straight here as well. Your race leader, the 157 GTWR car, now swaps drivers into Giorgio Simonini, who takes over control of that car. The gap now 9.6 seconds, and that gap is up by approximately 1.5 seconds after their last pit stop as well. So incredible stuff, and Jacob Charcot in that 111 just doesn't have anything for the car on it. Just as we see a car going very, very wide there at the exit of the second to last corner at the chase there. And I'll just get an idea. That was the number 87 car. Oh, the 787 actually. That was Shermatinsky in the BMW that's had the position lost there. So that means that Brandon Abraham moves up into 33rd. There you go, confirmation as the timing tower updates itself on the left-hand side there. Shermatinsky down into 34th place as Brandon Abraham trying to hunt down. Let's see who is in front. That's actually the car that's a lap up. That is the number 6 of Marco Muri that is in front of him just now. So again, not really fighting for position here, but he'll happily take that toll coming round the circuit here. That'll give him a little bit of a boost and a little bit of fuel saving as well. And Connall, I think actually, let's very quickly check in with our resident expert analyst, James Parker, who has been giving us these insane insights and predictions through the race here. And it looks like, James, we're starting to see the next round of pit stops happening.
Yeah, so it was just going to be a quick one from me about the P1 and P2 battle, because I think we're doing some maths in the background that the Bentley crew won't be too worried at the moment because the GTWR car, having the extra pit stop, needs to pull at least 30 to 40 seconds at the end of the race to do like a splash and dash with no tyres, we think. Which means that the Bentley crew, as long as they're within that pit window for the next few hours, will jump them in the stops. So this is going to come down to the next 2 hours of driving. Can GTWR extend that gap over the next couple of hours to something around half a minute at least, just to give them a bit of a cushion, just in case they have another issue or hiccup, i.e. a drive-through entering the pits, anything like that where they're crossing the pit lane line. Because at the moment the 111 are just keeping to their schedule, keeping to their stints, and I think as long as they're within that 30 to 40 second mark, they're inside the GTWR's pit window, potentially. So it was just a quick one from me just to update you on that.
Thank you very much for that. Oh, we've got a huge contact coming down the hill there. That is the 137 that has been caught up in all of that. And that is what you hate to see on the run down the hill there. That is exactly the last thing that you want to see. That is Milo Manzetti in the Audi, who was facing the wrong way again. He's moved, and I think he's caused even more chaos behind him. So MCW Esport, that is, I've got to be honest, Connall, I think he is going to get, he's going to get punched in the face from race control. That's literally what's going to happen here.
I tell you what, that is not a great position to be in, and never do you see a racer more sheepish than when they've done something very, very wrong and they have to be summoned to race direction. You just get to call up to race direction.
Don't look at me, don't look at me, it wasn't my fault.
Please, I just want the ground to open up and swallow me. But yeah, that was very unfortunate. Of course, we'll get a replay just to show you exactly what happened. But yeah, not his best moments as we look at the Assetto team, currently in 16th. Eamon Murphy has jumped into that car, top Irishman at the minute. So that's a shout out for me on a personal level. You can see at the bottom of your screen the Coach Steve Academy World Cup discount code, 15% off using that code. And if I am right in saying that is for today only. So get in there and get those CDS setups very, very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely, get yourself in, use that code, and we'll be showing that throughout the afternoon and the evening here, so you can make sure that you don't miss out. And it's also pinned in the chat as well, so have a look in the YouTube chat on the right hand side there. You'll see that along with a handy little link over to Coach Dave Academy. So 5.5 hours left to go. Here is a replay. I've got a horrible feeling this is the Audi at the top of the hill and clips the curb in early through the S's, and locks on the brakes, hits the wall, and now see, oh that's so bad that he's let the brakes roll. Now you could have got away with that. Oh no, it gets worse. It's like that old that American infomercial. But wait, there's more. Oh yeah, no. Oh my, yeah, right. So one of the things that we always say here at the SimGrid, when I'm on the comms anyway, is that we have absolutely nothing to do with race control. We have no input to them, we have no say. However, I'm going to make a prediction, and here's what I want to see from race control. I want to see them absolutely throw the book, because, granted, that could have been much worse, and that's the whole point. That could have been much worse. You could have had 5, 6, 7 cars coming full speed over the top of Skyline there, and that could have been an absolute catastrophe there. So I think we need to get some Fs in chat for what's about to happen from race control, because I think that's going to be absolutely brutal, Connall.
Yeah, it was the FFS race, and I thought it was there watching the replay. James Parker's confirmed in chat, and that is our top Aston Martin at the minute, P11. There he is. He's up in the P10 now at the minute. And that is an absolute disaster. Our top Aston Martin having a fantastic drive, simmered in the car, did absolutely nothing wrong, and gets clouded by, really, you have to say, a complete brain fade by that other car. It's really, I don't understand it. I really don't understand it. Michael was in our ear before the replay and was telling us that it was a bit of a brain fade. Well, he said less choice words there, but yeah, very unfortunate. I don't know what to say about the FFS racing guys. Very, very unfortunate there. Didn't deserve any of that. And maybe that just shows what we were talking to earlier. Some of the more experienced guys, when they get themselves into a bit of trouble, can find themselves, not panicking, staying composed, whereas maybe to give the benefit of the doubt, the driver involved might have been a little bit less experienced or just panicked and made a very fatal error. But I think on me and David's behalf, we can confidently say that he's getting a penalty, because let's be real, Stevie Wonder could have seen that and saw that he was getting a penalty.
Oh, Courtney, this is why we love you, my friends. Right, Michael Roth on a recovery drive after ploughing into the wall there at Skyline. That car's looking a little bit scraped up in the Mercedes, but he's doing a decent job of getting it going back on the black stuff here. Just on that note as well, I mean, again, I've done that myself. I was doing an endurance race on another platform, and I spun the car and put it in the wall, and Michael Roth, calm yourself down, son. That's not what you want to do on the entry to Hell Corner there. Two wheels into the grass, and that was almost sending himself into a very embarrassing early bath there. Just having a look here. Oh, now we have a huge moment here, because the 157, your race leader, has crashed, and Giorgio Simonini is in second place. So that's a huge moment there. In fact, Giorgio Simonini dropping down at 7th. I was looking at the live timings there. So now, here we go. Chat was all asking for more drama. We wanted more drama. Well, you've got more drama. Giorgio Simonini into the wall and loses the lead of the race. All of that work has been undone, and that hands things on a silver platter to the 111 of DV1 Triton Racing. They will be licking their lips. They will be praising to whatever deity that they wish. But the 111 of Dominic Blyer, Jacob Charka, and Matthias Chushkevich are absolutely singing the praises right now, taking the lead of this race. Connall, discuss.
Oh, yeah, huge. I mean, when we were talking about the GTWR team before, James and Michael were saying in the chat, they're just going for it. Their strategy is literally just, let's just go for it here. It's a big risk at a track like Bathurst. It's huge to do. A huge risk involved, but we knew the caliber of those three drivers, that they could get it done. But unfortunately, it's starting to unravel a little bit. That is not the first mistake that the GTWR car have made. Let's see here. Just gets onto the grass.
My goodness me! That's
big hit.
Two wheels on the grass in the braking zone, and I mean, I've seen mistakes, but that is absolutely unbelievable. An 80-second stop to repair the damage. I have never seen the likes of that, because that is going to be an extra stop on top of that, because they're not going to be able to make it on the fuel to the end of the race. I'm just absolutely speechless at that, Connall. I've never seen that sort of an accident happen before, where, I mean, it's not just he had two wheels onto the grass, the two wheels were literally almost into the sand on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot about drivers having to regain their composure. I'm having to regain my composure here. To me, it just looked like a lack of concentration, maybe a switch off. Maybe was he looking down, was he changing mapping or something, and got himself a little bit caught out, because it's not really a place to crash in that fashion where you dip it two wheels onto the grass. Very strange incident there from Giorgio, who is an absolute class act. We have to say, Giorgio Simonini has been faultless in so many races that we have seen him compete at here in the sim grid, and that is a huge mistake. And not only is it potentially race changing, it could potentially be championship changing. We don't know how the end of the season goes, and if the championship comes down to a few points here or there, we could be looking at an incident like that and thinking, my oh my, what could have been.
Had some awesome updates behind the background from our analysis team of James Parker, and also the production team of Michael Hamlet involved in that as well. They're basically saying that for any disaster recovery now from Giorgio Simonini and that 157, they have to switch basically to map 3. and do 3 70-minute stints just to cross their fingers and see what happens. They're going to have to fuel save. They can't attack. And literally, it's just going to be a case of crossing their fingers and hoping to see what happens here. So I cannot believe what has happened with that. And their strategy up until now has been attack, and they just can't do that now. They're on the back foot, and it's going to be who knows how this race is going to finish. But ladies and gentlemen, if you have just joined us, a huge drama as we see the 157 GTWR racing team, your reigning champions, hitting the wall. An unforced error, you've got to say, from Giorgio Simonini, putting it into the wall. 80 seconds of repairs, and that puts them down in towards 7th place at the moment after 6 hours of faultless driving. An incredible strategy from your top 4. So, I mean, I'm absolutely speechless after that one. 5 hours, 25 minutes left to go in the SimGrid VCO World Cup opening rounds here at Bathurst. 12 hours are underway. And just an amazing effort. So, and I'll drive through, a stop-go penalty for the 137 team there of MCW Racing. That is going to be Mazzetti, and that is of course the yellow Audi, and that is essentially getting the book thrown at them there, short of a disqualification for that. But the 191 getting lambasted in chat as well of Racing Line Motorsport. That is Niels van de Kekelt, George Boopy and Kevin Ciclari, and Dennis Schoeninger having a little bit of a go there. So I'll be very interested to see what's happened between those two, Connall.
David, I'm just reading our YouTube chat, and someone who's watching, thank you Baker Lurie for that, someone who's watching Simonini's stream was saying that he couldn't really hear his teammates. He tried to fix that, and he accidentally changed the view of the car. So that is what happened.
Oh no!
Absolute disaster for Giorgio Simonini.
That's a disaster. You kind of got empties at that whole feeling of that one, because obviously we've most of us here have done sim racing in various different endurance races, and you know how awful you feel as part of a team event. Hearts go out to him for that one. A terrible accident, but sim racing, these things happen, unfortunately. But there you go. Right, Kevin Ciclari in the 191 Racing Line Motorsport is making his way up the hill here just now, currently down in 22nd place. It's shown as Niels van de Kekelt still on the time screen, but just changes there. Eamon Murphy in the Yaz Heat 149. McLaren, again, a decent recovery drive that they've done, but trying to catch up with Mattia Bonca in the 25 Audi right there as well. So with just over 5 hours left to go, I mean, it's now, this is where the big moves are starting to come in. This is where the big chess pieces are starting to be formed, because this is really one of the critical parts coming up in terms of pit strategy and setting things up for the final 4 hours here, Connall.
Yeah, and it really is all kicking off. We were talking actually about how calm things were when we took over the broadcast, David, and especially on lap 1, it really was quite contained from the drivers. Fantastic driving to get navigate this tricky circuit. All 40-something cars of them navigating it. But it's all kicking off now. We've obviously seen Giorgio's incident, and now you were mentioning there the 191 wasn't getting favourable chat. It's because the 191 has taken out the 21, and you will notice that the 21 was in P3. So yeah, the really unfortunate. It's really just starting to get to that point. I think it's almost if you've ever heard of people talking about of runners or marathons, and there is the 191 with that drive through. But people who discuss running marathons talking about that brick wall, for some of the drivers it really is. They're getting to maybe their last stint, or they've been a long time in the seat. It's been a stressful day. Of course, these drivers would have started getting prepared at like 8 or 9 UK time. So it's a long, stressful day to get involved, and once that lapse of concentration goes, mistakes happen so much more often than when you're dialed in. And there is the incident just at the top of the crest of the hill. and that is a big incident. The 191 just decides, you know what, I'm going to nudge myself into the wall too, as some sort of repentance.
Yeah, it's not really done anything for it. They still get a drive-through penalty, and Kyalami is going to have to come in and serve that drive-through. So a miserable day goes from bad to worse for the 191 team. Thankfully, still 5 hours, 20 minutes to recover from that one. But our eyes turn back to the head of the field as well, as the DV1 Triton Racing team currently out in front just now. It's been a great effort from them. Jacob Charcot in the lead of this race right now. In second place is the number 21 outfit. That is, of course, the WPS Racing team, and that is... let's have a look who is in that. That's Nicholas Amke that is behind the wheel of that car at the moment. And then it is the 121 in third place. That is, of course, the Odox Motorsport outfit just now. And that is Gerard Martinez Amer that is behind the wheel. In fact, actually, no, sorry, I think that's Alberto Garcia that is behind the wheel of that one. Indeed, it is. So, 193 laps in the book of this opening rounds of the SimCred VCO World Cup. We're currently watching your race leader for DV1 Triton Racing, Jacob Charcot, in the 111 Bentley. Again, you've got to say, hasn't really put a foot wrong in that Bentley so far, and still 26 seconds ahead of the Audis right now, Connall.
Yeah, and sometimes when you're not being shown on camera a lot, when you're maybe, you know, just going about your business, not getting involved in big battles, that's a good sign. You know, if you're a fan of that team and you're watching them, that is a good sign, generally speaking, in an endurance race, because you're just staying out of trouble, you're keeping to your rhythm. We seen earlier Nils Nyholt, who was being interviewed by David earlier, if you weren't with us, talking about they don't feel they're comfortable with the pace of the front runners, so they're just going to try and get into their own rhythm and stay out of trouble, and that strategy is paying off in dividends here, and the Bentley looks as though it's going to do the same now. Of course, the Bentley has shown some rapid pace too, but hasn't shown quite the pace of the GTWR team. But then again, look where the GTWR team are now, because they've been pushing the limits and they've paid the price for it. So it's a good strategy so far for the 111, but hindsight's a beautiful thing. But I think so far 111 is doing a stellar job.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you do enjoy what you are seeing here, we have a couple of requests for you. If you want to like and subscribe to the video and to the YouTube channel, then you will not miss any of the action here. As always, today we are offering a 15% off voucher code for the Coach Dave Academy site. Get your professionally developed esports ready sim setups over at Coach Dave Academy using that code below, TSGXVCO15. That's TSGXVCO15. It's also pinned in YouTube chat for a whopping 15% off the setup packs that are over at Coach Dave Academy for today only. And also as well, as we said, head over to the SimGrid as well. Get yourself registered and get yourself involved in the amazing events. It doesn't matter if you're brand new to sim racing or if you're a seasoned pro. We have something for all abilities over there at the SimGrid. So get yourself over there and get yourself involved in the community. We want to see you on these races as well. Luca Lozio for the Giornalisti Esports Academy team at number 27 outfit is absolutely flying right now. He is catching Philippe Simard at a rate of knots. Remember, Simard does have that damage, but that gap is now down to, what's that, about a second between the two of them right now. Sorry, excuse me, I was reading the wrong bit there. It's more like 9 seconds. But Simard getting caught up at a rate of knots. Kalpinen is going to go down because he's in the pits at the moment just now. But Lozio doing a cracking job and moving into the top 10 just now here.
Yeah, not only is the Esports Academy team, if you're following the Endurance Cup, was in the Aston Martin and has made that switch to the Ferrari. So clearly feeling as though they can make a bit of a better run given the track list to run the Ferrari. So very interested to see all the manufacturer switches as well. Of course, we have a lot of Audis, we have some Ferraris, we have a lot of Aston Martins, which were heavily hyped, as we were talking earlier, going into the season about their ability to run the 75-minute stints. But right now, it looks as though if you're in an Audi or if you're in a Bentley, you're doing well. But the Bentley, to be fair, when you look at where's the second place Bentley in this series, you can't see one. So I think that's more down to the team itself than the strengths of the car. But the Audi seems to be the car to beat at the minute. We've seen the strength of qualifying, them in qualifying and in the race. They've surprised us a little bit with how strong they were. And of course, we have the wild cards, which we love to see the variety of the likes of the Honda and the Mercedes. So it's great to see, again, a very varied manufacturer list here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup.
Yeah, certainly is. Just to a minor correction, Luca Lozio actually behind Kauppinen still, because Kauppinen after that pit stop came out ahead of Luca Lozio in that Mercedes, and that Mercedes is going to take at least a lap or two to get the heat into the tyres, to get the pace going. So Lozio, his devastating pace is getting hampered a little bit here. They come out of Hill Corner for lap number 196, and it's going to be the run up the hill here. In fact, it's 195 because these guys are a lap down just now. But Lozio tucking in behind that Mercedes. Can the McLaren get can the Ferrari get the run up the straight here, up the mountain straight? Can't get it done. It's through into Quarry Bends and then up through the cutting, and the Ferrari affair is going to have to just tuck into that slipstream and think better of it. He's going to potentially have a move on the Conrod straight, maybe. I just can't see the Mercedes giving this place up right now. It's looking very, very good around the corners here. The 21 WPS racing team of Nicholas Amke jumps into the pits, as does Leblerc in the 416 Honda. Now, I'm a little bit confused because I'm pretty sure the 416 was in at pit lane just a couple of laps ago. I'll need to double check that, but I'm sure they were into the pit lane for the Elvis Grattan team. But the 21 is going to be a very slow stop because they've got damage on that car in the Audi as well. So they'll be licking their wounds after that earlier contact. I think it was the 191, wasn't it, that they came into contact with. But the 416 is on a 65-minute stint, so it's a scheduled stop. But there we go, Luca Lozio side by side gets the move done on the Mercedes, and that, my friends, is patience at its absolute finest.
Great move, and using all the strength of the Ferrari, getting a slipstream, getting a run down that Conrod straight and having a relatively easy pass there. Luca Lozio, we've seen the calibre of his driving. First burst under scenes here in the SimGrid in the Endurance Cup at Barcelona, round 1 there, fighting with the top guys there. Almost had a long shot of the championship going into the last race at Silverstone, and now surely after getting the experience of the Endurance Cup will now be looking to make that step up into true championship contenders. Haven't had the best runs, of course, here so far. The Ferrari can be a bit of a handful here, especially around Bathurst. But Luca Lozio doing a fantastic job so far, getting himself back into the top 10. And again, if you're anywhere in the top 10, top 15 here, you still have your chance, a very strong chance at Championship Challenge.
Currently watching Grigory Ivanov for the Lada Sport Rosneft 41 team, of course, sharing the car with Igor Ogorodnikov. What a race he is having right now. Absolutely all over the back of that Aston Martin, hounding it to within an inch of its life. And I've got a feeling that is the 191 Racing Line Motorsports car in front of Kevin Siclari that is got the unenviable task of having Grigory Ivanov all over the back of it. And I tell you what, Connall, I would be buckling under this pressure if I'm honest right now, because that Lada Sport Rosneft car is just absolutely rapid, and it seems to have a very varied driver lineup in terms of the levels of aggression and of driver driver aggression is really the varying factor on this team, because Ivanov seems to be very cool, calm, measured. Ogorodnikov will just punch in the face anything that comes in his way, to hell or high water with it. It's been a very mixed bag for that 41 team, because of course they do also share that car with Yaroslav Sheresilov. So I mean, I think, to be honest, with the penalties they've had, they'd take a top 20 right now.
Yeah, I really do think that if they didn't get the penalties that they did get, that they would be really, they'd be up in the top 10, top 15, pushing some of the higher positions. But yeah, I think they're going to have to settle for a top 20, really. But we don't know how the course of the race will go. It'll be very, very difficult as he goes around the outside. Can he get it done? Probably not. It's a very, very difficult pass, and realistically, you have to rely on the car in front to make a mistake before you can get around the outside there. It's very difficult because the inside line is obviously the optimal line, but we're getting reports here that the number 21 car has a driver who cannot race because his game keeps crashing, and as a result of this, they'll break the stint limits, which will result in a 130-second penalty, plus another 130-second penalty for a driver not doing a stint. So that is huge, and that is really taking that 21 out of contention. As we have a car off, there, yellow flags. Alright, hopefully he doesn't do the mistake that we've seen some others do and rejoin the track in front of another car. The yellow flags are still out. You can see in the track map the yellow dot there on the screen.
That's the 911 of Andre Herman, the Porsche that's out, or at least brought out that yellow flag. Looks like they've got going again, Connall.
Yeah, so did a good job there. Watched the track map, watched his real time there, and just got himself spun around when he knew there was an opportunity to do, when there was a window to do it, and didn't get himself any further penalties or get the book thrown at him by race direction there.
Yeah, just going back on that news, I mean, that is a bombshell for the number 21 WPS racing team, with a driver who can't race because of technical issues. His game keeps crashing. That stint limit breach is going to get them a 2-minute penalty, and then another 2 minutes for a driver not doing I mean, that's going to be 2 laps down. That puts him down. Oh, this is the yellow flag, I think it is. This is the 777 car on the back end of the 137. Oh, and that's going to be contact, and I think that's going to send the 137 into the wall there. And that is the MCW racing team of Guiogli, Briani, Mazzetti, and Trankena. Yeah, that is brutal. No quarter given. Meanwhile, side by side, Ivanov and Siklari coming up through the cutting here. Big drama. Oh, that's into the wall. Goes Ivanov, keeps it back on the black stuff there, but that's going to be a bit of damage there for Grigory Ivanov. And the Lada Sport Rosneft. I mean, this is it. You've got 5 hours left to go in the race. Wow. Right, let's have a look at this again. This is going to be the contact onto the 137 then. And yeah, you hate to see it, is it? Just a little nudge on the back end there. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, that's going to be a penalty, and I think that looked like the 777 of Amir Hosseini in the Bentley. Right, okay, let's get a little bit of a breather then. So we have our team manager Viktor Smolarczyk in for an interview then, the team manager of our race leaders. Let's have a little chat with him then. Viktor Smolarczyk, a decent day out for the 111 and DV1 Triton Racing. You'll be fairly happy right now.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I am very proud on this moment of these 3 guys in this our beautiful Bentley car. But now, yeah, this Victor, is still a long race to go.
Absolutely, 5 hours left to go. But Victor, how loudly were you screaming when that 157 went into the wall?
Yeah, this is another example, like when Simonini go to the wall, you have to be even more focused and stay focused than even before. So yeah, this is crazy track. Bathurst is the one of the most challenging track in the world, and this is another example for that.
Now, what have you been saying to the drivers to keep them focused in the lead of this race with 5 hours left to go? I mean, the adrenaline for those drivers must be going through the roof right now.
Yeah, at this moment they are so focused on the work to do, because as I said before, this is still long 5 hour to the checkered flag, and they are so focused. They are still looking for good strategy choices. So yeah, they are absolutely on the top level of this focus.
Behind you is the Odox Motorsport 121, and that's currently that's got Alberto Garcia. Are you concerned about the pace that they've got right now? Because you look like you've got a fairly comfortable 34-second gap over them right now.
Yeah, it's maybe seems like comfortable gap between us and Odox, but you know, this is only one tap to the wall, and this is gap doesn't exist anymore. So yeah, once again we will have to stay focused to the checkered flag.
Well, we're going to keep our eyes peeled with very keen interest. Victor Smolarczyk from the DV1 Triton Racing, thank you very much for joining us, and we'll speak to you later on through the race.
Thank you very much, and hope you see you on the finish lane.
We hope so too, Victor. Right, Kelvin Chen then in the Full Pace Racing 118 is... I know it's a nice day here at Australia at Mount Panorama in Bathurst, 27 degrees air temperature, 35 degrees track temperature, but Connall, I'm not sure this is the best time to be out your car and building sandcastles.
No, not the best. Yeah, they've been sitting in that gravel trap for over a minute. James Parker's rightly pointed out it does look like a wheel failure or some sort of hardware issue, so that's very unfortunate. The yellow flags are still out. There's a great shot McEwan has provided us here on the end of the run on the Conrad Straight, and yeah, unfortunately for Kelvin Chen, that looks like it is race over. But now we've got a VR sight of Kelvin Chen here just watching the race. Fantastic viewpoint here. I don't know if the officials would be too happy with the safety standards of watching it, but yeah, very unfortunate there for Kelvin Chen. Hardware issues, again, we talk about it in sim racing quite a lot. Hardware issues are basically the equivalent of some sort of mechanical problems that the games do not simulate. So here is Ludwig Dost in the Honda. We've seen him earlier on have an accident when he was showing very good promise. They've recovered well. He stayed out doing the stint, and even with all that damage that he had, 25 seconds of damage I believe was, he served in pit lane repairing that car. And he is, of course, going to try and recover this. He's got Niels Niox ahead, Chris Hartfeld, Amir Hassini, and that is strong 3 drivers in front to try and catch and pass.
Yeah, certainly is. So the 118 disconnecting then, and Full Pace Racing then thinking better of it. Kelvin Chen, Sekenyo, Gary Wang and Yao Wo having to retire from the race. And gentlemen, I hope you have a little ice cream. They're going to try and rejoin and get back in the race, but several laps down, and that really doesn't do their hopes for the race any good whatsoever. But I mean, again, it's just a case of getting through the race, the spirit of the race, and getting things finished. So hopefully we can get another driver in there and get back out on the track there. But Ludwig Dalst for the Elvis Grattan team in the 416, getting past the Bentley behind him and putting another lap down on that car, trying to hunt down Niles Noyox there, but with an 8-second gap. I've got to be honest, I don't see that one happening anytime soon. As we near the 5 hour to go mark, it's still Jacob Charcot for the 111 DV1 Triton Racing team that's out in front with the end in sight now. 5 hours left to go, and we head into our final hour of commentary here at Connall. It's went by so fast. However, here's a question for you: how is Giorgio Simonini back into third place in that 157 Audi, and how is Amir Hassini in fifth place in that Bentley? So I mean, Hassini, is he he must be midway through a stint on that one, but Simonini definitely midway through a stint on that one.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm a racer at heart. I always look for excuses as to why I'm not the fastest. So clearly there's something he's doing differently. He has to be on some sort of performance-enhancing drugs. We're going to have to get some drug testing here because the pace that he's showing is just not human at all. All three of those drivers. And yeah, I don't know how, because they have had some real big issues. If you haven't been with us, they have had crashes, drive-through penalties, issues with the pit stops, and yet they're still pushing for those podium places. They're going to have some difficulty though, because they cannot go the stints that the other drivers are doing. They're going to have to just go for it. Well, they were just planning. The strategy was just to go for it and then just refuel whenever they ran out. Whereas some of the other teams, especially the Bentley in front, were taking a more conservative strategy and actually running conservatively. But they decided to go for it. They made the mistake. They got punished for it, and now they have to go conservative too with their fuel, try and stretch it out. But it's very, very unfortunate for them to have those incidents, although it was driver error. But still not out of the race at all. So 5 hours to go in a SimGrid VCO World Cup race at Bathurst. 12 hours in total. How will these guys do as we come back from the ad breaks?
Virtual.
We mentioned before limitations in terms of ACC, but if there was, in the whole industry, one limitation that you think everybody might have come across getting the real world stuff into the sim, what do you think that would be?
Making games for a wide spread of hardware is one of the points, because I mean, you perfectly know how consuming ACC can be at certain levels. Imagine if we had, a dedicated top-line PC hardware configuration running for everyone. So I'm talking, it's clearly a utopistic view or a very strange one. In that case, you could push every single frame to the maximum. Because you can have, obviously, you can remove some restrictions in physics, in graphics, and then if physics is faster, then obviously also audio gets more precise, because in ACC it's completely related. So that would be the thing. I'm not saying, well, if you guys had top-line PCs and stop, the game would be better, because that alone requires time, to adapt to a market that doesn't exist, in which you have no restrictions. I'm pretty sure that we would have problems on the other end, because we can be, so more unrestricted that then suddenly other imprecisions and problems can come out. But that's one interesting point, since you have to compare yourself with a wide spread of systems. You really do have to put your attention on optimization. I think with graphics we arrived to a really good spot in the gaming history, where things are really starting to look impressively great. So the bottleneck there is technology development at a macro level, at a world level, is not depending by sim racing developers. Audio is improving, but I have to say, in our case especially, so that is also at a good stage. So yeah, I would say that the most limiting problem can be the fact of needing to optimize for everybody.
Yeah, that's it. It's something I've spoken about recently in a few broadcasts as well, is in those environments, it's all about pleasing the majority. You know what sim racers are like sometimes. You're never going to please everybody, but I mean, we as organisers of series and commentators and broadcasters know that very, very much. But at the same time, it's been an amazing turn. Like you say, the graphics-wise as well, it's one of the things that I see ACC is commended for most regularly, is just how beautiful it looks. You've got the weather as well and the physics that come with that, and how well that transitions from like a wet track to a dry track. We've seen plenty of them on the sim grid, and they've all been absolute belters as well. So, it does tie in very well together, because I've seen sims before where they'll have one of those aspects really good. So like they'd either have really good audio, but the physics and the look of it would be a bit But then the other time, you can have a really good sim that looks beautiful, but it's just not optimized. So the physics, like you said, with the frame rate and the physics and how it's calculated together, it doesn't run as smoothly. The car's sort of a little bit janky in their movement, and it is just having a balance, isn't it, really, of all of those things? Because if you go for just one over the rest, it's not going to work, is it?
Yeah, these are discussions that we hold almost every day. So, for example, the other day we had an interesting conversation with the guy that is developing multiplayer and gameplay at Kunos, and you can't imagine how difficult it is to trade off the quality of the live stream with the quality of gameplay if they are somehow related. They are totally different approach. In the live stream, you want things to be smooth, okay? While you're playing, you want things to be precise. And sometimes these two concepts are totally on the opposites, because to be precise, you need to remove any kind of smoothness possibly. So to be extremely precise, so talking about boundary cases. Then you also have the fact that the game is sometimes used on very poor servers or on very poor connections. So there are so many factors running in this scenario that it is a minefield, I would say. And I think that sometimes we complain or we see things like being too virtual, but we don't realize how the situation was 5 years ago. I'm not talking 15, 5. So now we have SRO organizing an official esport league in Asia, in which the tournament organizer works from Bergamo in Italy. So they're managing and live streaming a championship from Italy that is held by drivers driving from all Asia. And you can see the live stream and confuse it with a TV show. So and it's not just to give some cheers to our game that I always like, but it's technology, So on the other end, I like the community to be to produce all these demand, because it is what is, I think, keeping developers pushing so much.
Yeah, definitely, and that's the thing. I always say any feedback is good feedback, and a lot of the time, as long as it's constructive and people have a reason to want something or how to change something, if you get a call out of people asking for one certain thing again and again, then that's good for you guys, because you're the ones with the platform, and you're the ones that can then make an adjustment to it and then see how it goes, because what you've got already, we know, is very, very good. So it's intriguing it's sort of heartwarming to hear that you guys know that the feedback is one of the main things that comes from it.
It's a virtual lunchtime here at Bathurst Mount Panorama, but this isn't a time for stopping and eating because we have just got 4 hours, 52 minutes left to go here in this 12-hour race, the start of the brand new SimGrid VCO World Cup season. And what an opening round we have had. My goodness me, we've had thrills, spills, chills, and everything else in between. It's David Christie here with Connall Courtney bringing you the final hour of our coverage. And then we hand over the reins to Lewis McGlade and Luke Rogers for your final 4 hours. And oh wow, you're going to want to stick around for that. But we've had the 1-2-3 has been into the pit lane with that damage that they've had. They jump out, I believe, around about 15th position. Kamil Pawlowski in the car for, Philippe Simard jumping out in the car for that one, getting the car repaired. Here is Andre Frank, who actually jumps in for the FFS Racing Aston Martin then, so taking over from Philippe Simard there. And yeah, Connall, big damage that they had to repair. It looked like, about 20-25 seconds of repairs on that car?
Yeah, I have a lot of sympathy actually for the FFS guys, because we've seen the incident. I mean, rarely in racing do you get incidents which are 100% blame of one person and 0% the other. But when there's someone rejoining on the mountain and just decides to veer onto the racing line and take, unfortunately, the FFS guys out, that is a 100-0 situation. And I feel so bad for the FFS guys. Really didn't deserve this after what was a really strong race, but still 5 hours to go. They can recover, and I'm sure they will be targeting to be top Aston Martin here in this race, which they were until the time of the incident. And you can see on the timing screens, I'm talking about the 123 car, so the top Aston Martin is only 2 positions ahead. Of course, it is a big enough gap there to the Van Almen 38 Aston Martin, but we will see what they can do on board here with AAA Esports, the number 92 Aston Martin, speaking of Aston Martins. And if there's any livery that is more standout than the 25 Audi of Phil Vitt, I don't know what is. Like, you can just look at that car and you go, oh yeah, Vitt and Matuszka, can't you do?
Yep, so the leader into the pit lane. We've got to give actually a shout out to that number 38 Dalking community car of Dan King, Vasilia Nufrev and Jan Willem van Omen. They started the race in P40 and are up to P13. An incredible performance for that number 38 machine. But we're still looking here at Phil Vitt in the pink performance number 25 outfit. Doing a cracking job, I've got to be honest, of holding on to that position from the 92 AAA Esports of Maxime Batifoulet. Doing a cracking job. Now, Garcia, let's have a look at this, because leaders into the pit lane now. Surely this has got to be the in-lap for Garcia just now. Goes across the line. This is going to be very, very interesting to see, because Alberto Garcia for Odox Motorsport takes the lead temporarily as we keep an eye on the 111 into pit lane just now. Back to the battle for 16th place though, and Phil Vitt, I mean, he is under a lot of pressure right now.
Yes, he is, and we're getting reports of a great stop for the number 111, the triple one, the current leaders. We had the team manager in earlier. I have to say, David, I think you'll agree, he gave a great interview, but he did sound very nervous, and of course, why wouldn't you be, with what is at stake here in this race, and still leading the way, but with 5 hours to go and some very fast teams behind them, it is still all to play for. The win is not got yet. So yeah, no doubt the team manager, although he gave a fantastic interview, he did sound very, very nervous, as anyone would be in that position. It just shows how badly they want this victory here at Mount Panorama. We've got Phil Vitt here, still fending off the Aston Martin, doing a great job. That Audi does have legs. Aston Martin notorious for not being the fastest or getting the best acceleration, but they really hound per Phil Vitt, the Canadian, the number 25, who is doing a stellar job, of course. Stalwart really of SimGrid now, that team. We've got Wolf Matuszka in that car as well. It's great to see some of the old hands still in this series, still competing at the sharp end, mixing in with the fresh new faces that we've seen throughout this grid.
Yeah, Maxime Batifalou in the 92 Aston. I mean, he is throwing everything he possibly can to try and get past Phil Vitt just now. But here is Alberto Garcia. It was his in-lap. It was a big ask to get that car in. So he jumps into pit lane. We'll keep an eye on that to see where Jacob Charcot jumps back out into that one. But here we go. This is the battle again for 16th place still. I mean, this is just insane pressure that is going on right now. And really, these two by themselves just duking it out on the track here as they come through. That is going to be through the cutting, through Griffin's Mount, up through Reed Park, and then over Skyline, down through the Dipper, down through the S's. I mean, this is just an amazing fight going on. They're literally duking it out on the track here, onto the brakes, into Forest Elbow, and it's on the track, on the run out of the elbow along the Conrod Straight. It's so important, Connall, to get such a good exit from that corner because it just sets you up here. Meanwhile, we're picture in picture. You can see Gerard Martinez-Amir jumps into the Odox Motorworks 121 car, and I think they are going to be down into third place. That is a very long pit stop, but we'll check with our resident analyst, James Parker, on the length of that stop there, because we have to check. And James, we'll bring you in just now if possible. We've done our pit stops between the 121 and the 111. How do you think they're matching up on the pit stops just now? Because obviously when we had the 157 in the lead, they were on a completely different strategy, but the 121 and the 111 a little bit more evenly matched.
Yeah, so amazingly, the 121 has just done a 73-minute stint last time out, which is insane fuel mileage. Now, when the 111 pitted a couple of laps ago, there was 4 hours 48 minutes left, and my calculations off of 4 stints say that they're 4 minutes short. So they'll definitely have to either maximise a 75-minute stint or do a few 73, 74-minute stints, which means a bit of fuel efficiency comes in to get to the end, to avoid doing literally a splash and dash. But the 121, having pitted later and is able to do 71 minute stints consistently, I mean, it's going to be touch and go. They're both going to have to do a bit of saving to make it, and it's literally just going to be a duke out now between the two.
Thank you very much for that, James. We'll come back to you through the course of the evening there. The 118 bringing out yellow flags there, and that looks to be resolved. That is going to be at Quarry Bend, and that has been a miserable recovery period for Gary Huang in that full pace racing after that disconnect from Kelvin Chen. Gary Huang bringing out the yellow flags at Quarry Bend. Gets the car going again though, but again now this is just going to be trying to knuckle down and getting whatever result they can get out of this race, Connall.
Yeah, exactly that, and is a prime example here of staying in the hunt and keeping motivated. This Yassi team, putting the pressure on for a top 9. Now we said, or we were interviewed Andrea Capaccia, who is part of this Yassi team, and he was talking in an ideal situation, best case scenario, top 10 was where they wanted to be, and now they're pushing even further through that top 10. It may still all change, of course, in 4 hours, but with the pace that they are showing, they can very easily, if they stay out of trouble, get themselves in hunt for that top 10. I think that is, when you take in the context of the whole race, I think they'd be very, very pleased with that indeed, because they really had so many issues at the start of their first stint with Per Statsenko with his hardware issues. And it begs the question, where would they have been without those issues? Very far up the order, pushing the top 5 would be my take.
Well, this is battle for position just now, because Yas Heats Eamon Murphy going toe-to-toe with Kalpinen in the number 11 Mercedes. That is, of course, Jesse Kalpinen, but these two on different strategies, but it's still for P10 and P11. Just going back on the inside there is the Bentley, and I think that is your race leader. Actually, that's the 111 of that is Blyer that goes back on the inside there. So that's why you don't see any sort of fight there. And Amir Hosseini, despite all that effort, that huge comeback drive in the 777 Bentley, has all been undone because a drive-through penalty, and that is going to send him down, quite possibly out of the top 10, and that is an absolute disaster. Meanwhile, here is this is why the yellow flag came out. The 118 tried to go up the inside of the Porsche. That'll be the 911 of, is that not Janukiewicz? Yep. Oh my goodness me, that's a horrendous rejoin. So lucky that the 118 didn't cause a monumental crash at Quarry Bend there. And I tell you what, his life would have flashed before his virtual eyes there, Coral.
There's been so many instances that we've seen that have just put our hearts in our mouths. I'm gutted for Amir Hosseini in that 777 car. They've done so well in their recovery drive, as you were saying, and have been punished with a drive-through penalty. Shouldn't go too far down the order. They will still stay in the top 10. But it's exactly what we were saying. If we go back to Yassi, if you guys in front make a couple of errors like that, get a drive-through penalty, even silly things as we've seen, such as drive-through infringements, which we've seen about 15 of, and then you can see the Yassi team having a really strong race near the end if they can just stay out of trouble. Ian Murphy is going to get that job done. That is clean as a whistle. Kudos a breeze there from Ian Murphy. Gets the job done on the Mercedes and moves himself up into P8.
Yeah, and obviously there'll be times where the cars behind or the cars in front will just be allowing the cars behind to get past in as easy a manner as possible, but we're still going to get excited about it in here in the commentary box because we love seeing those wild moves, and it's only after the move is done that we realise that it's oh well, actually he's just letting him through, isn't he? But we'll you'll have to forgive us for that one. We'll still be getting excited at whatever action we get here on the track. This is Maxime Batfoulier in the AAA Esports number 92, still hunting down Phil Vitt in the 25 Audi, that pink performance car. I mean, that is the widest Audi. That is the thickest Audi I think we've got here on the grid. It's the run down the Conrod Straight in towards the chase here. The fastest corner in Australian motorsport. And here comes Maxime Batfoulier round the corner, makes it stick, and Phil Vitt has to finally submit that Aston Martin makes it work. But here is Maciej Malinowski down in 33rd position. And I've got to be honest, I really don't get used to saying that Maciej Malinowski in 33rd position. That just doesn't sound right, Connell, does it?
It doesn't. And look down the order even further. You've got Cody Pride 34th. You've got there's just so many guys there that you can see. Samir Ibrahimi's 41st. You know, and that's the level of talent we have down fighting for the lower end positions of this race, and that just shows you, even though they all have had their issues, it just shows you just how strong this field is. I mean, when we said it earlier, the depth of the field is not measured by who's at the front, but rather who's mid-pack and near the back. And when you've guys like Ibrahimi, Pride, Malinowski in the lower end of the field, that just shows you just the depth of talent involved in this.
It certainly does. So we come to the tail end of our stint here. We're 40 minutes left to go in this one, and then it is another 4-hour battle. It becomes a sprint race. All the dice have been rolled, and the strategy all comes to pay off. That is what it's all about. Just watching the gap being opened up by Maxime Batfoulier in the AAA Esports 92 Aston Martin. Phil Vitt is under attack already again right now. I think that's a car that's either a lap up. That might be the McLaren. In fact, that might be a McLaren that's a lap down on them right now, that is on the back just now. Hosseini has served his drive-through and stayed in 5th place. Work that one out. That is incredible pace there, Coral.
Yeah. He looks aggressive right now. He looks like he's fired up there. Yeah, we thought actually Chris Hartfeld would get the job done on Amir Hosseini, but seemingly not. And now is a really strong position for Amir Hosseini to be in. Hopefully that has sort of check them up in the sense that he'll try to maybe not get involved in an incident again. And if he doesn't get involved in an incident again, he can find himself pushing for that top 4 position. It's going to be a big ask, because a guy like Amir Husseini behind the wheel is not completely impossible.
Yep, absolutely loving it. And I think the word you were looking there for, Connall, was raging. Amir Husseini was raging when he came down the Conrod straight there, because he was showing absolutely no mercy there to that Audi as he made his way past. But here is Patrick Bignon for the Rutronic E Racing team, makes his way up into, is that P9 that he's P10 just now, because he's still behind Kalpanen in the number 11 Mercedes, and the Mercedes starting to go a little bit backwards now. The number 11 Griffax Engineering of Jonas Savalainen, Jesse Kalpanen, Sami Ketula and Marcus Peltonen really getting caught hand over fist. And I wonder if they're doing a little bit of fuel saving that may explain the sudden lack of pace that's sending them a little bit backwards as well. But Gregor Schill in the G2 Esports, let's have a little moment to have a chat about them, because the 62 BMW did a cracking job to stay on the brink of that top 10 right now. We spoke, of course, to some of the drivers there. We had a chat earlier on with Niles Noyox, actually, earlier in the broadcast. Well, I think it was Arthur Kammerer that was in behind the wheel as well. And you know, this is beyond their wildest dreams, this performance just now, because that BMW really doesn't like the bumps here at Bathurst at Mount Panorama. And yeah, they weren't expecting a big performance, but tell you what, verge of a top 10, they will absolutely take that with clenched fists right now if they can hold on.
Yeah, that would be a great result. And we were talking earlier with Niels, and he was saying, look, we don't have the pace here. We understand that. To the top guys, we're just that far off. We don't like the feeling of the car whenever we're trying to push it to the limits that they're pushing it to. So we're going to stick to our rhythm, hope for the best, and hope really that the drivers in front start making mistakes. And we've seen that so much, and it's worked so far for those guys in the G2 Esports team. And yeah, no doubt that they should be stronger as the season progresses into some of the other tracks. We will see them maybe fight at the sharp end, but we've said it before, we'll say it again, it is the worst performance of your season that could make or break your championship. If they stay in the hunt, if they stay in that top 10 or just outside it, they definitely can compete.
Another important race update is that production team Michael Hamlet is tucking into a burrito just now, which I find incredibly selfish, because where is ours here in the commentary box? And a huge move from Patrick Pignon. Take a bow. That was set up at the start of the Conrod Straight, and what a move that was, just to send it up the inside of the chase there. Great move to move him up into P9, and Kalpanen goes back to P10. Meanwhile, Jan Marcel Dietrich in the number 14 Unicorns of Love, it's a bit of a recovery drive from them right now, because is that the Dalkin car in front of him? It is the 38, the Aston Martin of Darren King, that is making their way right now under pressure, and the 118 brings out a yellow flag again. These cars are going to come across it at the top of Skyline, joins on to the top of the track there, and my heart is almost out of my mouth there. Thankfully thinks better of it, but my goodness me, that could have been a horrendous moment there. Here is the battle for P38, and I can't believe with over 7 hours gone, we're still absolutely knocking lumps out of each other all the way through the field here. This is the 911 GTRC Endurance team, the Porsche of Jarno Kausch, currently on the back end of the 666 Ferrari. That's the Racing ON3, and that is Ruben Stefani behind the wheel of that one. They're currently exiting Forest Elbow down the Conrod Straight. I've got to be honest, the Porsche looking very handy, tucks in behind that Ferrari down the Conrod Straight. This is going to be in towards the chase. They're side by side, high drama here, but the Ferrari has the legs right now, and that is never what you want to see, is a very slow car in towards the chase just now, and Jarno Kausch has to think better of it. Oh my goodness me, Connall, this is starting to get a little bit tasty now.
Yeah, it just seems to pick up when it's almost like you know, when you see one of the animals on a farm get a little bit giddy, it that energy crosses over to every single other animal, and it seems that way. Someone's got a little bit excited, and everyone else is going, I tell you what, I'll have a go too if these guys are going to have a go. And it's just all kicked off. These guys are racing so hard now, getting to the crunch stages of these races. Maybe their race, their own strategy hasn't gone quite to plan. They need to pick up time. They feel as though they need to do that, and they're starting to get a bit more aggressive, whereas earlier in the race they were sticking to the plan, sticking to the strategy, and maybe things haven't gone quite to plan. But we have a drive-through penalty now for James Baldwin in that 55 McLaren. You want to talk about races not going to plan. That really has been an absolute nightmare for them today, with the potential to be so fast. Those drivers. There he is, James Baldwin in the McLaren Shadow. We don't quite know what it's for.
Track limits, maybe?
It hasn't been given to by the stewards. Now, if it's for track limits, that's lunacy. Because the only way you get track limit warnings here, correct me if I'm wrong, is by actually smashing into the walls. And that car doesn't look too damaged. So yeah, we don't quite know what exactly the drive-through is for. That is a confusing sight as he jumps into the pits to serve that drive-through. There's complete bewilderment here in the commentary booth, where we're just stunned as to why he's actually got a drive.
I tell you what, Connall, I need to get that button that's got the Roblox oofed sound on it, just ready to go whenever that sort of stuff happens, because that is wild stuff. Right, here is Jarno Kausch then trying to catch back onto the tail end of that Ferrari, because he's got, who's that up in front? That is the number 41, isn't it? That is just making its way through lap traffic as well, and in that car just now is going to be Grigory Ivanov that is duking it out as well. I think Ivanov is trying to catch onto the back of, is that Lucas Mueller that he's got up there as well. Meanwhile, what is going on with the number 32? Because they are dropping down. Chris Hartfelt is on the exit of Herald Corner. In fact, back into to pit lane. They just come out the pits. So, yeah, we'll have to keep an eye what has happened on that one. They're just in front of the leader now, in front of Dominic Blyer.
Which is very strange, because Chris Hartfelt was in P6 at the time we last left them, and has dropped like a stone through the order and is dropping even further. Lucas Muller has passed him there. And we have a yellow flag right there at the forced elbow, just on the inside of corner entry. They've got it spun back around and they've got it going again. A green flag, the yellow flag is still going actually.
So it's been contact then. He's hit the 188 at McPhillamy on 2 laps ago. So big contact for the 32, and he drops all the way down to 13th place. So excuse me, it wasn't the leader he came out in front of. It was actually down in 13th place that he's just come out of. So that is. That's a monumental moment for Chris Hartfelt, and he's dropping down even further. So, yeah, I mean that is a big effing chat if that's the case.
Yes, it really is, and the teams that we've been talking about, that if they stay out of trouble, they can profit from this. We're talking about Yassi, G2, etc., starting to profit from some mistakes from the top guys. We've seen Hartfelt make the mistake, and we've seen others start to make mistakes with drive-thrus for Hassini. So yeah, we're starting to see this happening now, and this is the crunch point. The pressure's on. There's a lot at stake. We have said it before. There's so much at stake in this race, more than any race they've probably ever competed in. And now this is getting into the crunch phase. This is where the pressure will make some diamonds and will ruin others. So it is really pressure time now.
Here we go then. This is a replay for the number 32. He's coming through. That looks like it's going to be Solomon Park. It's on to McPhillamy Park. Oh my goodness me! Straight into a stranded 118. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I think there was a lot more time to fire onto the brakes and take evasive action on that. But what do you do, Connall, when you're faced with a stricken car in the middle of the track? We'll keep another look at this here for the 32. And again, the car just comes firing onto the track in front of him. But I mean, that is a horrible situation. But I mean, the reactions. I just don't know. I mean, what do you do in that situation?
Oh, I'm absolutely gutted. That is horrible. I think at any other corner in this track, he could have got it stopped. But that is just such a fast pace of tarmac there. We're going to see another angle of it. This is a viewpoint here. We're on board. And look how fast it is through this corner. You see nothing. Oh, there's a car in front of me. Where's he going to go? Oh. And then you decide, you could see the way he went left, right, left. He was
jinking.
In between where he was going to go. Was he going to go around the right side of him, left side of him? And then unfortunately he just ended up hitting him square on. So that was really, really unfortunate for Chris Hartfeld. But unfortunately, that's just, you have to put it down. That's racing.
An update for Michael Baldwin, speeding in the James Baldwin. Speeding in the pit lane is why he had a drive through. The 118 retires, and it's been an awful day for full pace racing. We wish them all the best in the remaining races, but I think today is the day to hang it up and regroup and come back next round and re-attack. But the 77 is disconnected as well. That's MRL Sim Racing, Florian Flair, Nick Baltar, Tobias Schur and Sven Rosenbaum that have disconnected as well. But Amir Hosseini coming out in front of Tobias Pfeffer, just half a second between those two. So the battle for fourth place, that's hotting up very, very nicely as well. Meanwhile, we've got the 101 of Zbigniew Sierra in Silver Racing Team all over the back of Phil Vitt. So Phil Vitt, I mean, his day is going from bad to worse right now. He's under a lot of pressure right now from Zbigniew. Where does it end for him?
Unfortunately, it ends 4 hours and 25 minutes from now, which is not what he wants to know. He wishes there was only about 3 minutes left of this race, and even then he'd still be under pressure. But Phil Vitt, he's going to dive up the inside. He gets the job done on the Mercedes. That was a clean as a whistle pass, although it wasn't much of a fight being put up by the Mercedes. And this is going to be important now for the 101 car, not to get mired behind the Mercedes and to get straight up the inside. So he can make a challenge to Vitt, and Vitt will be watching his rear view mirrors like an absolute hawk, just praying that the blue flag stay out as long as possible here, and the Mercedes keeps the 101 behind. But Capaccia now has jumped into the As Heat car. He's one to watch. Capaccia has shown good pace throughout his stints in the race, as has the rest of his team, to be honest. They've had great stints for the troubles early on. And now, the 101 will get the job done, and now he can finally hunt Vitt. But unfortunately, they come up to another car. And this is just a byproduct, isn't it, of 12-hour endurance racing. When you get 7.5 hours into a race, you're just battling with people you're battling for people for track position, but you're not battling them for overall position. And the blue flags, the marshals probably have arms the size of bodybuilders now with the amount they'll be waving the blue flags over the course of these 12 hours.
For sure. This is Jarno Kusch for GTRC Endurance Team 911. He's got a Bentley one side of him. He's hunting down the Ferrari that's right in front of him as well. And this is scary stuff, because that is the race leader. That is a man you do not want to go anywhere near right now. And Jarno Kusch manages to get through it. But here is Tobias Pfeffer catching onto the back of Amir Hosseini in that 777 car. I've got to take my hats off to that 777 Sim Racing Masterclass outfit of Zahir Essa, Raymond Mooney and Amir Hosseini. They have been absolutely giving it big licks all through the race. But here we go, down through Conrod Straight in towards the chase. Tobias Pfeffer trying to duck into the slipstream here. And this is all getting very, very scary right now, because they've got the 42nd place car of, I think that is Daniel Morad that just gets out the way. But that is a great exit from Tobias Pfeffer on the run down then towards Murray's Corner then to start lap number 221. Onto the brakes. What is going to happen? It's going to be the run down then to turn number 1, and they've got the number 11 and the 25 in front of them as well. And that's Peltonen and Phil Vitt as well into Hell Corner. Oh my goodness me, this is getting very, very sketchy, Connall.
Yeah, I was sitting there. I'm glad my mic was muted. I was thinking, oh, don't go for Tobias. Please don't go. I don't think the 11's going to give you that space. But fortunately, the number 11 Mercedes did. And yeah, Tobias, you could see how anxious he was just to stay right on the back wheels of Amir Hosseini. He didn't want to have a back marker splitting the pair of them and then costing him time. But look at this. We have more back markers coming up. It's crazy that we're talking about back markers as in P13 and P14. When we're talking about a battle between 5th and 6th, P13 and P14 are back markers. Such is the pace of these top 6 drivers, really. They've been an absolute league of their own over the course of these past 7.5 hours. Now, where will Pfeffer do it? You'd have to think the run down the Conrad Straight would be the best opportunity for Tobias Pfeffer. But you never know. You never know what Tobias Pfeffer do, David. He can spring a certain surprise.
Oh, he's eyeing things up 100% right now. He's looking at Amir Hosseini, watching the braking lines, trying to trail brake that car in, pulls it in. The Audi gets booted down to the floor. It's on the Conrad Straight then, and it's into the toe. But Hosseini has got a toe as well from the car a lap down in front of him. I think that might actually be Batifiue that is in the front as well. Oh, and a huge wiggle from Pfeffer there on the straight there. And that was a big moment down on the brakes in towards the chase. Gets that car stopped, but that was a huge wobble there from Pfeffer. He's only done 3 laps, but Hosseini, his tyres are significantly older than Pfeffer's right now. They come across the line to start another lap, so Pfeffer realistically should be trying to make this move sooner rather than later. But this is the battle, ladies and gentlemen, for P4 and P5. Hosseini's tyres are, I think he said, I think we heard 6 laps older than Pfeffer behind him. So Pfeffer, I mean, it's a slight advantage, Connall, but it's not anything really to write home about.
Yeah, it's as you say, it's a slight advantage, and Pfeffer will want to be make do right now. But it's so hard to pass, especially someone of the caliber of Amir Hosseini. I mean, he is just a phenomenal driver, and that Bentley can be made very, very wide, and certainly up through the mountain. That is a strong performance from the Bentley. I don't think he'll get past anywhere other than the last set of corners or the first sector. I think that's Pfeffer's first opportunity, and his only real opportunity, because I thought actually he was going to get the run on the Conrad Straight, but he couldn't really get it hooked up. And you could see there he had a little bit of a moment. But he's going to line it up again. He is so close to the back of Amir Hosseini. Phil Vitt is probably watching his rearview mirrors going, oh no, boys, please, settle yourselves. Oh, he maybe gave him a little bump there. Yes, he gave him a bump. That was Hosseini standing on the brakes, Pfeffer getting caught out just a little bit. And now look at the 101 Audi. Will he slipstream them both and try and make a pass? That'll be very cheeky if he gets it done. I think he'll maybe just use the slipstream and then back out of it. But Pfeffer, that's ruined his run out of the Force elbow and down the Conrad Straight.
Yeah, certainly. I need to correct the mistake I made, actually. Hosseini didn't actually pit. He went in for a drive-through penalty, so he didn't change anything. So his tyres are actually around about 32 laps old. So Tobias Pfeffer, his tyres are only 4 laps old. So Pfeffer has a huge advantage over that car in front of him. This is Cody Pride in the PPR Esports #1 Porsche, doing a cracking job of trying to recover that car. Ahead of him is Leonardo D'Alcamo in the 787 BMW. It's again, we talk about big names, Cole. Cody Pride is not a name that we're normally used to seeing outside of the top 30, is it? I mean, it's just crazy to see this.
Yeah, he's absolutely rapid. You see guys like Samir Ibrahimi, Dondi, who was part of the championship winning team last year. Dondi is now in 38, so it's just a crazy turnaround that we're seeing here. And what all that screams to me is that we could see essentially a completely reversed order in any of the particular races that we compete in, because there's so much talent throughout this field. As we see Pfeffer again, you can barely see, when you see a head-on shot of that Bentley, you can barely see Tobias Pfeffer behind. But don't worry folks, he's still there, he's almost brushing against the wall, getting so close to the limits. And he's running curbs. He is absolutely on the ragged edge here. He's got the bit between his teeth. I don't know who's talking to him now, if there's anybody talking to him in the GTWR team, but surely there's a little few words going on of, here, Tobias, just, settle down, son. Settle down, plenty of time. He's running a little bit wide. That is not going to be good for his run. And look at the gap that Hosseini closed in to Phil Vitt. If he is able to get past Phil Vitt and put a car between them, that is really good for Amir Hosseini.
Oh my goodness me, that is incredible stuff there from Amir Hosseini and Tobias Pfeffer, just duking it out with everything that they possibly can. And Pfeffer is throwing everything they can a little bit wide out of the chase there. Oh, he is throwing it big style into every single corner, and Hosseini is going to be under huge pressure yet again in just about 6 or 7 corners time. This is the start of lap 224 for 4th and 5th place respectively. Your leader of the race is still the number 111 car, DV1 Triton Racing of that is Dominic Blyer that is in the lead for that team. It's then the 121 of Odox Motorsport, and that is Gerard Martinez Amer that has taken over 2nd place in that car. It is then the 21 of WPS Racing Team's Nicholas Amke that is in 3rd place. So that is your current podium right now. This is destroying the 157 strategy, no question about it, because the 157, they were pushing as hard as they possibly could, Connall, to get that recovery drive, to get as far up the order as they possibly can, and this is hurting them so massively, because for every lap that they can't get past Amir Hosseini, it just ruins their strategy.
Yeah, exactly that. And the 157 basically need a perfect run from now until the end of the race. They need everything to go their way for their chance to win this race. And the longer he's behind Hosseini, the more he struggles with that strategy, and the more of a disadvantage he is put behind. But it is important. Tobias Pfeffer, he's only a youngster. He's one of the few guys in this grid that I can call a kid, because of the age difference. But for Tobias, it's important for him just to stay composed, and Hosseini will be, of course, trying to keep him back. There is a saying that youth and talent is no match for age and treachery, so we'll see if that's true.
That was quite a nice one there. I quite like that, Connall. I might be stealing that for myself, buddy. That's definitely mine's now. Corey Pride, though, oh my goodness me, that was so close to the edge. Still catching up on Leonardo Giacomo here on the run down through Skyline. Beautiful scenes. This is Zbigniew Sierra that was in 14th place there, but this is the main battle that we're looking at. Tobias Pfeffer on the back of Phil Vitt. Now, where has Hosseini's in the pits? There we go, that's why. So Hosseini is into the pits, but I mean, this has been an unmitigated disaster for Tobias Pfeffer in that 157 GTWR team. Needed to get in front, and needed to do better than this. Yeah, of course. I mean, if you talk about outright pace, the GTWR team are the fastest team in this race. There's no real denying that, but of course that's unfair to be that with that analysis, because they have the strategy of just going flat out, whereas the other cars have been a bit more conservative. But certainly the GTWR team will feel as though even if they don't get on the podium, they'll feel certainly that was a huge missed opportunity. But perspective is a big thing, and their worst result last season was 11th, and it was here at Bathurst. So if they can bag a podium here at Bathurst, it's not the end of the world. They will be strong at the rest of the tracks. They will be fighting for the win every single track that they go to, because they are that talented. So I think if you can bag a top 3, that's not a terrible start to defend your crown. Certainly is not. Drive-through penalty then for car 129 for another pit lane infringement, which has been the theme of the day, and I think the driver of the day has to be the pit lane steward for adjudicating all of these, because it's been an interesting, busy day out at the races for the stewards this afternoon. Let's have a little chat with our resident expert analyst then, James Parker. James, again, thank you so much for being with us all afternoon. We're getting now down to crunch time here. We've seen some monumental shifts in terms of strategy, in terms of the race itself. For example, the 157 GTWR racing, having that contact and really having their run neutered by Amir Hosseini. What do you think we're now going to see in these final 4 hours?
Yeah, so this is getting really interesting now because the 777 can essentially underfuel each stint now. So with 4 hours and 12 to go, the Bentley can easily also do well under 70 minutes. So you're looking at 4 stints just over 60 minutes now to the end. So they can actually underfuel the car as the temperature's hitting, peak, ambient and track to be a little bit faster towards the end of the race. Now the 157, as we've touched on, will have to fuel save if they want to save that extra pit stop at the end. So they're a wounded animal right now, unless they decide just to keep going at maximum pace and take the extra stop. I mean, it's going to be... you can't do that, surely. They've got to fuel save a bit to hit the end. Now, obviously, the 111 being 4 minutes short, they're going to have to obviously stretch their stint out. So this is really interesting now. The guys that are going to be pitting any time from now to the 4 hour mark or under are going to safely make it home. Safely. So anyone after this point onwards doesn't have to worry about fuel coming home. Those that have already pitted early will. So this is going to be fascinating to see now as the cards shake out where the cars are going to end up. So the Honda, I think, will be coming in soon for their next stop, and then they'll be good to the end as well. So yeah, it's going to be fascinating. This top 5, there's still some shuffling to be done. I think still some shuffling to be done.
Well, James, you've been absolutely spot on with the analysis so far this afternoon. So what I'm going to do is a very untypical Scottish thing here. I'm going to bring out the wallet here, get a tenner out. Who is James Parker's £10 note going on for the race win this afternoon?
You put me in that position, are you, David?
I am. I've seen the bus and I'm throwing you under it.
Oh, God, this is a recipe for disaster, isn't it? Looking at the pace and looking at the cushion they have, it's the 111s to lose from my perspective at the moment. So if they can get those extra minutes back by stretching a couple of stints out so they don't have to do that splash and dash at the end, it's theirs to lose. But, I mean, as we've just seen, the 32 has just had a monumental incident with the 118, and those kind of incidents you can't control, and that can happen any time before now and the end of the race. So I'd rather just throw the £10 up in the air and see where it lands, to be honest.
I think that's a good strategy, and being Scottish, that £10 is not even going to hit the deck. So James Parker, as always, thank you so much for your expert insight and analysis, and we'll hear from you again very, very shortly. Connall, then, I mean, we're coming up to the end of our stint here on the SimGrid VCO World Cup opening round. I mean, I've been absolutely blown away. We've had some very interesting races over the past couple of weeks in some of the other SimGrid events, and it's been a little bit elbows out and shoving left, right and centre, and this has been one of the most restrained, one of the most well balanced and aggressively fought on the track races that I think I've seen.
Yeah, I think really I think that the aggression is still there. There's been some really, really hard defending, some harsh passes, but it's just been done in the right way. There hasn't been moves that you've seen and you've gone, what? Why are you going for it there? They've picked their moments. They've seen where the driver in front is weak, where they can capitalise. And yes, they've rode hard or drove hard, but they've really, really just picked their moments. And I think the first lap was indicative of how the rest of the race was panning out. Hopefully now, over the course of the next 4 hours, we haven't jinxed it for Lewis and Luke that we're going to get absolute brain-dead chaos here. But I think definitely the conduct of driving here has been phenomenal, and that has provided really us with some of the quickest 4 hours we've ever gone by. It's just absolutely flown by when we've been broadcasting this.
Oh, well, I swear Race Control try to throw us under the bus yet again. The 41 getting another drive-through penalty, if you can believe it. And this time, it is going to be Yaroslav Shiversalov that gets a pit lane infringement. So we've got more cars under investigation as well for the same thing. The 777 under investigation. That could have just gigantic implications here for the championship. But James Parker, actually, just to get back to a point that he made, tipping, very lightly tipping Dominic Blyer and the 111 DV1 Triton Racing team for the win. I don't think that's a bad shout. I think that they've had, not only have they had good pace and consistency, but they've been able to turn on the jets in that Bentley in a very controlled manner whenever they've needed to. I think pit lane is going to be what actually brings this down to the end of it. And I'll get your thought on that in just a second, Connall, because I'm getting distracted by Leonardo D'Alcamo in 787 BMW getting his mirrors all full right now of Cody Pride in that number 1 Porsche. That Porsche just cannot get past that BMW right now.
Pretty much a product of racing against a BMW anywhere. I mean, we've seen a big example of that at Imola. I mean, I remember we were broadcasting Imola and Michael was actually in our ears laughing at just the punch that the BMW got out of the corners and how hard it was for anyone to be able to capitalise on that, on getting a pass done. And it's just the product of the BMW. And especially with a guy such as, like, we take who's currently in the BMW now, Gregor Schill. It's not as though he's slow everywhere, but the car's just aiding him around. And Luca D'Alcamo, of course, we've seen John Lacey Esports Academy Junior team that he's in as a quality team too. So it's not that there's slow drivers in this BMW is being aided by the straight line speed. they're quality drivers who happen to have a top speed and acceleration advantage. Very difficult to navigate, and realistically, you have to just hope to pressure them enough to force them into a mistake.
We'll have to see how that one pans out, because Cody Pride is doing everything he possibly can to stay not only onto the back of Leonardo D'Alcamo here, but to try and just almost put the probes out, almost try and fake him, head fake him into making a mistake in that BMW. Again, with 4 hours left to go now is where you have to double think every opportunity that you have, every chance that you're going to take, every move that you're going to make, because you're now down at the business end. You've completed nearly 8 hours of racing. What a run by Cody Pride, by the way, on the outside of that corner there. Oh, little clip of the wall, and Cody Pride still fighting with this BMW. Can you believe it? 4 hours left to go, and Cody Pride is giving it absolutely everything he can. He comes through Solomon Park, still foot hard onto the floor here. And the Porsche onto the back end of that BMW. They're down through Skyline in towards the S's and the Dipper, and Cody Pride again has to dip in and think better of it, but he's right now on the tail of that BMW. He's got an Aston Martin wanting to get past as well. Oh my goodness me, and you get the feeling that this is going to end up with one of the cars visiting the local breakers yard.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to have the mechanics having a lot of work, aren't they, with the damage that's going on. Cody Pride was so aggressive there, brushing himself up against the wall to try and get the job done, go around the outside of the spot, which we've been talking about it for pretty much the past 4 hours being one line. And, Cody Pride said, nah, this isn't one line, I'm going to try and send it around the outside. But unfortunately, he was proven wrong, and now he's lost a position. Now, as you see, tell you what, actually, this Aston Martin, Andrea Franca, we've seen the FFS racing team get collected in an incident they had absolutely no involvement in. It was not their fault, and they got caught up in the incident, which has been probably the worst that we've seen. Great rebound. This 123, I want to give a quick shout out to them, because that is a fantastic rebound. They're really starting to push the As Heat car in front of them. So great drive so far by the 123.
Awesome stuff. So, let's have a look here. Warning car 33 for an incident between them and the 125. That is, of course, the 33 of Rutronic E-Racing and the 125 of Ubik Events Racing for aggressive driving. So yeah, it's still happening. You hate to see it, but the 123 Aston Martin trying to catch on to the back of that number 27. That's the Janelisi Esports team, and that is Kamil Pawlowski that is behind the wheel of that just now. Nice little battle, but again, just thinking better of it and looking not too bad. I mean, 4 hours left to go. We're going to have to very shortly wrap things up here at Connall. What's your final thoughts then for the race today?
I think that the final thoughts of Lewis and Luke are very lucky, because I want to cover the last 4 hours, because this is really starting to pick up here and we're getting to the crunch stages. But yeah, it's just been absolutely fantastic. I mean, the sim grid just seems to be stepping it up even further. I didn't think personally that we'd get any better than the quality we got in the first season. And then I seen the entry list for this race and just was so excited by the prospects. But of course, we can always have races that don't live up to the prospects of the hype. But this has certainly matched and exceeded the hype that we have had. So I'm just so looking forward to watching the next 4 hours here, and of course the rest of the season.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dominic Blyer in the Bentley of the DV1 Triton Racing that has the race by the scruff of the neck here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup season opener. I've been David Christie, he's been Courtney. Joining you after the adverts is going to be Lewis McGlade and Luke Rogers. Thanks very much, keep watching and enjoy the racing.
Virtual.
With real drivers, we mentioned obviously before David Perrell and his real life experience, of course. Now, would you say that trying to learn a track or a car combination in the sim would be as close as it is now, or basically the same as doing it in the real world? Do you think that the sim can be used for that?
Yeah, I think I've obviously we had occasion to speak with several drivers regarding this kind of topic. So yeah. It's obviously different to learn a current trunk combo in a sim and in real life. There's let's say, no blending on the fact that it is different. It is also, let's say, not that efficient to rely on things that you learned on the sim too much precisely in terms of quantity. But it is extremely helpful to rely on things that you learned on the sim conceptually. So if our tracks are laser-scanned, so the model is precise, the spacing between one thing and another is precise, and we try to be also much precise in terms of reference points, etc. I've talked with many drivers that obviously weren't saying that they can copy the braking point from the simulator, because that's something scary just to say. Imagine if you tried. You have to test on the field what the distances are and what you can do. The grip on a track, I think you know it perfectly. It can change from 1 minute to the other. I can't imagine how much the Nurburgring GP grip would be right now compared to what it is in ACC with the same temperature, rubber, etc. So that's obviously different. But If you know that at turn 3 you always go into sand, you should probably make yourself some questions, because if you go in real life, apply the same concepts before or after you go in the sand, and we already saw it so pretty precisely. That's what happened with some drivers, committing always to the same mistake, and then doing that also in real life.
Yeah, I mean, coming back to like reference points that you mentioned as well, and it's mainly about learning how the car's going to behave, isn't it? I mean, I've obviously one of the circuits that came to it recently, Alton Park, with the British GT Championship DLC, which I'm very grateful to see, because I'm a huge British GT fan, and I actually live about 9 miles from Alton Park, so I mean, everybody knows it because they never shut up about it. But it's just little things like the crest at the first corner at Alton Park. There's a big dip before the braking zone at Cascades. If you get to know that in a sim and then go out and drive it, and I know people that have done both, they've driven it in the sim when it's been a laser scan circuit, and then they've been and driven it in real life and had track days or testing or whatever else, and they've said it is the same. You do get the same, obviously different G-forces, because you don't feel that in the sim. That's something that I don't really think we're ever going to be able to get exactly right. That's not going to happen. But at the same time, it's the visual, like you say, reference points, knowing when to expect that movement from the car, when to expect the change in behaviour, and it's just a real sort of tick on the list of things that sim racing is getting right, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll stay on that bump. It is not, you don't create in my opinion, you don't create a valuable idea for the timing that you have in doing that stuff, but at least you know with a situational awareness that is very much precise. So you go into the track and know the track and know, okay, here I have to trigger a timing, in my mind, and then you can get your 3-4 laps to adapt. But yeah, it's gonna be close, and it's gonna be close fast enough. Yeah,
and you know sort of roughly what window to expect that in. You know it's coming at some point, and then it's just when you, like you say, you trigger it.
Welcome back to continued coverage in the 12 hours of Bathurst here in the season opener of the Sim Grid VCO World Cup. We say goodbye to David Christie and Connall Courtney. I'm Lewis McGlade back in the booth. Luke Rogers alongside me. A crazy race it has been so far, continuing to get crazy. Penalty being dished out to Mooney in the 777 car as well whilst been away for pit lane infringements. So it's been stacking up. Either way, we'll focus on what we're currently doing now. Hello, Luke.
No, I've had the nice job. I've been able to watch the first 8 hours. Just sat back in my chair watching it, and it's been a pretty great race. And now I get to watch the climax. Get to work on the climax. So I'm quite excited for this. I always say Bathurst never disappoints. It's just one of those tracks where it doesn't matter what kind of race, a sprint race, 12-hour race, or even if it's just like 1 or 3 hours. It's always a brilliant race, and that's what we've got again. There's been drama, there's been great overtakes, great battles, and I think we're setting up for a pretty good final few hours of this race.
I think we are. There was the 28 off down at turn 1 on the exit of Hell Corner. They've apparently disconnected. That is one of the WPS racing team. I was saying earlier they were having a great race. I disappeared for 4 hours and suddenly everything's sort of falling apart a little bit. As they were running both cars inside the top 10. In fact, the 21 car was actually battling for the race lead, and then ended up sort of the 28 has clearly had some issues. The 21 has had some issues and potentially more on its way. We'll cover those when we get to them. We look at this battle for 30th position. Also want to say a bit of a shout out as well to AK Informatica, Thrustmaster and Coach Dave Academy. A reminder to those of you that are watching that want to get involved with Coach Dave Academy, they currently have a coupon that is on for the rest of the day. So speed over there and go and get yourselves that typed in. 15% off TSG X VCO 15, and you can get yourself well, to be fair, on the grid, you can go get some coaching. That's a good start. Devon Perel, Jordan Pepper, Nick Foster, they'll guide you through what's going on, get some setups as well. Get yourself on the grid and get yourself racing. Sim Grid, Super Saturdays on next weekend, so there's plenty of racing to have happen all over the place. And to be fair, why not? There is a car off the road. Just to add to the troubles, it's one thing that we kind of noted just in that off break a little bit, was that realistically, when you consider races of this caliber, there's been a lot of mistakes today.
Yeah, usually in these kind of races, the teams in sort of the top 5 are the teams that just don't have any issues. But, we look at the teams that are right at the front, and all of them have had one. The 157, we saw that big off they had earlier in the race. Pretty much every team has had some kind of moment, whether it's getting a pit lane infringement and getting that drive-through, which luckily doesn't penalise you too much here on the mountain. It's only about 30 seconds that you lose with that drive-through. But pretty much everyone on this grid has had some kind of moment or some kind of issue during the race, and it's very surprising to see as we see a battle here between the 1 and 787 on track. This is a scary place to be behind a BMW if you're a Porsche, because the cars are pretty much the opposite. The Porsche has that high downforce, not great straight line speed, and the BMW is the other way around. So it's always scary in this kind of position here, because the Porsche wants to push, and they're going to go for the overtake. No, I thought he was going to try and go down the inside in Skyline, but thought better of it. But I think this car's going to be stuck here for a little while, because as soon as you get to that Conrod straight, that BMW is sailing off into the distance.
Cody Pride has been sat behind. I'm not sure if it's just this car, there's been a couple of others as well. Basically has been unable to make any sort of move at all. Sat behind the 787 for a while anyway. The Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car, their second car on the grid. The other one's been working its way back up after some earlier issues. But you can see there, when they've left the elbow, there's just nowhere to really close up. See the distance that the BMW M6 has pulled out over the Porsche, and that's just testament to the issues. You see over the top of the mountain, it's much, much faster. But when we get to these straights, it just doesn't have the legs to fight. By the way, that Aston Martin behind, for those of you wondering, that'll be the Clash sim racing Aston Martin, the 129. It's down in 44th place, has been down at the back end of the grid after a lot of issues throughout the day. Carlo Luciano Bedin, I'm pretty sure, was the driver that started the race in that car, and the issue sort of began with it in a little bit of a cluster towards the start. So that is not for position, it is laps even behind this group. Curious as well that I've kind of noticed this from last season, that at the end of last season's race, we had just 5 cars on the lead lap. This season, right now, considering we've still got a good 3 hours, 50 minutes left of the race, we've only got 3. So shows the pace that Dominic Bly has been running at the front of the field.
And to be honest, I think we'd only have 1 if that 157 car hadn't had the moment about halfway through the race where they got that fairly hefty damage and had to come in for an extra pit stop. They were dominant. It's the same story as last year when we were at Bathurst for the round in the first season of the World Cup, where the 157 team, the GTWR, they were dominant. Jordan Sherritt, I think, if I remember correctly, at times was over half a second faster than the rest of the field, and it's not been that much different today. But like last year, they've had an incident in the race. Last year it wasn't their fault, it was a disconnect. This time it was a badly timed change to, I think, a third-person camera that caused the incident, which is not something you see every day. But it's pretty much the same story. They're further up the grid this time, and I think they've still got a chance of the win if they can put on some demon pace for the last 4 hours. But every time we've had that team that's threatened to pull away and set the final 2 cars behind them outside of the lead lap, they've had an incident. But you have that group of sort of 5 to 10 cars at the front that have been very fast, and I wouldn't be surprised if we end with a couple more on the lead lap, as I think we're not seeing the end of the drama at the front of the field.
I think not as well. There's plenty more that will still happen over the final 4 hours of the race. We're on board there with Tauscher. Good camera angle from Mike Yarrow, our broadcast director, trying to apply pressure on the 888 car. That's Team ACR, who have had their fair share of issues today as well. See Unicorn the Love as well, trying to get out from behind the Clash Racing car behind this. They're a lap up on this group that we're currently focused on in that pink Aston Martin. I think they've got a little bit of pressure coming their way from behind. I'm not sure if that is actually for position, but either way, the BMW G2 Esports car actually is not for position. The BMW G2 Esports anyway is coming up for another lap. So what we've got here is we've brought this up, I'm sure, time and time again throughout this broadcast, and we will continue to do so, is that where you've got a battle between 2 cars, and then you've got someone lapping, and then you've got someone lapping them that is also lapping you, and then someone lapping them, and you're coming up to lap someone else. It's very complicated.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a multi-class race where one of those guys is in a GT4 and it's easy to go around. All of these people are, in theory, in machinery that are the same. So all these cars, even when you come to lap, and as you said, if there's a battle going on, they're going the same pace as you. So it's so hard to get past them if they just don't let you go. Obviously, you'd expect if you're running towards the top 5 and you're coming to lap someone outside the top 30, that either they're going to get out of the way or the pace difference could be enough that it's not going to be too difficult. But as soon as you have that battle you mentioned, or as soon as you have a third car thrown into the mix, you can lose a lot of time. But I always like to say that, when you do these 12, 24-hour races, the karma sort of balances out generally across the field, where, you might have on one lap where you get held up maybe a half a second or a second to a back marker, but the same thing is happening to the whole field. So it's not like there's one team that gets punished for it, and I think it's part of why it's kind of a fun factor in that was an interesting line for the Sidemax guys, but it's kind of a fun addition, I think. If it only affected certain drivers to a race, then I'd say, well, it's a bit unfair. But with the way endurance racing work, 12 hours, you're bound to get held up sometime. It just adds that fun dynamic, and also sometimes creates a bit of drama when the front runners get a bit over aggressive as they try to make their way through.
Certainly can. Let's grab an interview whilst we're at this part of the race, because whilst we're focused on Danny Morad, who's currently behind the wheel of the SG Stern car, we've got one of his teammates, Adam Christie, who's obviously got his fair share of real-world racing under his belt. Race has not really gone your way. Down in 43rd place. Are you at least having fun out there?
Yeah, we are now. We've had some technical issues, let's say. We at the start of the race, we were very unfortunate. Basically, on the first lap of the race, there was a bit of a tangle with some cars ahead onto Conrod Straight, and one of them just happened to bounce right back in front of us, and we had contact. So we didn't even cross the line on the first lap. We ended up straight in the pits for a 1-minute repair, and so that put us on the back foot. And then since then, we were kind of clawing our way back, and it was starting to look good. I managed to get in the car and eventually get quite comfortable. It's different to some of the other simulation platforms that I've used before, and so I've been testing during the week, and as I say, it's been a little tough getting into the groove with it, but actually I was really happy with how both of my stints went, so that all went well. And then less when Dan jumped in, I think because he hasn't used ACC with so many cars on track before, his computer just sort of went into meltdown, and he was down at like 30 frames a second, and it was pretty bad for him to drive. So he had a bit of contact with the wall, and we had to pit for repairs, and at the same time try and figure out how to decrease some of the settings just so that he could do some driving and have a smooth screen. So he's out there at the moment, and he's I think he's had a little bit of a tough time out there. It's different to what we're usually racing on other platforms, and so it hasn't been easy to say the least. But it's been fun, and now we're getting quicker as well, so we're feeling a little bit more competitive.
Just got on our screen there, Boyvin moving up into 5th position in that Honda. You're saying that obviously you've had an issue-filled race from more of a technical side of things, as well, with maybe a couple of little incidents. But you're still going. You're in 43rd place, sure, but you are still going. How's the morale in the team? Still high? Still focused? Still having fun?
It's been a little challenging at times, and unfortunately, there's been a little bit of colourful language just trying to figure out what wasn't going right. But no, like now we're just chatting to each other, and as I said, just getting in the groove and seeing what we can rescue from this race. I think, unfortunately, a podium might be out of sight right now.
Well, I mean, the thing is, though, we've obviously got a fair calendar left. We obviously head off to the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa next, and there's rounds also afterwards, of course, heading to Nurburgring and Donington and Kyalami. Is there stuff that you can still learn from this race, like being around lap traffic and stuff?
Oh, for sure. Like, just, if anything, just the technique and understanding. I felt like I struggled a little bit with understanding how much I needed to either slow down the car if I was over slowing it. I just struggled with a little bit of feel with that, and so each time we jump in the car, like this is by far the most consistent. And in fact, the 2 stints that I did was basically the first time that I've managed to do more than 10 laps without crashing the thing going over Skyline. Like, talking about baptism of fire, this place is probably the hardest place to do your ACC debut on, so it definitely, for Daniel and I, it hasn't been easy, but the other guys in the team, Fabi's been really quick and.
Oh, sorry. We have just seen a huge crash. That was the John Lacey Esports Academy Cup car. Not quite sure what happened. We'll queue up a replay and I'll let you finish your point. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, Fabi and Mitchy were really quick and managed to double stint tyres at the start of the race. Unfortunately, we suffered with a puncture. The guys are like, "You ready to go on?" I was like, "No, I'm just going to go to the bathroom." They're like, "Too late. We've had a puncture," and so we managed to drag it into the pits. It happened going into the very third sector. So basically, I jumped in and did my 2 hours. Oh, Dan, sorry, just watching Dan stream. He just avoided that stranded BMW on the start line too.
Yeah, we'll try and find out what's been going on with that. Best of luck. We'll let you get back to your squad.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
No worries. Adam Christie joining us there for an interview. What has happened to the John Lacey Esports Academy Cup car? There was contact coming out of Murray's. Not 100% sure who with. And it is still, I think it's got going again now. But it was sat there for quite a while.
Yeah, I didn't know the stewards were going to add new chicane to the track.
Yeah.
But we got one in the shape of a BMW that was there for a very long time. And I'm quite glad that we didn't see another incident because, that is one of the worst ways to go out in a race. When you come around a corner completely oblivious to where it is. But at least there, it's just outside of a second gear corner. So, you're not coming in too fast. It's not one of those corners like on the mountain where you come around a corner in fourth, fifth gear. Suddenly there's a car sideways and you can't do anything about it. Everyone was really able to avoid them, but I'd be intrigued to see what happens because I think the one car tried to go down there inside, but here we go, we'll see it now. It's the one Porsche just gets in, and I think the BMW didn't see them as they start to drift across the track and just hook themselves on the nose of the Porsche. I don't think the Porsche really did anything wrong there. It kind of felt like to me maybe the BMW wasn't aware they were there.
I mean, I'm not sure if they knew they were there or whatever, but the Porsche sort of comes off the corner and is giving a car width, which is fine. Oh. That's a bit silly. But the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car just basically comes out of the corner and starts moving over to the left-hand side. That's where contact is made. So at least from my view, from that angle, it's very much on the BMW. Maybe just sort of not really understanding everything that was going on. It was a busy moment on the circuit. There were a lot of cars at the front, a lot of cars behind. It's sort of blue flags left, right and centre, and you're not sure who you're giving up time to and what you're doing with here, there and everywhere, and it's pretty tricky. But for mine, you'll get another view of it here, coming out of the final corner at Murray's, comes off the curb, so he's moving to the left.
Yeah, I think he's trying to tuck himself behind the Aston Martin and get a little bit of that slipstream, which, to be honest, the BMW doesn't really need with the straight line speed it has. But I think he was just trying to tuck himself behind and really didn't notice the Porsche. Obviously, the Porsche is better through corners than that BMW, so I think perhaps they weren't necessarily expecting it to get such a run, and it was really just unfortunate timing. So it's very unfortunate, mostly for the John Lacey Esports guys, but also there's going to be some damage on that Porsche now. So hopefully it's not too much. I don't think they hit the wall too hard. It was on the bit on the left side. Maybe there's a bit of a steering issue, but we'll see here that I think here he's looking through his front window. He's not looking in his mirror at all. And unfortunately, when you don't do that, those kind of incidents happen. Sometimes it feels like you need two sets of eyes. Sometimes in racing, where you want to be looking backwards and forwards at the same time. But you do get prompts in the game. We do have that. The sort of the map that appears when there's a driver getting alongside you, so there's not really any excuse for it, as you probably also should have the spotter. As we see another incident for the John Lacey Esports Cup drivers, the 787 car's having a nightmare few laps here as he gets spun around up on the mountain, and that's going to be even more damage. Yeah, it's just coming up through Reed Park and just before they get into Frog Hollow, and obviously an incident there being spun out. We'll try and grab replays of that. We'll focus on this battle at least for the moment, because BMW G2 Esports under an awful lot of pressure from the 777 and Sim Racing Masterclass, who are working their way forward. Gregor Schill has looked to struggle a little bit the last few laps. The 416 of Boivin got ahead and pulled away quite comfortably, lapping around about 1.5 seconds faster than the 62 we're currently focused on. So plenty more speed in the car. Not sure if these double stint tyres or something like that, but the G2 Esports car, we know that this is the car
that runs the furthest in a stint. They run 75 minutes basically on the dot. They push it as far as they possibly can. But there does seem to be something ever so slightly off with this car at the moment, because they're losing pace that we haven't seen before today.
Yeah, I've always sort of considered that the BMW gains a lot of its pace not through lap time, which sounds weird when you think, well, lap time is how you're fast. But, really it's good on fuel management. When the conditions are a bit weird, when there's not much grip on the track, when it's raining, the car really excels. And it's also really raceable. It's got the straight line speed that enables it to overtake and enables it to defend really well, as we're going to see a BMW screwing up that defence and getting into the wall. As I think the Aston Martin behind tried to go too wide through Reed Park, which is not an easy thing to do. But it's a car that its single lap pace is not what makes it good for racing. It's everything else it has, and that's why I think a lot of people struggle to drive it at a fast pace. But also, these guys from the BMW G2 Esports team, they've got it figured out, and that's why you see them, in a car that they won't necessarily qualify well because the single lap performance of the car's not there. But in a race, when they're one of the few cars that can easily make overtakes on most of the field, and can also run that a bit extra, and also when you get those weird conditions, the car excels as well. All those things come into their favour, and that's why we see them so consistently in that top 10 and top 5.
On board with the Aston Martin that was in behind, there was the contact just coming through Reed Park onto the back end of that BMW. A little bit careless. Obviously, there was a bit of an apex miss there from the BMW, which was not very helpful, but the contact came from the way of the Aston Martin, I feel. Either way, bit of a note onto these two anyway, is that the BMW is on considerably older tyres than the 777 behind. At the moment, we're expecting the BMW to run a 36-lap stint from what I am seeing. They did run one 31 laps in, but I think that was the shortest stint earlier on from Niels Nijholt. They'll be running 36 laps. They're currently on their 33rd lap of the stint, so we're expecting them to go another 3 laps. Mooney behind is on much fresher tyres in comparison, so that's the expectation. So there's the reasoning to why that car's fast. Obviously, tyres at this point in the day, if we think about a few hours ago, in the earlier hours of the morning, at that point it's fine. You can run tyres, your tyres will get as fast towards the end of the stint. Obviously, you burn off some of that fuel, you've still got the grip, you've still got the pace in the tyre to start attacking. Fine, great, cool. This point in the race, it is 37 degrees track temperature. That track is getting fairly toasty, and these tyres, when they come towards the end of a 30-odd lap stint, and you think about 33 laps around here, that's upwards of an hour and 10 minutes nearly. These tyres are very much worn, so it's kind of expected to see this pace drop off. Currently running roughly around 203s, when other people are running sort of 201s, 202s at this point. So obviously struggling for speed.
Yeah, part of that will be the cars, because in terms of your grip in corners, it depends on the way your car is set up about what you maximise. Some cars will favour the mechanical grip and use that to generate pace through the corners. Some will favour more towards the downforce, especially the lighter cars. As a lot of the mid-engine ones happen to be those lighter cars. So you tend to see when you get those hotter temperatures that the BMWs, maybe the Bentleys and the Mercedes, and to some extent the Aston Martins will drop off a little bit in pace. And then you see the sort of rise of the Ferraris, the McLarens, the Audis, who just seem to be able to hold on to that lap time a little bit longer as the temperature does go up. But you also have that added sort of downside of the fact that those cars generally are quite harsh on their tyres because they're a little bit faster through corners. So they're putting a lot more wear and tear into the tyres. And when that happens in these high temperatures, towards the end of your stints, you should see the bigger, sort of slower in the corner cars come back towards the front in terms of pace. That was a nice overtake there by James Baldwin. He's making his way back up. It's not been their race really. They've been beset with incidents that mostly weren't their fault, and trying to just salvage what they can, because we have to remember that this is a championship. It's not about one race. It's not some one-off event with money on the line just for this event. You can make money from this, from one race if you win it, if you get the best overtakes in Split 2. But at the end of the day, the big bucks are in that championship. So if you're one of those teams that's had those big incidents, trying to salvage what you can, maybe sneak into the top 20 by just, for the rest of the race, keeping it clean and just, overtaking those people that have incidents. That's your way to at least salvaging some points. This does really favour podiums in the point system we have. But at the end of the day, you're still getting more points if you make more positions up.
Yeah, the prize pool of the VCO World Cup, $20,000 for split one. So a very, very hefty prize pool that they're all playing for. But of course, most of that comes from netting yourself a championship. And that is the main goal here over the next 5 months when we head around the world. So realistically, mistakes in round one. I said before, right at the start of the broadcast, that it's going to be a hard run through the calendar. We've got 5 races, obviously the first one being ticked off here. You've got to keep mistakes and issues to a minimum, and for a lot of the drivers out there today, mistakes and issues have not been kept to a minimum. Of course, with James Baldwin was involved in an incident earlier with, I'm pretty sure it was a John Lacey Esports Academy car, right in the first sort of half an hour of the race, going up towards Griffin's Bend. Look at this racing. Oh my goodness me. AAA Esports looking to the inside of Grip Apps Engineering, gets the move done through McPhillamy, had it to the inside and committed through, and then got up the position before they got to Skyline. Whoa! Now that is unbelievably brave. That is insane. We do not see many moves across the top of the mountain, but AAA Esports are wasting absolutely no time right now and decided that that was their best opportunity to take advantage of the situation, moving their way up to 12th position. You've got one of the WPS sim racing cars. That's the one that's down the order, way down the order. It's the one that disconnected a little bit earlier on, the number 28. So effectively unlapping themselves on this group is that Audi coming through the field. Hearing that we're already starting this pit stop sequence. So some drivers coming in for what could be third to last stop, fourth to last stop. I'm not going to do any math because there's one thing that I've been taught in my short career as a commentator is to never trust a commentator's mathematics because I'm not very good at it. At least I'm not.
Yeah, for a lot of cars, if they're pitting now, then it's going to be very difficult to do it on... it'll be 2 more stops after this one, right? It'll be 2 hours 20 and then 1 hour 10 if you do 70-minute stints. So it'll be 2 stops left. But I think a lot of those cars are going to struggle. You know, we have seen a lot of this... a lot of the field sort of do 65 minutes, you know, straying up to about 75 in these cars that can really push the fuel length. But it's not easy to do it on 2 more stops right now. And I wonder if some of those guys are going to do a splash at the end.
I kind of wonder...
It'll be 3 stops now, so 2 stops after this one, yes.
Yeah, I'd wonder though, because obviously we've got 9 sets of tyres across the event, right? And that's the big question I feel here, is that with only 9 sets of tyres, some of the teams out here, we don't know quite which ones. Some teams have double stinted, some teams have double stinted maybe even a couple of times, which means that some of the drivers out there are going to come towards the end of the race and realise that we've got a bit of an issue here when it comes to those tyres, and that's going to be really, really tricky because it's just going to be the last parts of the race just going to be very, very tricky for the cars. I'm not so sure that everyone is going to be in a good position.
Yeah, if you can make the fuel work, you can make it on 3 stops, including the stop you're doing now. But we've seen a lot of the teams not being able to make it work on the fuel. You know, I think a great car, an example of that is the Ferrari. That it really struggles on that long fuel because it has a smaller fuel tank compared to a lot of the other cars. So most of these drivers are either going to have to try and eke this. You know, if they can put maybe 15 more minutes on this stint, then they're going to be okay. But if you're having to pit now, unless you're in something like a Bentley or a BMW, you're not making it on 3 stops. You're going to have to make that splash and dash. And yes, you can, you know, maybe split it up. If you've got those double stints, you know, you do shorter stints at the end. As we're alluding to, a nice overtake there by Mooney. I think actually Shill sort of let him through there because he lost a lot of time on the exit. But yeah, Shill's about to come into the pits. That would be why it's pointless battling here, because especially if that Bentley gets to your inside, suddenly you can't come into the pit lane.
I was wondering though, I get that. I get, you know, letting them through to, you know, not fight position. did give up a lot of time though there, which was a little bit odd because you'd want to be right on the back of the Bentley coming out of the chase and then basically sit there and then dive into pit lane, obviously making sure not to cut the line, but did give up an awful lot of time. So yeah, interesting one there. Anyway, currently focused on the number 32 GTWR Racing Team, their third car on the back of Griphax Engineering. Chris Harteveld, who in qualifying was the driver who qualified this car, got up into the top 10 shootout. It was actually in Q1. It was a GTWR 123. This car was actually qualified in second place coming through Q1. But then when it came to the shootout, made a mistake coming down from the S's and had an enormous crash. And I'm pretty sure it was you who said he's lucky that it's a sim and not real life, because if it was real life, well, I mean, to be fair, that car would be written off for the race, and he'd probably be in hospital racing because it was, it'd be a pretty harsh crash.
But those kind of incidents in real life mean you don't race. So that's the sort of the. Yes, some people think it's a good thing. I personally think it's a good thing. Some people think it's a bad thing of sim racing, where there's obviously the less consequences for those big incidents, and they're able to just go back to the pits, get a new car, and move on. But he still made it to the top 10. It was still a pretty great performance from him, at least in Q1. It was a really nice lap time. But I think what we're seeing with these Ferraris is that you have that fuel that we were speaking about, where they have only 110 litres in their tank compared to most cars having 120, and then the Bentley having even more. That really hampers your ability to play around with the strategy, and especially with a 75-minute stint timer. Yes, you have that single lap pace that this car is pretty good at in most tracks, but when you're trying to eke out the fuel and trying to make those longer stints work, it really suffers. And I like that. I think that's really how it should be in these kind of championships. You have those cars that are good at different things. We've got the single lap pace of the Ferraris, of the Audis. We've got the raceability of things like BMW and the NSX at tracks like this, which are just great in a straight line, great at overtaking. You've got the Bentleys, it's an incredibly secure platform to drive on. It might not have the pure single lap pace that something like Ferrari does, but it's safe, it's secure. Same with the Aston Martin. They're those kind of platforms that you have less mistakes in, because it's harder to make the mistakes in the car, and the car will protect you a little bit more. And that's why we see the slow creeping up of these Astons, which I'm surprised we've not got more Astons in the top 10. We've only got one at the minute in 10th place. I was expecting a few more, but we have seen those Astons, the Mercedes, the Bentleys, and obviously the Honda NSX being the big one of these cars that maybe don't have the single lap performance moving up the leaderboard as we progress through this race, as issues happen to those cars that are maybe a bit more unstable. But it's such a nice thing to have in sim racing, and with the fact that it comes from GT World Challenge and Intercontinental GT Challenge, which I always forget how to say. We take that balance of performance, apply it to the sim, and it works brilliantly. And that's why we have these races at Bathurst that are always just so dramatic, because you don't know who's going to win.
Which car would you take?
I do love the Bentley. It's one of my favourite cars to drive. Same with the Lexus. That thing I have a love with. I use the Coach Dave Academy setups on the Lexus, and that thing's a rocket ship. Obviously, the James Parker, our resident analyst, drives that car quite a lot, so I get a lot of his sort of insights in the way the car's set up, which helps it get fast. But I do love racing British cars. I'm a bit of a nationalist when it comes to driving cars, so I do love taking the Bentley, and it's a great thing to drive around here.
Yeah, I'd want to be. I don't care what it is, like brand wise, whether it's an Audi, a Merc, an Aston, a Bentley, or whatever. Don't really care, as long as it is stable, because stability is the key. I did a race at Bathurst a good month ago, and we took the BMW M4 GT3 prototype, which the reason we picked it was between that or the Audi, and the reason we picked that, obviously this is elsewhere in sim racing, the reason we picked that car was because it was way more stable. The Audi was faster, and it was faster over not just the qualifying, it was faster over the race, and you could really make it work. But the thing is you're basically tickling the walls all the time, because you know that if you go through McPhillamy ever so slightly wrong, you're off, you're gone. There's no sort of margin for error, whereas you pick a car, by the sounds of it, you pick a car like an Aston in this sense, or even a Bentley, you've got a little bit more of a margin for error. You've got a little bit of breathing room when it comes to those walls, and you can kind of take it a bit easier, a bit more of a sort of a step-by-step nature. So I kind of get that mentality that, especially over a race like this, there's a Bentley off in the background, by the way. So that's 777 going for a little bit of a run through the gravel traffic.
Definitely agree.
Yeah, I would want the most comfortable car possible.
But then on the flip side, when you get to this kind of standards, when you have the best drivers in Assetto Corsa Competizione all in a field together, those drivers that can make it work in those cars that are quote unquote less stable, like an Audi. We know that the Audi in single lap is the best car here. That's a that's a fact. It's the best car here in one lap pace. But it is a car that is infamous at this track for being extremely hard to drive. I was talking about it in qualifying. But we go back to season 1 of the World Cup and we look at what happened to all the Audis that qualified in the top 10 and how every single one of them either had a crash or had issues during the race that caused them to get pushed back, which we saw eventually it was Aston Martins, there was a couple of Ferraris at the front. 62's just had an incident somewhere, I'm not sure where, but I think we're going to get an update soon, but it's up on the mountain somewhere and it's a bit of hefty damage. That car does not look healthy right now.
Arthur Camera behind the wheel at the moment, of course, for BMW Team G2 Esports. Definitely know that Niels Nyox will not be happy with that. We had him in for an interview in the middle 4 hours of the race. Will not be happy with that at all. Coming out of Reed Park into Frog Hollow, down that kind of area of the circuit. Curious to see what has happened. We'll be trying to queue up something on that, but it's such a fast part of the circuit. The thing is, with all the walls at this part, obviously there are people that have different opinions on what's the hardest part of the track. Some people say here, some people say McPhillamy and Skyline coming down from the S's into Dipper. I mean, to be fair, you can just put a blanket over the entire thing and be like, that's the hardest part of the track, because it's all really difficult. For me, it's Forest Elbow, but for some people, it's that bit, because the walls are so close that if you make if you make a mistake, if you have an incident, you bounce from one wall to another. And it's at such high speed that you're as near as making a difference right off the cut.
Yeah, the great thing about this track that I love is that you sort of have 4 different areas of the track that test different skills. You've got the 2 main straights which test your braking ability mostly in those heavy braking zones, but also your overtaking. And then you have that section from Griffins all the way up to Reed Park and the Frog Hollow, which tests your precision, because you have to get right towards each side of the wall without touching it, because as you said, you start pinballing if that happens. You then get to Sulman Park and McPhillamy Park and Skyline, which is all about confidence. That is really the only thing you need there. If you can believe in your car enough to really just send it through there, you can gain so much lap time. And then you have that area coming downhill, which is all about your ability to gain traction out of the Dipper, out of Forest Elbow. So there's these 4 different areas of the track that all test those different things. And for me, personally, my precision is the thing I struggle with most. I think what we're going to see here is a bit of understeer from cold tyres. He's going to clip that right side wall, spin his car around, and that is going to be some hefty front-end damage. Luckily for him, it doesn't look like he gets collected. So I don't think he's going to have too much damage, but that's going to be a fair repair job and a lot of lap time lost.
I think he clipped his right, because there's a bit of a curb on the inside there, and I think he might have just clipped his rear right tyre awkwardly on that curb, and it just basically just picked up the rear and just spun it around, because the rear snapped quite viciously on that car. Arthur Camera then will be dropping down the order, and we'll see if he can raise up there. They're still going to be the highest BMW. We'll get on to why that's important a little bit later on when it comes to their manufacturers and stuff closing in on the latter part of the race. Currently, though, we're focused on this battle for second place. Nicholas Albaledo Camins currently in second position. Odox Motorsport right up at the thick end of things in the 1-2-1 car, but they are coming under increasing pressure from our reigning champions GTWR. Tobias Pfeffer, the young man, 15 years of age, the German, now applying pressure and driving very, very maturely. We saw him drive very well on Thursday night, grabbing pole position here in the darkness. Realistically, it was very, very dark into the rising sun, but has driven very, very well today, and continuing that form, closing in on second place. Is the win out of reach? Who knows? At the moment, of course, the 111 of DD1 Triton Racing are incredibly strong at the moment and in a very good position. But with 3 hours and 18 minutes to go, there's a whole number of things that can happen, which will open the door for anyone to take advantage. About not making mistakes, especially not at this point in the race. Spoke before about how you can make mistakes effectively. You can make mistakes earlier on in the race, which we have seen from the GTWR car. Saw coming through the dipper, there was a mistake there. Then coming into pit lane, got a drive-through penalty for a pit lane infringement as well for good measure. Jordan Sherritt behind the wheel of that one. And then obviously a couple of other issues outside, bits and bobs here and there, thrown off sequence. The thing is, if you make those mistakes early on, you have the time to bounce back from it. If you make a mistake now, if you get a drive-through penalty now, a stop and hold now, a crash now, coming back from it is almost an impossible task.
Yeah, and talking of impossible, the 38 car's just got a drive through. That is going to be something that is going to push them far back in pit lane infringement. So they've just come into the pits, and they're now going to have to come straight back in from P40 to P16, and now they've got a drive through. It's not going to drop them too far down. I think they only drop a couple positions, but they're going to be a little bit annoyed by that. But still, it's a pretty good race by them. But we've returned back to the top, and we're saying, do we think the 157 can make it? Well, they've got over 3 hours left, and it's only a 60-second gap. I say only; it's a fairly hefty gap. But when you break that down to 20 seconds an hour, and you break that down to you've got what 60 minutes. You've got 30 laps roughly every hour. Yeah, I think it's actually about 29 laps an hour that you do. If you think about that, then realistically, you could do that. If you're half a second faster over those laps, you can make that gap up over the rest of this race. And that's the kind of pace they've been setting. Look now, Pfeffer's just under 2 minute 2.4, and at the front we've got 2 minute 3.7. And realistically, last stint, the 157 car spent pretty much the entire stint in the 2 minute ones. And the only other car on the grid that's doing that is the Honda, down in 5th place, the 416 car. So realistically, there is a chance here for Tobias Pfeffer and the rest of his team in the GTWR car, the number 157 in 3rd place. If they can quickly get past the 121 right in front of them, they've got a chance still.
Yeah, to carry on your point that you were making earlier about the Audi being quite difficult to drive, I did actually have a little bit of a chat with Jordan Sherritt between stints and saying that the Audi that they've got is incredibly difficult to drive. Of course it would be, having set up in the way that we're seeing. We're seeing Rotronic E-Racing making a move on the number 11 Griphax engineering car, and that's just causing chaos behind us. Team ACR and McLaren Shadow. I don't know if that's for position or not, but either way, they are exchanging whatever they have on circuit at the moment as they run up towards Griffin's Bend. It is not for position. There's a lap between them, so they're just going to try and sort themselves out coming into the second corner on the circuit. But either way, Marcus Peltonen losing a position there at tail corner at T1. Obviously, you can see how much time it's cost him. A lot of damage on the front end of that car. I wonder how much slower it is in a straight line. They were running up in the top 10 earlier on in the race, to be fair, not even a couple of hours ago, realistically, probably even an hour ago. Obviously, some issues have fell the way of that car. You can see there's damage on the front end. That's going to be costing them a lot.
Yeah, sometimes that cosmetic damage in the front is mostly cosmetic, but I think you can see in the way it's driving that car just doesn't quite have the front end speed. I'm not sure what happened to it. I don't think we have seen the replay of that yet, but you can really see with those cars behind about how easily they're catching in the corners. You'd expect a McLaren to be able to catch through the mountain, but not at the pace it is right now. So it's going to be both annoying for those two cars behind, but also for the 15 car, the 15th place number 11 car. If they do have to just keep going for a while with this damage, they're going to be in such an awful place by the end of it, because if you're losing half a second per lap over a stint, looking at about 26 laps per stint, you're losing normally about 15 seconds to the guys around you, and that's sort of pending the extra lap times the guys around are doing. If they're pushing on their stints, you could lose closer to 30 seconds.
Yeah, very easy to do. By the way, just as a note, Carpaccia has been into the pit lane for Yazhi. That was a few laps ago, so dropped down to 10th place. Of course, their recovery back up the order after very, very early issues from Statsenko through this section of the circuit with the car switching off. They are back going, of course, and still working their way back up the order, and plenty of pace in the tank. Of course, a very strong team is Yazhi, caught up with them before the start of the race and feeling fairly confident with things, but maybe not necessarily targeting this race with 100% efficiency. And obviously they've practiced, they've come into it as best they can, but more focused later on in the season. We'll see how that unfolds for the McLaren of Yaz Heat. Running down through the hill out of Forest Elbow, this battle continues for second position. Tobias Pfeffer for GTWR Racing Teams First car, our defending series champions, currently on the back end and trying to move their way up into second position. It's going to have to be a bit of a send on Odox Motorsport. He is right there. He's going to try and go around the outside of the chase. It is Audi versus Audi, and he is committed on the brakes, makes it stick, makes the apex, and away he goes up into second position. Fantastic display between the two. And Abelardo Kamins drops down into third. Tobias Pfeffer up into second position. Now he sets his sights on the one car ahead of him, the 111 car of DV1 Triton. Fantastic move though, and with the pace on this car, let's not rule it out with 3 hours and 13 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was pretty much textbook in terms of Bathurst overtakes. He got to the outside in the chase. He used that sort of camber in the road to allow him to get good exit speed, and there I think the 121 car sort of accepted that they'd lost. You know, they accepted they were going to lose the position and didn't really try to fight it on the corner exit as well. So moving up to second, and crucially, they did it fast. You know, they only lost about half a second once they caught up to the 121 and got that overtake done. So it's not harmed their sort of gap to the car in front, the leader in that Bentley. So there's a real opportunity here, I think, for Pfeffer to bring this back for them and get them at least close. You know, they can at least put pressure on, because once they get sort of within 30 seconds, and you know, once they start really closing that gap in and reeling the 111 Bentley in, then the pressure ramps up on that team. Then they start to think, actually, are they going to catch us? And once the driver in the car isn't just thinking about driving and is thinking, you know, what kind of pace do I need to set? Am I going fast enough? Is the driver behind me too fast? That's when they make mistakes. That's when the 111 car could have an incident of their own and hand the win to the 157.
Did a second drive-through penalty appear just then for King? I wonder if I'm pretty sure my eyes were deceiving me.
So
yeah, I was going to say I'm pretty sure that it was just coming in. It is a second one. There we go. Being told it was. Oh, we're being told that there was two drive-throughs for pit lane infringements. One was for the entrance, one was for the exit as well. So from bad to worse, that is unfortunate. And obviously, sim racing and motorsport 101 is don't get a penalty whilst you're serving a penalty. So we'll keep our fingers crossed. There was the second drive-through for the 38. Did wonder if my eyes were deceiving me there. Either way, just wanted to point out as well, as my phone alarm goes off, fantastic, that Peltonen in the 11 Mercedes has been into the pit lane. So I wonder if that was damage that was fairly recent on that car, came into the pit lane to serve that one anyway. This battle for 10th position, Kapotja defending from the AAA Esports of Lecom as well. So harsh battles for 10th place and up and down the order. Considering we've been going for 9 hours, it's pretty impressive that we've got battles up and down the order this many. You'd normally expect at this point in a 12-hour race to sort of have, you know, a couple of battles here and there. We've got quite a few, considering the one we've just seen for second place. We've got this one, we've got one a little bit further back as well, and then plenty more behind. Everyone has their fair battle to fight here at Bathurst, and this is kind of where when racing, I find people racing at this point in the race is actually harder, because you've gone for so long in the race that you're very aware of all of the work that's been put in throughout that entire run over the last 9 hours, that it's just about it's hard.
Yeah, my first ever endurance race I had, we were at Imola, driving my favoured Bentley, and 7 hours in was when my first stint was. So I was the slowest driver in our team, and I'd accepted that. And my stint in my head, all it was to just, King's got another drive too. Oh no. I'm trying to tell a story, King, please. But so the two faster drivers have done all their stints, and then I get in the car and it immediately starts raining 5 minutes into my stint, and suddenly I'm driving on a track. I've never driven Imola in the rain before this. I'm on dry tyres on a wet track, and it just went very badly wrong across that stint. I had like 3 spins, and the way you feel when you feel like you've ruined it for your teammates because you've had those spins. I mean, we still came over the top 10, but we could have won the race. You know, the sort of emotions you feel from that is so it's painful. I think it's the only way to describe it. It's about as painful as watching King get 3 drive-throughs in 2 laps. But you know, it's just one of those experiences you don't want. And because of that, when you're in the car, you know, when you're driving, you have that in your head at this point in the race. You know, 9 hours into a 12-hour race, in your head when you're driving, it's do not screw it up, do not screw it up, do not screw it up. And if you can't get that out of your head, you will at some point screw it up.
What did I just say though? It was a sim racing and motorsport 101. Do not get a penalty while serving a penalty. And what happened there? Got a penalty while serving a penalty. Another one. Also a penalty dished out to the 28 WPS Racing team car, which is way down the order. It's down in about 42nd position. This, by the way, is now a three-way fight. And we do want to grab Eamon Murphy, who's sat in the interview booth. We're going to see this one unfold as best we can. There is an Aston Martin in the middle of this, the Cybax Motorworks car, which is being dived there a little bit by Capoccia. But you've got the BMW ahead of this, and that is Arthur Camera. You've got Capoccia, and you've got the AAA Esports car behind. Let's grab Eamon Murphy whilst they're going over the mountain and see what's been going on with the squad, because we're watching this three-way fight with Yaz Heat, AAA and G2 Esports as well at the front. Eamon Murphy in the booth with us. Talk us through how your race has been. Obviously, it's been a bit of a tale of recovery after early issues, but seems to be going fairly well.
Yeah, I think I've recovered pretty well. You know, it was a bit of a shock to the system whenever Misha's wheel started malfunctioning, but it is what it is, and we've kind of tried to keep it as clean as possible for the rest of the race. So, you know, I think our last stint will just be a quick splash and dash. So, you know, where we are at the minute, it is probably where we're going to be fighting. So, yeah.
Considering the battle that we're seeing on screen at the moment, I don't know if you can catch what's going on. We're about to see your car being overtaken by AAA Esports. They're going to fight it quite hard into the chase, and also trying to make a move on G2 Esports and up and over the curbs. AAA going to be trying to make that move. Watching this battle unfold, a three-way fight 9 hours into a 12-hour race is pretty intense. Whilst watching this and whilst discussing things with your team, there is contact there, and AAA Esports go wide and go for a little bit of a half spin. The little bit of panic whilst watching all of this stuff unfold. Obviously, it's very much out of your hands at the moment. You're just here to watch.
To be honest, yeah. I don't think that should have happened in the first place. Tauscher in the 211 wouldn't let us pass there for 4 laps under blue flags. But yeah, that's just unfortunate what happened there. And we'll see what the stewards think about that.
Yeah, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that nothing bad comes of it, because at the moment, for you running quite well. You said there a wheel issue.
Yeah, so
of course.
For some reason, randomly, whenever he was upshifting, the wheel would turn the ignition off. So the car just stops, and then he had to stop on the track to restart to get the car going again. So then I had to jump in for the really, like, I wasn't supposed to be on for 2.5 hours after Misha, but I had to jump straight in then so that he could go and try and get the wheel problem fixed. So it's put us in the back foot a little, but I think we recovered pretty well.
So it was ignition, and that answers that question. Did it happen more than once then? Because we saw obviously the main one come through Reed Park and then into McPhillamy. That was one where it came to a complete stop. Did it happen again after that point, or was it just the one major time?
It did indeed. It happened again on the way into turn 1, like 4 laps later. So then at the end of that lap, Misha boxed, and then I took over. So I think he changed out the actual rim, so it must be an issue with the rim itself, and he didn't have another problem again. Just unfortunate.
Yes, it's kind of one of those things. Obviously, you're bouncing back very, very well at the moment, currently running in the 10th spot and attacking for 9th. I'll let you get back to your team, and best of luck.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
No worries. Right, Eamon Murphy then, back to his team for Yaz Heat. Well, probably brought him in at literally the worst possible time getting involved with an incident with AAA Esports. We'll take a look back at that one. We'll see, though, if he can make a move. Andrea Capoccia up towards Griffin's Bend. No way through, going to stay in 10th place. Arthur Camera part of that. It does look like this three-way fight is coming back together again, though, because AAA Esports are closing and are probably quite frustrated right now.
Yeah, the 149's now in the pretty much the worst position you can be in, stuck behind a BMW. That's already pretty rapid, but that thing is going to be so hard to pass. Really, I think they might have to try and find a way past on the mountain, to be honest, because it's so difficult to get something done The only other opportunities are on those corners on either side of the pit straight, because you gain all your time through here. As you see, he's going to go up the inside of McPhillamy. He's going to do what I was hoping he would. He gets side by side. Can he get the move done in Skyline? I think it's going to get done. And actually, the Aston follows him through. Camera gets out the way, but he loses 2 positions in the process. That was a nice move from the 149 Heat car.
Yeah, there's damage on the front end of that G2 Esports car. I'm not sure how bad it is. Obviously, we wonder. They did come in to repair it, so I think it might just be more of a visual thing rather than an actual. Either way, what a move it was from Capoccia. That'll be the kind of move that Eamon Murphy was channeling. But now has to look in his rear view mirror as a look at that AAA Esports are right over the back end. They're going to get to the inside through the fastest corner in Australian motorsport, and they'll ping it over this asphalt on the left-hand side of the road, and then heavy stuff on the brakes, and there's contact between the two. Second time, and AAA Esports cutting across the inside. We'll take a look back at that one, because what has been going on there? AAA Esports drop back behind G2 Esports as well. Yellow flags over the top of the mountain for good measure in all of this scenario. And it is 111. It is 111 that's had an incident down at the Dipper. Drama happening here, closing in on 9 hours complete, 3 hours to go in the 12 hours of Bathurst. Mike Yao, our broadcast director, will be queuing up replays galore, because this has been a crazy last couple of laps.
I was saying that the 157 GTWR car had to get within 20-30 seconds to put the pressure on for a mistake on that 111 Bentley, but they didn't even need to get within a minute. And the incident happens. It doesn't look like they've lost too much time, but it's enough, I think, to do some damage. You've got another car, the 129 there off up in, it's not McPhillamy? No, it's Sunwin Park. That's a dangerous area. But yeah, they lost 22 seconds that lap, our leaders, in the 111 Bentley. So that pushed the gap to 40 seconds to the GTWR 157 car. Not a pit stop clear anymore. The 129's off track as well in Sunwin Park, and that's a really dangerous place to be off.
Yeah, still stationary. Now gets moving once let the cars through. That's Clash Sim Racing, who have got back going again. We're just coming up to that section of the race circuit where he was off. It was just here, so obviously a huge crash. I wonder if he went over to the left-hand side and maybe got out of the way and was just causing the yellow flags. And that's what we'll hope, and potentially wasn't just in the middle of the road, because yeah, with the pressure of the cars coming through, because obviously the group ahead of this being that three-way fight between Capoccia, Lecom, and Camera. Let's have a look at this one again. See, I'm not sure how I view that, because
Camera comes across for me.
I
think we need a behind camera. That's what if we can get a shot from behind the McLaren, I think we'll be able to jump in. But
I think an onboard.
I'm being told off for asking for a chase cam, because it's never good looking. An onboard as well would be great, because it kind of feels like both the McLaren to me came across, but it didn't feel like they came across too much.
No.
So I wonder if their Aston started drifting left as the McLaren came right. And
the really important thing will be dependent on how much, if the McLaren was moving back over to the right hand side, is how much space was given and how much there is to the white line. We're riding on board with Capoccia, and for me, I'm kind of feeling that he may have moved a little bit too much to the right. I think he was trying to get back in behind the Aston.
Yeah, I think the Aston is sort of aiming for the apex of the corner.
Right.
Maybe thinking the McLaren would concede and sort of comes left as the McLaren goes right, and then when two cars next to each other go opposite directions, it tends to result in a bad incident. Yeah, and Jardia is saying that it's on them on his stream, so it does feel like to me that the Capoccia moved over a little bit, and sort of as the Aston tried to take the corner tried to sort of line it up in the braking zone. I think that's going to be a reasonably sized penalty coming their way.
See, I'm not 100% sure it'll be too bad, because if we look at it as a whole, Capoccia actually, if you look on the timesheet, Capoccia has let Lecom back through. So I'm assuming that has been with a gentleman's agreement. Obviously, that does not evade you of a penalty. You can still get a penalty, but I kind of get the feeling that from that incident, because it wasn't too bad, I wonder if it would have been like only a 10-second time penalty, so there may be a fairly reduced penalty. Let's have a look at what happened to our race leaders, DV1 Triton. So there's a car spinning. That is the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car. There's a huge bit of contact, and they get spun around. To be fair, whilst, yes, they have lost an awful lot of time. Look at everyone darting and ducking around. That was one of the GTWR cars. I don't think that car was hit particularly hard. They lost a good 15, 20, was it 22 seconds you said it was? They lost a lot of time. I don't think the contact on the rear left wasn't particularly harsh. I don't think they've got much damage from that. I think they're fine. They just lost a lot of time.
Yeah, there were a few cars a little bit further back that I think took the brunt of the damage from that incident, but getting stuck in an Austin Powers moment there in the bottom of the dipper is that's a lot of time lost. That's the only way to put it. They lose a lot of time. We can see that gap in the top left now. It's only 41 seconds to Tobias Pfeffer in the GTWR car, but that John AC Esports Cup car is really struggling right now. They've had I think 3 or 4 spins in the last 20 minutes or so, and unfortunately for them this time they got collected by a fair few cars. There's a lot of cars with a lot of damage on the track right now. I think there was 2 Aston Martins and something else that was involved in that little pile-up, but it's so unfortunate for the 111 car. You know, I say about the sort of traffic karma, sometimes you get incident karma as well across 12-hour races. Both cars now are having a moment of sorts, and that's going to put it now with that sort of 40-second gap, 3 hours to go. I think it's all up in the air for the race win.
Yeah, you don't want to be cost any sort of time, let alone 20 seconds when you're leading the race. Obviously on your screen there you can see incident between car 720 and 154. 720 being Carbon Sim Sport and 154 being the 5th GTWR racing team car. Drive-through penalty for car 154. Look at how many cars are in this pack as we focus on the 41. Shevratalov, who's been involved in plenty of incidents. The 41 has been given drive-throughs and time penalties and goodness knows what over the race, currently running in 20th position. They'll be setting their sights on the black Mercedes a few cars ahead of them, just coming through shot there, skipping across on the exit of the chase as well, a few other cars. They're focused on the Mercedes though. That number 11 car, we called it earlier with a bit of front end damage, came into the pit lane to repair that. But now they're going to be coming under pressure from this car, the Lada Sport Roseneft car. Seems they've repaired the damage on the Mercedes, but pace is still evading them, considering they were up in the top 10 through the middle part of the race, and to be fair, through the early stage of the race. Not going to be happy with how things are going right now.
Yeah, I think that sums it up pretty well. There's a lot of drivers, I think, on this grid that are not happy with the way this race is going. You know, we go through the field, and obviously the 38 with those penalties. So, one of those cars I think that you can put on that list, but with 3 hours to go, I mean, I'm looking at this grid and I'm thinking, you know, if we look at sort of that battle for 8th, it's 5 seconds, then 1.5, then 7, then 4. All of those cars are in with a realistic shot of a decent top 10 finish. And to be honest, you go back again, there's another sort of batch of cars. We have these packs forming all the way along. So we've got another incident this time at the top of the cutting. I'm not sure who that was that went around. I think it was...
That was...
Well, that's an awkward place to get around because you have to reverse straight into the racing line. There's a gap coming up in the field there, so you'll at least be able to get out after this Audi goes through. Here's the opportunity to get the 1, 2, 3 out.
Yeah, that was a car that was inside the top 10, being spun coming out of the cutting for FFS Racing. They were doing so well, as you can see on the left-hand side, which is where they were before they crossed the sector splits. They were running up in 8th position. They've currently dropped down to 12th and also lost a lot of time courtesy of it. I think with it being quite a slow and lazy spin, they may not have got too much damage, although I'm curious to see how much the front end was hit on the walls either side of the mountain, back to Lada Sport Roseneft, and still a fair way back from the Mercedes, but the last bit of lap traffic to clear before they can set their sights fully on that position and try and work their way up. Are going to clear the lap traffic, and the Mercedes then is next. Still 3 hours to go, so they can still work their way back up the order, and I think they may do before potentially receiving yet another penalty and then dropping them back down the order and then have to recover again, and then penalty and then recover and then penalty and recover, which is how it's been all day for them. I wonder if they went through, right, in total the amount of time that they've lost from the drive-throughs and various penalties that they've had. And obviously, yeah, like you say, the same can be applied to the 38 Dolphin Community car. If you went through and added up all that time, then you'd work out where you could be. That's quite a lot of grass tracking as well. I wonder where they'd be on the road. Probably quite a lot higher up than 20th.
But at the end of the day, if every car on this grid did that and thought, oh, you know, if we hadn't lost all that time, then suddenly they'd be down a few more positions. That's Bathurst. That's endurance racing. At the end of the day, it is more about avoiding those incidents than it is about your single lap performance. And That's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. Well, I say unfortunately. Fortunately, it creates pretty great racing. And with the way ACC works, with no safety cars, no virtual safety cars, no full course yellows, if you do have incidents, you don't gain that time back from a fortunate yellow flag. You have to do it on the track. One incident, yeah, you can probably recover from that if it's not too big, which we're seeing with the 157 car now, and the 111 obviously with that spin and still leading. 2 incidents, 3 incidents, you're not going to come back from that.
Don't see too many cars getting on the brakes on the exit of McPhillamy, but either way, that is exactly what we saw there with the Lada Roseneft car. This is what happened then to FFS Racing. I think it's Sidemax Motorworks on the inside. Yeah, that's a penalty for me. Drifts off of the corner, makes contact with the rear of the car, spins a car that is inside the top 10, that is on the lead lap, or on a lap way ahead of the Sidemax Motorworks car, so I'm assuming there'll be a penalty. I'm pretty sure it was a Sidemax car anyway. Back to this battle for 19th position. Peltonen still defending from Shivratalov, but I think there may be a move happening down here into the chase. Also got an update from Race Control, we'll update you with in just a second. Move heading the way of Lada Sport Roseneft, and it does get completed. The 41 moves up into 19th position. Incident between car 92 and car 149 on lap 256. That'll be between AAA Esports and Yaz Heat. It is ruled as a racing incident. It is not the one at the chase, is what we're being told, which is where I was getting intrigued by. So they obviously had an incident the lap before, or a couple laps before rather, but so that one still needs to be investigated. I wonder if it'll be a racing incident as well. We'll see if we get that from Race Control.
I doubt it. But I do think, as we were alluding to earlier, that because they gave that position back, you'd expect the penalty won't be too harsh. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you're losing is the time. So, let's say they lost 10 seconds from it and they got a bit of damage. Probably going to be about 15 seconds over a stint. Realistically, you don't want to punish them too much harsher than that, because they've also punished themselves already. So I think maybe a small to reasonably sized penalty will be coming their way, but nothing too major. But on the flip side, we saw that incident with the Sidemax car and the FFS racing car. The FFS car that got spun around lost it on the exit of the corner. We saw them, they spun the tyres on the exit, and that's why they got collected. So I'm curious to see what happens there. There wasn't really much time for the Sidemax team to really avoid it. But on the converse, it is sort of an accepted rule that if you're the guy that drives into the back of someone else, you tend to be at fault. I mean, that's the way it is on roads, and it's usually translated into the racing world. So I'm intrigued to see how that is dealt with by the stewards. That one, for me, the Kapoccia incident is pretty clear cut, and it's about the size of the penalty rather than whether it's a penalty. For the FFS Racing and Sidemax incident, I'm not sure.
See, so the way I feel about it is the Sidemax is, in my opinion, a definite penalty, because I know that there is a bit of wheel slip as well from the Aston Martin and the FFS coming out of the corner, but you're talking about cars that are on 2 completely different laps, and you've spun out a car that's not one, but a lot of laps ahead of you, and it's fairly close. I'd say even in battle for position, it's pretty tough, because the Sidemax car basically leaves the corner in a straight line and makes contact with the rear. If it had held its line off the corner, then there wouldn't have been contact, and that's kind of where I'd see that as pretty much a slam dunk penalty in that scenario. The only thing that with the Kapoccia incident that's kind of, I'm sort of like, I kind of don't want them to get a penalty. It's for one, it's been a really good recovery drive, but for two, it's sort of like, but they gave the position back and stuff, and it wasn't that bad, all things considered. But of course, if you're looking at it from a very black and white point of view, which sometimes Race Control really do need to, because they need to lay down the consistency. 601 off in the background. What has happened to Esports Performance Racing Team? They've gone for a little bit of a spin coming out of Murray's, and I'm pretty sure that could be an assisted one, because they're still stationary in the middle of the stationary bit. If you've got to be black and white, right? As Race Control, you have to lay down the law. You have to be consistent. And that will last for the season, because they need to remain that consistent. And there we have car 92 and car 149 on lap 256. Drive-through penalty for car 149. That's Yaz Heat, so they do receive a drive-through penalty for that incident. As I say, you kind of see it from both sides. If you're treating it as black and white from Race Control, it's the only call that can be made in that scenario. You're talking about quite a dangerous bit of car contact. It's the only way it can go.
And the way I tend to view penalties is that the penalty should be slightly more harsher than whatever you costed on the drive you hit. So in that instant, the the car that got hit lost about 15 seconds and has a bit of damage. You'd expect maybe it cost 5 to 10 seconds. So the penalty should be at least 25 seconds, even though they gave the position back. I personally, if they didn't give the position back, I'd hit them with a stop-go. It's the case of where even when you give the position back, it should be at minimum more than whatever that team lost. And that's what a drive-through does. At this track, it's about 30 seconds that you would lose. So I think for me, that's fair. And, if they don't give the position back, that's when you go hard and you double it. You hit them with a stop-go. Because realistically, first off, it's a rule. You give the position back when you have an incident. That's a rule of racing. But we're talking about black and white. There's always this conversation about the pit exit and pit entry that we're having. And the one last thing I would like to say about it, and then I'm just not going to mention it for the rest of the race, is that it is in every single real-life motorsport event. Every event, you do not cross the line. It doesn't matter where the line is. It doesn't matter how much you cross it. You do not cross the line. And you will get hit harder than we're hitting. You'll get stop-goes. You can get disqualified for races for doing it in real life. There's someone that said that it's not like F1 where you can't abuse track limits. Well, that's one of the few track limits that F1 will hit you hard on. If a Formula 1 driver crosses the line at any track, that's a stop-go. So, I really like that we're moving towards similar rules to real life, because at the end of the day, it's sim racing. We're simulating racing. And we should be as close to real life as possible for me. And there's the incident we're seeing for the 601 car, and that is a really awkward place to be facing the wrong way. Is there a gap on the field? We saw them stop for quite a while, so I assume they're going to be waiting for that gap, and that is an interesting and very unusual incident.
I wonder how someone got sideways that far down the pit straight, but obviously spinning out of the final corner on that curb, just kept going. And then we'll try and reverse and try and get themselves back going again. But they were stationary there for quite a long time, and there's the hit. Now that there is very, very silly. I'm not quite sure which driver it was that hit, but if I'm just going to say that is a penalty, because the 601 car has been completely stationary here. It hasn't moved. It has been. I wonder if we can get an onboard with that Ferrari and see if he was just
behind someone.
Exactly. That's what I'm kind of wondering, and then maybe shown at the last second. But even still, you've got yellow flags out. You've got to be kind of expecting some stuff. But yeah, you're making contact with a car that is stationary on circuit. That is eyes open, please.
I mean, again, we're making these comparisons to real life. Those incidents in real life kill people.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of crashes that kill drivers. And yes, we're in the sim world, and I mean, at the worst, you might hurt your hand on a direct drive wheel, but it's still those kind of things are unacceptable for me. If someone is holding the brakes, and especially he's halfway down the straight, the only exception is that you don't see them, but you've got the double yellow flags. And I mean, yes, he sees it at the last minute, but he has double yellow flags. He has teammates that should be looking ahead. If there's a yellow flag, that's the point of having a teammate in your ears. That is the point of having someone spot for you. You see the double yellows. Again, one last thing about real life. If there's a double yellow in real life, what do you have to do? Slow down.
Yeah.
So many times we don't see that in the sim world, where drivers sort of think, oh, I'll just go full speed and gain some time, shoot the gap and pray it works out. When really you see a double yellow flag, what should you do? You should slow down. And the fact they didn't slow down was why the incident happened.
Racing ON3, the Ferrari there, the 666 one that we were on board with in that incident. And yeah, once obviously the car pulls out quite late in front, shows the car, but for 2 points, number one, the reaction time. If your reaction time's that bad, you need to wake up a bit. But you've got yellow flags out. There's no excuse, and contact is made. And for me, that is a very harsh penalty on the way. That is how I would deal with that, because that is stuff that needs to be really, really discouraged. Because, I say, people in sim racing don't tend to pay too much attention to yellow flags, but they really do need to. Battle for 17th position will focus on the positives as we have this fight. Baltzar leading one of the Lucas Mullers. We were told by Danny Juicer which way round it is for them, because obviously there's two Lucas Mullers in the Haupt Racing Team car. From memory, this is going to be hard, and I'm going to ruin this. I'm pretty sure that Lucas with a K is who they call Muller, and Lucas with a C is who they call Lucas. So they also get confused by it, which is fantastic. I'm glad it is not just us, just to make things doubly awkward. Fighting out though for 17th place, we saw them up the order a little bit earlier. Obviously, one of the many teams that's had incidents and stuff that sort of dropped them back, and maybe just a little bit of pace lost, etc., etc. They are working their way back up the order. They are currently the lead Mercedes, which will net them $40 as well. They're not quite able to get through the Audi. Actually, a good time. Why not? Whilst we've got 2 hours and 45 minutes left of the race, 43 minutes, to talk a little bit about prize money, because obviously the way it works in the series is there is a prize pot of $20,000 in Split 1. That's split across the season itself. 6,000 for winning the championship, 3,000 for finishing second, 1,000 for finishing third. We'll deal with that prize money much later in the season when we head to the final round at 24 hours of Nurburgring. But there is prize money round to round, and a fair amount of it as well. A bit of money to the pole sitter, a bit of money to each of the positions. First place gets $350, $250 for second place, $200, $120, $100, and then they go down in tens for the rest. Are down to 10th place, and then fives from then on. But there is also a bonus $40. And this is where things get a little bit interesting, because there's a bonus $40. I know it's not that much, but still it adds up over the season for being the lead car of a manufacturer. So you've got things like the Mercedes, where there's not too many of them. If you want to be the lead Mercedes, you get yourself an extra $40. BMW, at the moment, that's definitely going the way of BMW G2 Esports. When you come to an Audi or an Aston Martin, though, there's a lot of them, and it's going to be hard to stay out on top of all of that pack.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Honda and SX team, well, they're just getting $40 every race because they're the only team in the car. So it's one of those, I really like the addition, because you tend to see with series, and we've sort of still seen it here, where teams decide which car is overpowered and pick that. And for some reason, everyone thought the Aston Martin would be overpowered, but to be honest, I mean, I like the car, don't get me wrong, it's a decent car, but I don't agree with the decision that a lot of those teams have made. I personally think there are better options, especially for an endurance series. If it was a sprint series, I'd say it's probably one of the best cars, but I personally feel like Bentleys, Ferraris as well, pretty good for this kind of series, even though they have that fuel limit. But when you just have a series where it's all about winning, you get half the field just picks the OP car, and the other half of the field complains that they're not in it.
Yeah.
When you have it like this, where you have money for every manufacturer, you'll still have the occasional gripe about, oh, so-and-so's in an Aston Martin, that's why they're winning the championship, which I can guarantee you at least one team will say in 4 races' time. But when you have that money for the manufacturers, it kind of removes that excuse. It gives you, for that Honda and SX team, they know for a fact that at certain tracks they're not going to be competitive. And I think they've probably accepted that. There will be races where they not on, the car limits them from getting a top 10 or a top 20 maybe. But at certain races, they're getting $40 a race for free. They're getting their entry fee back, first off, then they're getting a bit extra. But B, they get certain races like this one where their car is a genuine contender to really show what they're about and use what they have in that NSX to really show how good they are. So I like that we have this variety in cars. We look at the top 10 and we've got 5 manufacturers in the top 10 right now. We had 6 earlier when the Mercedes was up there. So it's really cool to see. And as well, not only do we have those things in Split 1, but down in Split 2, we've got AK Informatica coming in with, I think it was the vouchers, right, for the Split 2 drivers. And then we've got the most overtakes in races gets prize money. We've got fastest lap gets prize money. The pole sitter gets prize money. We also have the championship money. So we have this sort of pro split here where we've got the best, the sort of established teams. We've got 15 from season 1 who came in here and sort of made season 1 of the World Cup what it was. It's such a great series. We got those drivers and the teams that were invited, the sort of established esports teams that are, across multiple different sim series, across multiple different games as well. They've sort of made esports in sim racing. They brought it up with them, so they deserve to be rewarded. And we have the 15 fastest teams as well. But down in Split 2, we have those 50 sort of more amateur teams, the teams on the rise, the teams who are looking to make their step up eventually to this level. But they're also getting rewarded with those prizes, and I love to see that we have those 2 splits and with the prizes to both.
Yeah, there's still obviously plenty of good teams in Split 2, and to be fair, I wouldn't want to be on it because it's terrifyingly fast, as is, of course, Split 1. And to be fair, you could take a whole number of these Split 2 teams, throw them into Split 1, and I'm sure they'd handle themselves pretty well, showing the competitiveness of both of the splits. To your point on the money given out to the top manufacturer, I like that because, like I say, there's always going to be complaints on BOP. It's always the nature of the series. And to be fair, even if there's just different cars that all run the same, I once did a touring car series where every car had the same physics. You win races, you win a championship, and so the Ford's OP, and it's like, well, it's exactly the same as your car, like to the dot, and yet you're complaining about it. Fantastic work. And it's how it goes. If you're in something slightly different and you win, there's always going to be that kind of side of things. But I like the idea that this is probably the best way, realistically, to reward people on taking a bit of a gamble and taking a different car. Because if we left it up to the drivers, they'll find which car is 3,000 a lap quicker, and they'll pick that one because, it's 3,000 a lap quicker. It's just that's a tiny margin that we don't have to make up ourselves. We can just use the car to do it. Coming into the pit lane, I'm pretty sure that was the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car into the pit lane. Their teammates, the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, is up into the top 10 in their Ferrari, making a bit of a comeback drive, and Lozio's behind the wheel of that one. Obviously, the qualifying and jumped in for the middle stint of this car at the moment, doing quite well in the 27 and closing in on BMW. They came. So when they came. It was Capoccia who came out of the pit lane. They went through for their drive-through, and they came out behind the Jean Lacey Esports Academy. So we're seeing 3 drivers close up again. This one's for 9th place, as the Ferrari is closing in with the G2 Esports car ahead. Capoccia has just been giving a stop-and-go 10. Not 100% sure what that is for, but I was about to commend them on coming out and closing in on this group, now given a big penalty.
So we're getting it in our ears. So the drive-through was for the first incident that we had. So there was originally the drive-through, and I believe either that was appealed or the decision was changed to a drive-through. And this stop-go 10 is for the incident we saw in the chase. So we thought that drive-through initially was for the incident in the chase, but actually, I think that was around the cutting, if I remember correctly, from the top of my head, the first incident. So they've got the drive-through for that incident, and then a stop-go 10 for the incident with the Aston Martin in the chase. That is a hefty penalty, and
yeah,
I was not expecting that. But I wonder if the decision-making is the fact that they had 2 incidents with the same car in 2 laps, and that's why they've come hard on the second one. Or just the fact that we have an escalation in the rules. So if you're involved in multiple incidents, you will get hit harder on the next ones. So I'm going to stick up for the stewards. I believe that it's probably fair, to hit repeat offenders with harder. So I'm hearing my ears. Thank you, Michael Hamlet, the all-seeing oracle. That if you're a repeat offender, you get a stop-go with increasing penalties. So you get a stop-go plus 10, then a stop-go plus 20, and so on and so forth. So the reason why it's a harsh penalty is not because of the scale of the incident. I think if it was a one-off incident, it'd probably be a drive-through. But it's a harsh incident because it's their second incident, and it was probably already worth a drive-through.
Yeah, for me, obviously, easy to be sat here watching and obviously following those rules and stuff. I don't recall the first one. I feel like that is quite harsh, but obviously the penalties are supposed to be harsh. It's supposed to discourage incidents. Take that as you will. Either way, they've got to serve the penalty anyway. There's no way around it. They could obviously fire in one of their appeals or against an incident, but they don't want to use those. And especially considering that stop and go 10 is for the incident in the chase, which, as we already heard, the team also agree that was on them. So there's no point they're not going to appeal that one, and that's certainly not going to work. It is what it is. You take it, you run with it. You head into the next round at Spa in a month's time and hopefully recover from it. I said before, when we were having a chat with Cam Royal and Jaroslav Honzik prior to the race, that the McLaren here wasn't really a circuit that they felt particularly favoured them too well. Of course, they qualified up in 5th place. They know their consistency and stuff, but it wasn't really the race too much they were targeting and playing the longer game throughout the season. Obviously, it is a very long season. Once we're done here today, there's still 72 hours of racing across the rest of the calendar. I get the feeling that if we even compare this to something like the Best of British Championship, which returns next weekend at the Sim Grid, that's a short championship, only 5 rounds. And over the first 2 rounds of the season, only one driver from memory finished in the top 10 in both races. And after 3 rounds, no one did, which that is, testament to how the BAP affects cars on different circuits, what cars come to what strength. And obviously, when you look at the calendar that we have here, cars do have different tracks where they're going to be stronger, and taking advantage of your car at a track where it's going to be strong is obviously going to be crucial to your championship challenge. My point to that is that we can potentially expect to see some level of inconsistency, even at this level where everyone's pushing to the very limit. That, yes, it's only a 5-round championship. If you have had an issue at 1 round, though, it doesn't necessarily rule you out of the championship. You just need to come back stronger and faster next round.
Yeah, and that's what you have, I think, with this Aston Martin pick, where the Aston is not great at anything. It's good at everything. It's decent on straight lines, it's decent through corners, it's decent when it comes to fuel, it's decent at qualifying, it's decent at race pace, but it's not best in class at anything. You compare cars, the BMW and the Lexus are really good in the straight lines. They're absolute rocket ships, and they struggle in corners. So at a track like Bathurst, they don't get that single lap performance, but they're good at raceability. And at other tracks in the calendar, I think they'll come good. The BMW is really good at Spa, for example, because it gains so much time in all the high speed sections. We have that the same, I think, with the Audi. The Audi's really good at Bathurst because it's got that single lap performance. It's a car that's risky to pick because it is unstable, it is hard to drive, but it's good here. When we go to other races in the series, it's the same with things like the McLaren. So there's that sort of different mindset where you either pick the car that's good at everything and will just be respectable at every race, and you push for top 10s at every race, or you pick those cars where maybe race 1 you'll get top 3, race 2 you'll get sort of top 15. And I actually think that's the better way to go, because the point system really favours being in the top 3. It's a big gap between 3rd and 4th in terms of how much points you get. So competing for consistent top 10s isn't as important as competing, in my opinion, for inconsistent podiums. Yeah. And I think that's what we're going to see in the point standings this season.
No, I agree, especially when it comes to next round, where there are interval points as well for good measure at the 6 and 12 hour points. So that'll throw things into the mix. We're on board with McLaren Shadow's Tobin Lee, I think one of the managers of Veloce, on board with, at the moment, of course, the car that was involved in the incident in the earlier stages. We'll see if he'll make a move on G2 Esports. Don't think this one's going to be particularly hard fought, because obviously there's a lap between them and should be able to get through, but it opens the door for Yaz Heat to fire its way through. Want to just chat a little bit about the Yaz Heat, Kai. If we take a quick look at it on the standings, I'm pretty sure you'll see one thing removed from it, being that 10-second stop and go. That says to me, I'm not expecting race control to have done a 180 on that decision. I'm more expecting that is them going for an attempt to appeal the incident.
Yeah, I would assume so, because we haven't had, so we have our little list of, well, I say little, it's quite big, list of penalties, and the penalty hasn't been rescinded. So I would agree with you there that I think it's been appealed. And I wonder if that's because we had the sort of racing incident drive to stop go. I assume that was an error in the end with the, because I think that the show of the racing incident was a mistake. I think one of the stewards accidentally said, it's accidentally been said that it was a racing incident when it wasn't. It was a drive-through, and we didn't see that incident. But I would have to assume it's deservedly so, because the drive-through didn't get appealed. And I wonder if there's some confusion with that, and that they think, oh, we've got penalised twice for the same incident. But at the end, I wouldn't be surprised if it's unsuccessful once it gets explained. But I will address, I see there's a bit of confusion in chat, so we'll go through exactly how it works, right? If you are involved in a small incident, an avoidable contact incident, as it's called, what we saw there in the chase, where you spin someone out, you don't cause significant damage to them, and it's your first incident, you always get a drive-through. That's how avoidable contact works. That's just the law of the land, as we say here, as I would call it. If you're involved in a second incident, which is also avoidable contact, then you'll get a drive-through plus a bit more. And, a stop-go always sounds dangerous, it always sounds threatening, but really, a stop-go plus 10 is only about 15 seconds longer than a drive-through. So it's really just a drive-through and a bit more. So they were going to get a drive-through anyway for a second incident, and it's just been ramped up a little bit because they're on that second penalty. That's the way the cricket comes. They know that's the rule. You know, every single driver here should have read the rule book. If they didn't, that's on them. You know, it's part of the championship. You know, to come in and read the rule book and know what you can and can't do. And at the end of the day, they were involved in 2 incidents. Both of them were their fault. Both of them were avoidable contact. And with the escalation rule, the second one becomes a stop-go.
Yeah, I think we'll see how. Well, there we go. So we've got it actually just come through, and this is where I want a little bit of clarification from race control on this, because Capocci has now been given a 10-second time penalty, which is not a 10-second stop and go penalty. That is a 10-second time penalty, which obviously, if they were to somehow magically save all the way until the end of the race, they get 10 seconds at the end of the race. Not actually going to happen. When they come in for their next pit stoppers, off into the background goes one of the Aston Martins that's a few laps down. They will come to a stop for 10 seconds before work has happened to the car. So effectively, when they come in for their next pit stop, which they can do whenever, it's not like they have only 3 laps to come and serve that 10-second time penalty, and that 10-second will be added to the pit stop. So I'm wondering if race control meant a 10-second time penalty for something else, or maybe they've tried appealing the first drive-through and that's gone through, and then race control have gone, oh, okay, so we'll give you this instead of that. I don't know how it's working. We're seeking clarification from race control because it seems a little bit messy at the moment. As we look at 3rd place, and now back down to 17th, the battle between 33 and the 4. So we can tell the 149 was given a drive-through for the first incident. For the second incident, the penalty was reduced to 10 seconds because the car, as we noted at the moment, at the time, that Capoccia did return the position to the AAA Esports car. Watch this battle, see if the Mercedes can go around the outside. I don't think it's going to be able to at Griffin's Bend. So there we go. So back to the point, it was escalated to a stop and go 10. But because they returned the position, the stop and the stop was removed, and so the drive-through really was removed, and it's now been reduced to a 10-second time. So they've already had a drive-through for the first thing, that's sorted. They've got a 10-second time penalty for that incident. Hope that kind of clears things up. So they've already had a drive-through, they have 10 seconds, and that 10 seconds is for the incident of the chase. They got a reduced from the stop and go because they handed the position back.
And the initial showing of the racing incident, the Michael Hamlet, for the first time in his life, got something slightly wrong. He's usually perfect.
No, it's the first time he's admitted getting something slightly wrong.
That's fair. But he is usually great. So I won't place too much blame on him. But he put a racing incident. It wasn't supposed to be a racing incident. So when we reported that, wipe that from your memory. First incident was the drive-through. Second incident, because they gave the position back, they didn't escalate the penalty, as you explained. We've got there. It's only taken about 20 minutes. We got there. Both incidents were their fault, and they got penalised for both of them, and that's fair. I still think 10 seconds is a bit light, given the fact that the actual driver that got spun out lost about 15 seconds plus that damage. But I can understand, given the fact that they penalised themselves by giving the position back, that the penalty is lowered to 10 seconds.
Yeah, I feel so. Obviously, they would have given the 15-20 seconds back that what the other car was lost. Now it's an extra 10 seconds. Obviously, they had the incident first. Either way, a bit messy, and it's all been sorted now, so they have 10 seconds still to serve on that penalty in the final 2.5 hours of the race. They are closing in on Lozio, though, in the John Lacey Esports Academy car, and they'll obviously try and get through on that, and then we'll potentially drop back. Behind that, Axel Petit has got behind the wheel of the AAA Esports car. He's under pressure from Benedetti, who's 1.1 seconds back. We're focusing on probably one of the fan favourite cars just ahead of this, as it's Aston versus Aston. The FFS racing car currently on screen, the driver that was spun, or the car that was spun around at the cutting a good hour ago, trying to close in on Lars Kisser in Unicorns of Love. No, they have been massively popular in chat all the way through the running of course qualifying and into today's race, coming under quite a bit of pressure, although you do have to ask the question when it comes to you approaching a car that's the same car as you, how do you get through? Because that is going to be incredibly hard work. Now we look at Niels Nyox as well, who's down in 18th position, back behind the wheel of G2 Esports.
But the one benefit of when you're racing in the same car is that when you're in their slipstream, you've got the same engine pulling you, so the slipstream effect gets you alongside. So at a corner like the Chase, it's usually fairly simple, passing someone that you're faster than, as long as you can get right onto the back of them through the mountain section. If you come out of Forest Elbow about half a second behind, someone in the same car as you, you're going to overtake them pretty simply. It's different when you're, Porsche versus BMW, because the BMW pulls a second on you on that straight. So actually it can be easier in those kind of situations. Sometimes it's difficult on certain tracks where maybe, like a Hungaroring, where you don't have that slipstream effect that gives you the overtake. That's when it's difficult. But at a track like Bathurst, you're just setting up for the chase. So you want to really make sure you get a good run from the dipper down to Forest Elbow. And then from there, it should be fairly easily done.
Car coming through the background of this, you can see there it's in third position at the moment. Don't panic, DV1 Triton Racing fans, because they've recently been into the pit lane, our race leaders earlier. Of course, they had that incident down at the dipper a good hour ago where they were spun around, didn't get any real damage from it, but did lose a fair amount of time in the region of about 20 to 25 seconds lost in that incident. Back going again, trying to put a lap on BMW's G2 Esports and move their way back up the order. The top three at present sees the 157 Tobias Pfeffer lead the way. Abelardo Camins currently in second position, the two Audis leading 1 and 2. And then the 111 car that we have just behind this, trying to work his way through before they get into the mountain section, was looking to the inside before the cutting. No way through though. Again, the rule when it comes to blue flags, for those of you that are sort of maybe just joining us here and want to understand how it works, it's not quite the same as it is in Formula 1. Blue flags obviously denotes there's a faster car behind you, as always. And the rule is that you're not allowed to defend. So there is no defensive action. If there is defensive action that's made, then that's counted as blocking, and then a penalty will ensue. But if you're not blocking at any moment, if you're not defending at any moment, then theoretically it's just do as you do and let them draw alongside, right? And so for this, it's all about how the 111 drags itself alongside. It needs to do it, potentially on one of the straights. But as you brought up earlier, drawing yourself alongside a BMW M6 on a straight is no easy feat, although that one seems like it might be sorted when they get to the chase.
Yeah, this kind of moment here, when you're side by side, it's kind of convention to let the guy go, and that's what we're going to see here from Niels. I think that we see him lift him off there, because really that BMW should have got a car length ahead of that Bentley on the straight line. So Niels just lifting off a tiny bit, letting the Bentley go. That's kind of the convention. Once they're alongside, you let them go. It doesn't matter what car you're in. It doesn't matter, the fact that you're better on the straights. They go because they're faster than you, and realistically, you're going to lose time. If Niels tries to then go back up with his straight line speed and take the position back, he's just going to lose more time because he's going to be having to slightly defend into the corner, which the stewards might think is blocking. So it's that, you just drive your own race until they're alongside, and then you let them go. And I think it works really well. It doesn't penalise those drivers that aren't on the lead lap, because realistically speaking, in endurance racing, a lot of the time during a championship, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe all bar 2 or 3 teams are off the lead lap at some point in this championship. No, but as we said, now we've only got 3. If we had that blue flag system, it would just be cars all over the place pulling over to the side and letting someone go.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of, I mean, the thing with that blue flag system of you've got to let the car go in sort of 3 corners works fine in some places. To be fair, across the country, it works fine on most racetracks. Here, it's a little bit different though. Obviously, you can't have one rule with blue flags for one track and then change it track. So it's a blue flag rule that carries across the season. But imagine if you had a blue flag for 3 corners around here, and you're going up through like Reed Park, McPhillamy, down to Skyline. What do you count as 3 corners? How long until someone's complaining? When do you actually have to get out of the way? And what it can do is cause an indecisive back marker, which is absolutely not what you want. You need everything to be clear cut. And if the back marker is just driving their own race and is just doing what they're doing, to be fair, considering the field, they're probably plenty fast enough. Battle between Unicorns of Love and FFS Racing. No move made from FFS Racing. Still applying pressure, but Mike Noble has caught very much up to the back of Lars Kisser and is very much there. Tobias Pfeffer coming into the pit lane, and we're being told he might have cut the pit lane line, which for them would be the second one of the day, because Jordan Sherritt had one on his first pit stop earlier on in the race. They'll be definitely looking over that one. I think at the moment, by the way, saying that it was 3 cars in the lead lap, because of everyone's being closed, because of pit stop sequences and such, it's actually up to 6 at the moment, but I'm obviously sure that will chop and change, as obviously everyone's off kilter strategy wise, but running very similar lap times.
Yeah, and that's something I wanted to bring up, the 111 made a slightly early pit stop. They've been consistently doing 71-minute stints, and they pit with about 150 minutes left, which, for those who can't or don't want to do maths, is 2 75-minute stints. So, in theory, based on the stints they've been doing during this race, they might not be able to get home on those 2 more stints. They might have to do a splash and dash, but I questioned it initially. Good old Jimmy P, James Parker, was telling us about the fact that they pitted and can't get home on 2 because that Bentley has a massive fuel tank and traditionally is the car to go for, for fuel. So I think it's possible, they can stretch it, but the amount of time you're going to lose by slowing down and fuel saving, essentially 10 minutes worth of fuel don't need to save compared to what they've been doing for this race, is going to hurt. That's a couple of tenths a lap, and they don't really have that in the bank right now, unless that 157 car gets the corner cut or the pit entry cut that is potentially on the way.
And we also heard that potentially he was cutting it a bit close on pit exit as well as pit entry, which going full Dalkin community on us and trying to rack up a few penalties in not very long, and that would throw things very much into the mix. We're looking at very much a three-way fight here. We're not quite sure how it's going to go in the final 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race. The battle at the moment for the race lead, realistically, all things considered on strategy, between the 111 DD1 Triton racing car. Realistically, they've looked almost like the favourites. They've been very, very strong, but with that potential splash and dash coming, how are they going to play out? Also, the 121, that is Odox Motorsport, who are looking very strong at the moment, and they seem to have a bit of time in their pocket. We'll see how they play out towards the checkered flag. And of course, Jordan Sherritt back behind the wheel of the 157 reigning champions car, the GTWR Team 1. They're back behind the wheel. They're going to start fighting for it. Realistically, at the moment, from what we're looking at, it's one of those 3. However, which one of those 3? I wouldn't even ask, because we have no idea. I think we've all got in the back of our mind maybe a potential favourite for doing so. For me at the moment, I'm still maybe back in the way of the 111, but you just never really know how it's going to unfold.
Yeah, it's one of those now where we're sort of entering the happy hour of lap times. We've got Harcourt, Sheraton, Cecilia, who I think everyone would probably accept as the fastest driver on each of those teams. So, we've got 3 people pushing these cars to the absolute limit. Cecilia is, the SRO champion, Cecilia. I was halfway through saying that, and then Michael mentioned it into my ear, and I almost stumbled over it. But we've got Jordan Sherritt, who last time we were at Bathurst for the 12-hour in the season 1 of the World Cup, there was a period of about 3 hours where Jordan was about half a second faster than the rest of the field before they had a disconnect that kind of ruined their race. Meanwhile, in that 111 car, Harcourt's been sort of the star of the show today. He's the guy that's been really pushing for that team and got that car to the pace it has right now, and is a big reason why it's right at the front of the field. So it's all up in the air. I really favour our reigning champions, the 157, just because it's our reigning champions. And there's also that looming sort of threat of Harcourt having to do an extra pit stop that James Parker has suggested to us. So it's going to be an intriguing last 2 hours, a potentially dramatic last 2 hours, because Cecilia is catching up. I think we're going to have an Audi on Audi battle there for second place, and that battle might transition into the battle for the win.
At the moment, we're seeing Aston versus Aston. This is like the 4th consecutive corner they're going side by side. It was side by side through Chase, side by side through Murray's, side by side through T1 at Hell Corner up to Griffin's, and it is FFS Racing finally getting the move done on Unicorns of Love. And to be fair, power to them. Good move. Great display between the two, showing us how side-by-side racing should be done. And to be fair, we've had a good splattering of that across the race, as plenty drivers have gone side-by-side through likes of the Chase, and even the odd move over the top of the mountain. Remember back to Capoccia's one over at McPhillamy was very, very impressive. Being told in my ear, we've got a driver under investigation for pit lane infringements. That'll be the 157 under investigation. And Well, we did hear in our ear that potentially that was going to be the case. Now Race Control have taken a view on it. And the reason why I said car was because, of course, Tobias Pfeffer, we wonder if he cut on pit lane entry with that line. But also Jordan Sherritt, who took over the car. There is potential that there was pit lane infringement on the exit. Also investigation, the car 33, that's about blue flags. As far as I'm aware, that's Retronic E-Racing. So they're also under investigation from Race Control. See how that one unfolds. Again, drive tips at this point in the race you really, really, really don't want, especially if you're in 15th place, last position of some prize money, last position, well, to be fair, actually, last position of some weight, which, of course, with success ballast in the championship, to be fair, I'd take a miss on 10 kilos. Why not?
But the thing with that is, we know this is the track where the Audi should be at its strongest, as compared to the rest of the field. This is the track where, if you picked the Audi for this season, you want to maximise. It's your best shot at getting that money. I mean, they are saying it is great at Kyalami and Nurburgring as well, which we do have to mention. But this track is traditionally the home of the Audi on ACC. This is where it excels, and it's a dangerous car, as I've alluded to several times through this broadcast. But it is a fast car here, and if this is their only opportunity to win, which I doubt, to be fair, and they've thrown it away because they're about to get 2 drive-throughs for cutting both the entry and the exit, they're going to be kicking themselves quite a lot.
Yeah, it's not exactly the way you want to start out a season. Of course, for those of you that joined through the first season of the World Cup, you'll remember that that car, which was the one that season, the GTWR car, ended up winning 3 of the 4 races. Coming into this season, were eyeing up taking a victory at Bathurst, which was the only race they missed off of their victory schedule last season. So courtesy of that disconnection, they were very much one of the fastest cars, well, the fastest car that day. Coming into the season, they wanted to rectify that. They wanted to take the victory here, especially considering, as far as I'm concerned, this grid is more competitive than last season. We've got so many big names, so many big teams on the grid. And not to say that last season was uncompetitive, because of course it absolutely was one of the most competitive things that you could ever race in, and this season turns that up even further for a whole list of reasons, not just prize money, not just being part of the series, but where there's strong teams, other strong teams flock to, because you want to take part with the best, you want to beat the best. Kind of a bit of an ego thing, that, to be honest. And of course, in motorsport and sim racing, I mean, ego's a big part of it. We all want to beat everyone else. It's part of the fun. So yeah, like, it's been raised up, it's been turned up to 11. I would still say, though, that they are, I would argue they're still one of the favourites for the series, maybe even the favourite for the championship. But with the way it's been today, there have been a few teams, a few drivers that have really, really thrown themselves up into that mix, up into that potential, and really the focus of us in the broadcast studio and obviously the audience as well.
Yeah, the one thing that I think is really interesting to look at for the 157 car is that if they do get just one drive-through, that puts them down to 4th. And I was alluding to earlier that the point system you have favours the top 3 quite considerably. The biggest gap in the whole point system is 3rd to 4th. So dropping out of the top 3 is a massive pain towards your championship aspirations. You need to be getting consistent podiums if you want to be one of those teams up there. And if they only get one drive-through, they might have a chance. I think they will. They'll have a realistic chance of fighting back towards 3rd place, because right now, I mean, Sherritt's a second faster than the 21 car. So realistically, he's doing 2 minute 1.2 right now. 4th place is doing 2:02.3. 3rd place with a bit of traffic's in the 2:03s, but he was consistently 2:01s as well. So those top 3 pace-wise are there, and I expect with one drive to be able to come back. But the 2 cars behind in 5th and 6th, that Honda NSX is doing 2 minute 1.8. That Bentley, the 777, is doing 1.9. If he gets 2 drive-throughs and gets stuck behind those 2, it's going to be a lot harder to come back through the field.
Yeah, the only positive that you could take in that sense is, whilst yes, they're obviously losing an awful lot of points if they were to stay in that position until the checkered flag, at least they are losing some ballast, because again, success ballast here in the championship kind of jumps down in the same way that the points do. So for first, second and third, you get 40 kilos, 37 kilos and 35 kilos. And then there's a big 9 kilo drop between third and fourth. So at least you'd be going into next round with a lighter car, which could be very, very important. Maybe not a favoured circuit for the Audi, but if you're going to get rid of some weight at any circuit, well, it might as well be there. Of course, a 24-hour race, there's points handed out not just at the end of the race, but also at the 6 and 12-hour intervals. Plenty of points to be dished out across the running of that race. I think it's 160 in total for the race winner if they were to dominate the entire thing. So an awful lot of points to be made up there, which, considering there's 80 points on offer today, kind of makes sense. Obviously, double the race distance, double the race points. You can throw yourself back into the mix. For those of you that did watch the Best of British Championship, you'll understand that, as we'll see. I thought it was for position, and it's not. George Boothby, the driver who sort of jumped into that, currently 22nd in this race, jumped into that championship, missed the first round. The second round was a race that had interval points halfway through, ended up dominating the whole thing, and then ended up grabbing himself getting himself into the championship fight, then won at Silverstone the next round afterwards, a 90-minute race, and now is leading the championship. Bearing in mind he missed the first round. After 3 rounds, and yet again being told that he won despite that ballast, because that also has ballast. I think it's 35 kilos in that championship. So it's possible for them to make that comeback, so we'll have to wait and see how it does, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty of stories throughout the season. Speaking of George Boothby, he is now ahead of the Revolution Sim Racing blue car, so he's moved up to 21st, which I'm pretty sure that happened going into Griffin's Bend, so a position made up. And a furthering progress for what has been a bit of a tumultuous race. There's been a lot of issues and incidents, but let's be real here, Luke. I'm sure a lot of teams can add themselves to this. I did think that Spa was going to leave a lot of people wanting more when we head out of it, and it seems to be very much the case.
Yeah, the one sort of, I think, if we go to the ballast dog, the drivers like Moros, obviously the winner last time, as we were saying, at least they go to Spa with less ballast. But I'm really sort of nervous for those Audi drivers right at the front when we come to Spa, because Bathurst wasn't the only track that murdered a lot of Audis last time in the World Cup. The Eau Rouge Radion section of Spa is very well known for destroying Audis, because that sort of instability that is inherent in the car that makes the car really fast in corners really comes to a head when it bottoms out in Eau Rouge and when it sort of lifts off and unloads over Radion. So adding ballast to a car that's already unstable in a corner like Radion, that's a recipe for disaster, I think. So if you're not winning the race right now, I think I'd rather be the 33 than the 157 if the 157 does drop out of the top 3.
Yeah, and there's going to be, like I say, this championship is about playing the long game. And you're right on, you made the point earlier, which is a perfect point to make, is that you can finish 5th every single race of the season. Fine, great, it's nice to have that consistency. But realistically, if you want to win the championship, if you want to contend for the championship, you're actually better off going for inconsistent podium. A podium, then not a podium. A podium, then not a podium. A podium at the final race of the season, whatever. You're better off going for something like that because of the points difference, the way it works. For those of you that want to know, by the way, as we've got Moros going way off at Skyline, does go for a full 360, bounces off of a couple of walls for good measure, and then continues going. That car is going to be quite damaged. Points difference as things stand, or as things go with the order, as we see a drive-through for Brandon Abraham behind the 55 McLaren Shadow car. That's for a pit lane infringement. There we go. Tick that one off. First gets 80 points. Second gets 74 points. Third gets 70 points. Then there is an 18-point jump down to fourth place on 52. And then it goes down 50, 48, 46, 44, 42, 40. That's the top 10. And then there's another 10-point jump down where we run through the next few positions where there's a couple of points difference between each one, and then there's a bit of a bigger gap, and then basically it's 1 point down for each position past that point. Thus backing your point that you kind of want to get on those podiums, either consistent podiums, or you just don't want to be finishing 4th or 5th every single race, because you're losing so many points.
Yeah, not only do you lose those points, but you also still get a lot of ballast. So
yeah,
it's actually better if you're in this race right now and you're running 6th or 7th, in my head, the cynic in me is saying, actually, I'd rather finish 13th, you know, because you don't lose as many points. You know, you'll probably lose 10, 15 points, but that's all you'll get. You know, you'll use that ballast, and then you come to Spa, 24-hour race, there's more points on the line, and then suddenly you've got a good race. So for me, you're either prioritizing that race 1, race 3, race 5, or race 2, race 4, and you should plan your car around that. If we look at the car, sort of we look at the races this season, race 1, Mount Panorama, race 3, Donington, race 5, Nurburgring. You know, if you can get a car that works well at those 3, it's not the end of the world if you don't have a great race at Spa and Kyalami. But also, in the same vein, if we look at the championships we do have, you know, we look at Best of British, as you've pointed out, even the drivers with ballast have been competing at the front still. You know, Boothby is a great example where he won despite having ballast from a quite hefty bit of ballast in his car. So yes, you can prioritise those 3 races, but even if you do prioritise race 1, 3 and 5, race 2 and 4 are still going to be critical to your championship hopes.
Yeah, you got to score points consistently. It doesn't really matter which ones they are, but how the weight's going to play into things as well in this championship is going to be an enthralling experience. Another drive-through penalty there dished out. That one there is Racing Line Motorsport 194. McEwan behind the wheel at the moment. Them getting a drive-through penalty, yet another pit lane infringement. So we are seeing an awful lot of them today, and the rules are harsh, but I'm sure they'll go over them ad nauseum. As we've said before, in real life, it's the same. It is harsh in real life for a reason, safety purposes. We just carry that over into sim racing. And for me, the way I see it is if they're harsh enough to follow it in real life, even at somewhere with a stupid pit lane like Spielberg, we can follow it here. Because realistically, it's not actually that hard at the circuit. But either way, that's how it is. We're going to jump down to our race analyst whilst we're here, James Parker, who's obviously been watching things unfold throughout the race and seeing how things have been. Obviously, we know the top 3 are kind of running slightly different strategies. They're going to have to pit and fuel for their final time at different moments. How are things looking at the moment for this top 3, which is looking like a really enthralling fight?
Yeah, I've actually been multitasking, eating dinner and watching this, which has been quite challenging, I have to say, because it's been evolving quite quickly. So I think the 111 has to pit again, unless they did 2 75-minute stints to the end. The 121 has consistently done 71-minute stints the entire race in the Audi, and were under that window by 3 to 4 minutes when they pitted last. So they can make it on 2. So essentially, I'm looking at the gaps between P1 to 3, and it's currently 47 seconds. The splash and dash is going to cost you about 40 seconds by the time you've stopped the car, got it going again. So it's going to be touch and go. It really is this, and which is why I think they've obviously just stuck their fastest driver in SRO champion Cecilia to try and hunt them down. Now, whether they sacrifice fuel mileage though to do this is another question. You know, this is the game that we're now playing. 157. Well, they have not fuel saved at all through the race. I don't expect them to try and fuel save. I don't think. And yeah, they've been doing 63-minute stints consistently. So they're definitely going to have to do another stop before the end. So this top 3, I'm more looking at 111 versus 121 rather than the 157, because they're going to have to do another stop regardless, which will drop them obviously well down the order, or far down behind 121. 4, 5 and 6 are all on the same strategy, so this is basically just track position. They're all on similar stint lengths. They're all going to be able to make it home on 2 from here, so they're all fighting against each other now. Amir's been hunting down Ismail in 416 for a little while now. It's down to 6 seconds from 14 originally when they first got in the car, and they're both actually quicker than the 21 as well. So that group of 3 is also shrinking, and they're all on the same strategy. So that's all track position, no strategy involved there. The big losers obviously were the 149, which, from my estimations, would have filtered out around P7 after all the stops had done. But unfortunately, with their misdemeanors with the 92, that has kind of put a spanner in the works for that car. So the race is definitely between 111 and 121. If the 157 doesn't try to completely extend the stint like the 121 has done all race, and because they haven't, I can't see them doing it. So this is where I think the race is going to be towards the last hour. And 4, 5, and 6 are definitely all on the same strategy. So you guys should definitely be focusing on probably those two little groups of cars going into the final hour.
We certainly will. Rotonic E-Racing battling out with Yaz Heat. Yaz Heat moving up, or holding on rather, to 12th position. We'll see if they make a move up towards Mountain. Still another question for you though, James. Don't you run away quite as yet. When it comes to, at the moment, with the top lot, obviously the strategy game's on. Hopefully they've all been listening to what you've been saying. I've got two questions actually. For one, pressure between that top lot. It's going to be pretty high at the moment, isn't it?
Yes, look, this is game face now, isn't it? This is crunch time, which is why you'll see the most confident or the most consistent drivers now popping in, because this is going to make the difference. The fine margins, the 2-3 tenths a lap, that you can't afford to lose half a second on a bad lap now. It's getting so close, and especially when the gap is constantly changing lap by lap. That staying in or out of that window is critical, especially if the 111 has got to do that stop. So yeah, the pressure's on. If I was the top, I would relish this. It's a great opportunity to kind of go out there and prove yourself and take the race by the horns. And yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see.
Final question then. This comes down to a bit of information we will pass on a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if the situation's been rectified with that 21 car that's currently running in 4th place. Of course, WPS racing team did hear that they were having a driver that was struggling to get into the game, which obviously affects their driver stint times and that kind of thing and expectation. What's the fallout for that?
So there's 2 separate penalties that you'll get for that, for not being able to use, 1, all your drivers, and then 2, exceeding your stint time. So the first one they'll be whacked with is a 130-second penalty for exceeding your stint time, because obviously the 3rd driver or the 4th driver hasn't been able to get in the car. And then the one after that will be for not actually using all the drivers, which is another 130-second penalty. So it's going to be 2.5 laps that they'll lose if the stewards don't obviously redeem or take off one of those penalties. So they're going to fall right down the order if that is the case, and they'll drop right down probably to the bottom end of the top 20.
Would it be, because obviously if it's a time penalty that's given to them, this is just more for me in a sense. If it's a time penalty that's given to them, right, that will affect them towards the end of the race, I don't actually have if that'll work. Either way, it's a good question anyway. If they're applied a time penalty, they reach the checkered flag, does it just drop them to the back of whatever lap they're on? If it's like
that is also, tactically, yes. So as long as they stay, I guess, a lap ahead of the nearest competition, because it is a time penalty that's issued at the end of the race, not a position penalty. If they finish a lap ahead at the end, then yeah, they won't actually lose many positions. So yeah, maybe they're thinking about this and they're not actually too concerned. But yeah, it's entirely up to the stewards as well whether they give it out. I'm not sure if they have the power to obviously take them off, but. Yeah, it'd be a massive shame otherwise, because obviously they had a very good race at 21. They've really made no mistakes, and yeah, it'd be a shame to see their race dented at the end through something out of their control.
Heard that they're now into the pit lane. Thank you for the update there, James. We'll catch up with you before the end of the race, I am absolutely sure. 2 hours to go here at Bathurst. We are approaching that checkered flag rapidly. Plenty of battles to come. Stick with us after this.
Virtual.
Speaking of developing, how could someone that is really new to sim racing approach ACC to get better, do you think? Because obviously you have a lot of experienced drivers already on the platform, but if someone was straight into sim racing, get a wheel and pedals, bang, into ACC, what would be the best thing they could do to get good at it?
It depends also on the kind of player. If it was like me 12 years ago when I started sim racing, I've never been, I have to admit it, a single player hardcore user. And I'll jump to that. So my desire from day one was I want to race with someone, and I want to race with someone online. And there we started with, trying, I'm from a little town close to Turin in Italy. And in my specific area, I would say the radius that we have in 60 kilometers, except from Turin, let's say, I didn't have so many car enthusiasts at school or anything. I was the lonely guy, And so I started trying to convince all those guys playing sim racing games, even if it was a pain for them, because lap 1, they spun. Lap 2, they spun. Turn 2, they spun. And so they got frustrated so fast that I didn't have any other mate to actually play with. And I'm talking of the late 90s and then 2000s. I was spinning too, but I was having a lot of fun because, hearing the sound of the car, etc. Then I started playing single player for that reason. And so AI gave me that kind of help of being constant and being consistent, because I was setting the AI in every game I've played when I was a child so low that they were slower than me on the straight. But then suddenly at the end of the lap, guess what? They are in front of me. So I started to be, more calm, precise, to have a methodical approach. And every week the AI was growing and growing and growing and growing till at the end, I've never been a guy beating AI at alien 100% level. And that's not my purpose and goal in life, I have to say. I have other goals, but it has been very interesting and it has taught me a lot. So if I have to give a suggestion, before even trying to get on a multiplayer match, or if you want to do it to have some laughs, it's okay. If you want to learn, use the AI, especially the ACC AI from our Stefano, is designed to be competitive. That's the goodness, in my opinion, for our AI, that using a good physics model that is what the player uses, it can tell you a lot on how to drive. Obviously, don't look at the internal POV, because AI drivers are very fast into movements. Obviously, they are machines, fortunately, so they won't steal our job, maybe for today, but they can steal your driving, and you should steal some of the driving from them. Not, again, everything, but at least, being always wide at the entry of a corner, going on the apex, then giving throttle when you are out from that, especially in the lower AI skill scenarios, is very much something that can teach you how to go for it. And then go to league in a parallel way, or after that, after you feel a bit confident and you got all your done track medals, you can go into a league and do some races and just focus on not touching everyone and not ruining races, because that will happen and that hurts. I think you remember when I joined the SimGrid Porsche Cup, and in race 1 in Zandvoort, we were in lap 2 with the full tank of fuel. I wasn't so much practiced on the track. I wasn't slow, but lap 2 we were braking in 3 cars at T1, and I realized that I had a very aggressive braking, while the other player had a conservative and pretty much compatible to a lap 2 braking attitude. I find myself in a situation in which on the right the turn was closing. If I went for that line in the inside braking line, I wouldn't gotten him and sent him in the sand. I couldn't move on the left. I couldn't move on the right because the wall is very close at Zandvoort in the grass. If you touch the grass, you are on him again at turn 1.
Yeah.
The only thing I could try to do is brake as strong as I can and throw myself out of the track and completely abort my race. And what I did was that I tried to do that. The problem is that the player was in my line. I couldn't brake so much to avoid him, and I ruined my race. I ruined his race, and I really did experience on the live stream by seeing it. So that's why I tell you, especially at the beginning, don't be aggressive and just learn how to not touch people. That's very much a skill.
Yeah.
Is the Esports Racing World Cup coming in January next year, so keep your eyes peeled for that. It's 3 platforms and 1 tournament, so plenty of things to keep focused on, and VCO bridging gaps everywhere in sim racing. Also thanks to AK Informatica Thrustmaster and Coach Dave Academy guiding us through the season. Obviously a bit of a note on Coach Dave Academy: get yourselves over to the website, get yourself signed up. There is a coupon code. It is ready until the end of the day, which is coming up fairly shortly. TSGXVCO15. Get yourself 15% off on plenty of things there, and go and demand all of the time from Nick Foster when it comes to his coaching, because I just want him to be very busy. We're currently focused on the battle for 10th place. Jaroslav Honzik ahead of Baltzar. Saw these two battling out a little bit early before we went to an ad break, and that battle seeming to continue with an hour and 45 minutes left to go in the race. Lewis McGlade and Luke Rogers in the commentary booth. And to be fair, what we are seeing here is this is going to come down to the final few laps when it comes to that race lead, because everything is building up to an enthralling battle, not just on strategy, but it looks like it might actually happen on the circuit as well.
Yes, we know that it's at least a 2-horse battle right now. We've got the 111 car, which probably has to do an extra stop compared to the 121, which means it's only going to be a splash and dash. So they're only going to lose 30 seconds from going into the pits, and maybe 5 or 10 seconds from being stopped and getting that final bit of fuel in the car. The 121 can do it on sort of the normal stints that they're on. They've been doing about 71 minutes. So we know for a fact those two are in. If somehow Sherritt can find some demon form and find about half a second, in theory he could bring the gap back and we could get a 3-horse battle. But right now it doesn't look like it's going to happen. The 121's fast enough, I think, that it's not going to happen. But we saw earlier with the 111 car, they were pulling away, they were dominating the race, and then they had that spin. I mean, admittedly it wasn't their fault, but I always say traffic karma. It might happen to the 121 as well, and we might get a proper 3-horse battle at the end of this race.
And let's be honest, if there is a driver that you really, really don't want to rule out of starting to set some incredible lap times and try and charge down that gap, it would be the likes of Jordan Sherritt. We'll see how it unfolds, though, over the final parts of the race. Of course, tyres will be coming into this a little bit as well. The big note, of course, those of you, if you're just joining us for the final part of the race and maybe you haven't caught up with what's been happening in the VCO World Cup, the drivers and teams out there are limited to 9 tyre sets across the race, which means that we're expecting double stints. We saw some of those earlier on in the race, and the curiosity comes now as to whether, if you've got another set of tyres in the bank for your next pit stop, or, well, if you're going to have to take the pain at this point. At the moment, we actually really don't know if anyone has to take the pain, if anyone's got a fresh set of tyres, but we will be finding out, all of us together. Baltzar into the pit lane from 11th place. What we're seeing on screen at the moment is a battle between Kirill Selarov and Silver Racing Team, who's closed into the back of Unicorns of Love. Petrochenko behind the wheel of that, fresh behind the wheel in the last few laps, jumping in behind that Aston Martin. The Audi behind is not the one that is battling, that was in 4th position rather. That's the one that's had connection issues and dropped down the order. That's WPS Racing Team. That's the 28 car. So they've dropped way down the order. You can see as well behind them the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car. Again, if we were to run through a list of the teams that have had issues this race and run through the list of teams that haven't, well, the list of teams that have had issues is much longer than the teams that haven't. Thus proving the point that we were bringing up prior to the race, that if you can get through the race with a clean car, no bent panels, you're probably going to be somewhere inside the top 10. It just shows the level of commitment that Bathurst really has.
Yeah, and it's one of those tracks that, because of how easy it is to have mistakes, you don't necessarily need to have a completely clean race to have a chance at the win. Now, we've seen that 111, they had the incident with the 787 John Lacey Sports Academy Cup car in the Dipper, if I remember correctly. They had that incident, they lost about 30 seconds from it. They're still leading, and they're still, right now, we think probably the favourites for the win, pending some really good lap times from the SRO champion of Sicilia, which feels like a foregone conclusion. But you don't necessarily need to have a completely clean race if you're fast enough. But what you can't have are those sort of, not racing and ending incidents, but those return to garage incidents, which for those of you who don't play ACC much, if you have to return to the garage from on track, so you can't drive into the pit lane yourself, you get locked out of the car for 3 minutes, and you have to just sit there and do nothing. And that's when you lose multiple laps. And with no safety cars, with no false course yellows, you will not make those laps back up.
No, that's why those kind of mistakes are very, very costly. We've seen a couple of those already, and obviously those are the drivers that are way down the order. There have been plenty of issues throughout, and we've seen teams go from the front of the grid to the back of the grid, back to the front of the grid, then somewhere towards the back of the grid again. And again, the list of those drivers will continue. AAA Esports one race. It's like, how are they back in the top 10? I thought they were having big issues at the 4-hour mark. The 149, another good example of a team that's been started in 5th place, had that issue we were hearing from Eamon Murphy, who explained what had happened with Stutsenko, saying that it was a wheel issue and that shifting up, it would cut the car off occasionally, switched wheel rims, carried on later, obviously handed the car over to Eamon Murphy, etc. So there were some issues there that sort of cost them. Then, of course, worked their way back up the order, then got a drive-through penalty and a 10-second for incidents with the number 92 AAA Esports. Now Jaroslav Honzik's behind the wheel, but they are still inside the top 10. Not only are they inside the top 10, they are the lead McLaren by a long way. Look at that list on the left. The next McLaren, bearing in mind we have got quite a few on the grid, the next McLaren is the number 22, conveniently in 22nd place. That's the Rocket SimSport car. It shows how much of a recovery drive they have been, because I got a message from Team Boss over that way of things at Zansho SimSport, Ed Trillian Johnson, who messaged me around about the hour mark with the big question, how are we the lead McLaren? Alas, unfortunately, they are not anymore.
Just before it gets changed, I would like to point out that not only is the 22 car in 22nd, but the 14 is in 14th as well.
Ooh.
So everything is right in the world now.
The number one car is not first, though.
Yeah, no, that's. I mean, yeah, the 111 is.
Yeah, there is that.
I mean, if they win 3 races this season, then I guess there'll be 111. But we go through the field, and really, I think part of the reason why they're the one at the top is because they've avoided those incidents. We think of the 55, right? That had that big crash at the start of the race. They were originally the McLaren in this field, and they are traditionally the McLaren team. I think is the fair way to ascribe to them. And the 9 car, the Yas Heat team, they usually either drive a Ferrari or Bentley. So I think they perhaps weren't expecting to be this fast in the McLaren at a track which tradition doesn't favour the car, but also to be this far ahead of the Zansho guys that are traditionally right towards the front of the field in that car, because they just drive it so much. I mean, it is their car; it's the car they always drive, and their sort of relationship with McLaren in terms of how often they drive it is very similar to G2 and the BMW. So it's a shame that the 55 didn't really get that opportunity to race at the front this race, but I do think we'll see them towards the front, and I do think we'll see more than one McLaren in the top 10 at another race this season.
Yeah, for sure. Plenty of quality drivers, of course, in that brand, as well as plenty of others. Speaking of brands and stuff, there has been a mistake of some description. Not 100% sure what happened. Yellow flag came out a little bit earlier in this lap, 4:16. That, of course, being Antoine Landry, who is currently running in 6th place. Was running in 5th, handed the position to the 777 of Mooney, but there was an issue. It was out of the final corner at Murray's. I'm assuming, we've seen a couple of them, potentially a spin, maybe getting it up onto the curb and spinning out of the corner. There is Raymond Mooney, and you saw there in the previous shot how far behind the Honda NSX is of Landry. So the Elvis Grattan team seemingly having an issue, which has cost them what seems to be not too much, all things considered. Hopefully there's no damage on the car and they're able to continue, but it was coming out of the final corner. We've seen that a lot. Easy mistake to make, but a very costly one.
That's Bathurst. I mean, that whole mountain section, you go off by a millimetre in certain corners and your race is done. You have to be so precise here to avoid massive incidents, and that's part of why this track is so brilliant in endurance racing, because it really punishes those mistakes and it forces drivers. Some of these guys are staying in the car for 2-3 hours, and over those 2-3 hours, you're what, doing about 90 laps, right? One of those laps in one corner, 1 second out of those 3 hours could end your entire race if you can't pay attention for long enough. As we see, there we go, the NSX spinning around the 416 in a really inopportune place. A little bit of rear end damage, but it shouldn't be too much. It'll probably buff out fairly simply in the next pit stop, but it is going to be a lot of track position loss there and a fair bit of time as well.
I think the thing with a circuit like this, of course, and I've brought this up time and time again over when it comes to like weighing up different circuits on a calendar and stuff, is that drivers tend to estimate their odds for the most part fairly well, to be honest, and every single driver on the grid will know that the mountain section is a huge challenge, right? We know it's very, very difficult up the top end of the mountain, and they tend to judge that mountain section very well. But when it comes down to those final couple of corners, that's where it was almost a bit easier to see, and that's where mistakes are made. Either way, we'll focus on the race at hand, the 157, which is currently in second position. Jordan Sherritt behind the wheel, team manager in, and of course driver of that car. Giorgio Simonini caught up with you before the race. I want to talk to you about how the race is going for you. An hour and a half left to go. How are you feeling?
Yeah, we're feeling a bit tough because it has been, a very difficult race for us. A lot of unluckiness during the stints, but I think it's a strong race at the end. We are showing a good pace. The car is a bit struggling now with these hot conditions, so hopefully we can bring this car home till the end. But yeah, we'll see some great action at the end because we actually need to double stint again. And it will be very difficult now for us, but I'm looking forward for some good action, and surely I'll have fun for the last stint.
Yeah, I did wonder that if you had another set of tyres left, maybe Bathurst has not really gone the way you would have wanted it, starting from pole position. But it still seems like there's still some good points on the cards, and potentially a decent way, at least, to start off a title defence.
Yeah, sure. Indeed, it's a good way, but we had the chance to win today, and when there is a chance and you can't take it, it's a bit sad. But at the end, P2 is a really good position, good points, and we should take it home and try to extract as much speed as we can to maintain this position. It will be really hard because the third position team is going really fast, and we need to concentrate, to keep focus, push, and get this going.
Well, one final question before we let you go, because you'll be getting into the car fairly shortly. Obviously, with the way you've seen the race unfold, you've been able to watch your pace, you've been able to watch the pace of all of the other cars. Is there any car that's potentially not towards the front that you've kept an eye on because their pace is looking pretty impressive, at least for the next few rounds, to see who's going to be a main challenger in this title race?
Well, indeed, we've seen that Triton Racing is really a good team, has great potential, and they've shown us today. I'm not surprised because I know those guys very good, 3 very strong Polish drivers, and I'm really looking forward to race with them. And it was really fun till now, and I'm sure we'll have more fun at the next races. And indeed, there are a few teams that had a better luck, but they will, shine in Spa in the next races, surely. So the championship is still open. So, we need to think race by race, lap per lap. We know these races are long and everything can happen.
Giorgio, before you run off, we know Spa has a history sort of similar to Bathurst in SimGrid in terms of the way it treats Audis, especially that Eau Rouge and Raidillon section. We saw a lot of spins and a lot of accidents there for the Audi teams in season 1 of the World Cup. With the addition and the implementation of success ballast this year, is that something you're kind of nervous about? With the amount of weight your car is going to have on in those kind of corners, is that something sort of weighing into your mind coming into Spa?
We already know it's going to be a tough round. We already, we already counted that. So we're gonna be there defending. We're not gonna attack there, surely. So it's gonna be tough. I admit that, and surely we have to think about that. But we always try our best. We will try to defend.
Yeah. So with your setup, with your car, with that extra ballast, I assume you approach it differently, right? When you come to Spa and you're going to have that extra weight on the car, do you perhaps move the aero balance rearwards? Give the car a little bit more understeer just to protect it in those kind of corners?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, we'll try to sort something out.
Well, we'll let you run off back to the car. Obviously, hopping in fairly shortly. Don't worry.
Good luck.
Run away, carry on, and best of luck.
Yeah. Thank you. See everyone. Have a good race. Bye.
No worries. Rushing back into the car as fast as we possibly can. Jordan Sherritt currently on screen. Hearing that they're going to have a troublesome final stint of the race. Kind of expecting it. We were wondering if they were one of the teams that was curious as to whether they had a tyre set left. The answer to that one is a very solid nope. So it's going to be a tough run towards the checkered flag for them.
I think he said they had one set left.
One left.
Yeah, because they need to do one more pit stop afterwards. So he's going to have to do basically a short double stint, which is not the end of the world. The Audi's not too hard on tyres, and the temperature is dropping a little bit. In about an hour's time, I think we'll get closer to 30 degrees. So it's not quite like it was earlier, where we were closer to 40 than 30. It's not the end of the world that he has to do that. But we're looking at the lap times now, and I was saying just after the ad break that we had that Sherritt and Simonini needed to go about half a second faster than the 121 in Cecilia's hand and the 111 in the hands of Harcourt right now. And at the minute, he's actually slower than both of them. So it's kind of looking like he's competing potentially for second. And we also know that the 121 needs to do one less stop than them. So realistically, I think it's more likely he'll finish third, and we'll have that two-way fight at the top. But I think it's still, there's still that added threat of incidents. There's still that added threat of drama that is just ever present to this track. And we're sort of expecting that we're going to get a battle on track at the end. With that splash and dash the 111 will need to do, the 121 will be charging on those fresh set of tyres. If those two get into a big battle and, God forbid some kind of incident happens between the two of them, the 157 could steal the win.
Yeah, you've got to be curious as to how this race is going to come to a close, because the way we have it, there's a whole list of things that can happen, and various different equations being run, and it'll show us a few different winners, to be honest, because it looks very close between the 111 and the 121. Obviously, if you're going to go anywhere, like run to the loo, go and grab yourself some food, now would be the time, ladies and gentlemen, because the race is going to be coming to a close fairly shortly. Just an hour and a half left. Whilst we're here with an hour and a half left, probably a good time to run through at least roughly where things are inside the top 10. Obviously, the 111 car is leading the way at the moment, that one being the DV1 Triton racing car, the Polish squad, all running things look very, very strong as things stand in that Bentley Mighty on the mountain. And a trio of Audis behind. GTWR Racing Team, Jordan Sherritt, we're expecting them into the pit lane. As we said, Simononi is going to be getting back into the car. Behind this, of course, SRO Esports champion himself, ODOT Motorsports, Jesus Cecilia, behind the wheel at the moment in third position. Potentially a car we should be focusing on when it comes to battling for the race lead. Fourth position, WPS Racing Team. Curiosity as to what's going to happen with them when it comes to getting their driver into the car. A little bit worried about how things are happening because they had a bit of technical issues in that vehicle and how that's going to come towards a checkered flag. Only one way to find out, and that's to keep our fingers crossed and hope things work out for them. 777 Sim Racing Masterclass, who have worked their way up the order bit by bit, and suddenly they're inside the top 5, considering they've had incidents down at the Dipper, they're doing very well. Landry was backwards coming out of the final corner a couple of laps ago, now continuing in 6th place and looking fairly strong. We know there's a lot of pace in that car. AAA Esports, Axel Petit behind the wheel, currently running in 7th position after a few incidents for them. Then we've got Santoro behind that, who they're on a bit of a recovery drive for Jean Lacey Esports Academy after a few incidents throughout the day. They're back up into 8th position. Yaroslav Honzik, the next one behind, in the Yaz Heat car after a few incidents, and they received a few penalties courtesy of that. The final car inside the top 10, it is BMW Team G2 Esports. Niels Nyox behind the wheel of that one. Been a crazy race so far. Obviously, if you wanted to make a highlights package, I'm sure it will take you a fair while to get through all of the action that's happened here on the mountain. Kind of typical of a race at the mountain. Of course, at least for us, I think probably the best way to start the season at a circuit like this, because let's be honest, it's never going to be boring.
And to be honest, you said the highlights package would be long. If we wanted to make a lowlights package, we could get half an hour, I think, just out of pit lane infringements. There's been quite a few this race, but yeah, I mean, it is a track, never disappoints. You know, even if you don't have a battle at the front, which, to be fair, we're looking like we can have one this time. We had one in season 1 of the World Cup. So it seems like Bathurst is developing a tradition for that as well. But even if you don't have that, you still get to watch these incredible onboards of people fighting through the mountain. We saw that overtake in Skyline earlier, which is not something you see every day. It's not something you see every year, those kind of overtakes. So it's such a brilliant track to start a series at. And to be honest, I think this championship's only going to get better. We go to Spa for a 24-hour race. You know, the one thing you don't have at Bathurst, unless you're extremely unlucky, is rain. You know, it doesn't really rain here. You get the hot temperatures, which do have an effect on, obviously, grip. It makes cars hard to drive. It makes tyres hard to maintain. But when we come to Spa and we throw in that spanner of unpredictable weather, of flash rain showers, that 24-hour race is going to be filled with drama, filled with overtakes, filled with excitement. And it's just going to keep going through the whole series. It's such a great World Cup that we've got planned out. And I mean, if the first race is anything to go by, it's going to be one of the best series ACC has ever seen.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 4 more rounds after this as we're focusing on the battle for 14th position. Hoban on the back of Petrochenko, see if anything happens between Rotronic E-Racing and, of course, Unicorns of Love. Next round, we'll be back on the 15th of May, the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. As I say, the weather's going to be playing a key part of that. Mid-May, out there in Belgium, I think we might see a fair amount of rain, although, that time of year, maybe we'll have to wait and see. Throughout the night, there's always a little bit of rain, you never know. 12 Hours of Donington follows that 26th of June. Then we head back into the Southern Hemisphere, 31st of August for the 12 Hours of Kyalami. Then on the 2nd of October, we head to the Nurburgring, which for any of you that have been to the Nurburgring, you know that part of the world is very much a rain-heavy area, and especially in October, I think that one will see a fairly wet finale to the season. We'll obviously have to wait and see. I can't remember which year it was. Maybe it was 2016 from memory when they did the 12 Hours of Bathurst in real life, of course. And it rained really, really heavily. Might be 2017, might be 2018. Who knows? Don't remember very well. And I just remember Shane van Gisbergen making a 3-wide pass up at Reed Park at about 40 kilometres an hour, which, for those of you that know, obviously Bathurst is run on, or is closed public roads. These are actual roads. If you look at it on Google Maps, people have put their bins out and stuff. So, it's just standard road territory is this one. Obviously the weirdest standard road you could possibly see. Speed limit over the top of the mountain is 60 kilometres an hour. So obviously at that point in the race, they were running slower than the actual standard road speed limit, which is not great.
Yeah, that was a interesting race. It's not something I want to see every year. It's one of those sort of, not gimmicks is the wrong word, but it's one of those things that is funny when it happens once and it's not funny when it happens for 12 hours. It's the same with when the kangaroos came a couple of years ago. Yeah. And blocked the track. It was hilarious, but the ensuing red flag wasn't as fun when they tried to get rid of them all. But we go to, obviously we don't have red flags first off in ACC. We also don't have kangaroos. But we go to a track like Spa. It doesn't matter how bad the conditions get. These guys will have to keep driving it, and that's where setup work is going to be crucial. Getting the sort of the rake of the car, the ride height of the car correct, because you have to make compromises to the setup. On Coach Academy now, we've got the separate dry and wet setups that you can get on there. which, by the way, there's money off if you go there today, so feel free to hit it up. But I struggle so hard to make those compromises to the setup. There's the discount code for those of you who want to use it. But I struggle so hard to make those compromises. You have to move the aero balance rearwards. You have to raise the car up, which takes grip off because the diffuser's underneath. All these guys will have to put in that time to get the setup perfect, to get the car, operating not just in the dry weather, or not just in full wet, but you've got changing conditions. You've got monsoon, you've got light rain, heavy rain, hot weather, nighttime where it's going to be ice cold. There's so many things at a track like Spa and at Nurburgring when you have those 24-hour races that you have to account for. And if drivers don't do that, they might be fast at one point in the race, but they're going to have an incident.
I absolutely love driving in the wet, but I will put a caveat with that. I like driving in the wet most of the time. There is one circuit I actually do not like driving in the wet, and that is Spa. Because when you have corners like Eau Rouge and Pouan, and to be fair, even Blanchemont's very, very tricky in the wet, when they're sort of like, they're almost this weird high-speed mid-commitment, which is hard enough in the dry in a GT car, but in wet weather conditions, it's turned up to 1,000, because when you go up and through the compression and then it goes up and over the rise, it's a complete death trap. And so for that, I just do not like driving it, because you're effectively gambling constantly. And whilst, yes, setup work is going to be a key factor, driving well within yourself is also going to be a key factor. That is even if it rains. At this point, if we're hyping it up with a lot of wet weather, it's probably going to stay dry for the entire 24-hour race. We'll have to wait and see.
It always rains at Spa. It always rains at Spa. Even if it's, all we had was drizzle last year, but there was still rain. It still counts. But even the drizzle, those conditions where it's not wet enough to get onto the wet tyres, but it's wet enough to make the track scary, they're almost worse than driving in the wet. When you're driving in the wet, you know what you've got. There's specific lines you need to take, curbs you need to avoid, areas of the track you have to drive on. At Spa, you have on the Kemmel Straight, there's that sort of groove in the track where you hit that water. There's like a patch of water that appears, and you aquaplane over it pretty much every lap. When you do that with slick tyres still, then that's what it just causes unpredictable crashes. But when you're on wet tyres, the tyres can clear the water, and it's okay. So I almost want to say, like, if we're going to have rain, can we have heavy rain, please?
I'm sort of in the boat of, well, it would be a boat, wouldn't it? In the wet, same kind of thing. Is that if it's going to rain, I want you to rain properly. I want to have no questions. I want it to be wet tyres. I just want it to be, like I say, simple. It's never simple in the wet. I just want it to be effectively clear cut. That, like you say, this is what you have. This is the situation you're in. Roll with it. So yeah, very much in a like-minded position on that. But I have done my fair share of races that are sort of sat in the middle, and not really knowing which way to go. Hour and 20 minutes left on the clock. We're seeing Petrochenko, Unicorns of Love, defending at the moment from Holborn as they run up towards Griffin's Bend. Petrochenko's defended that inside and still holds the position. Hearing that the 157, there it is, as we heard Simonini's got into the car. The reason that is important is because they will have to pit again. There is no way they can get to the checkered flag, not even if they could save fuel like all the way into the checkered flag. Doesn't matter. In the VCO World Cup, there is a 75-minute stint limit, which means they will have to come in at least 6 minutes prior to the checkered flag to effectively negate that 75-minute limit. And to be fair, only one car realistically has been consistently taking it up that far, that being the car that's currently in 9th position, the 62 BMW Team G2 Esports. They're the only ones that have really been pushing it to that very limit. Everyone else has been a little bit shy of the 75-minute mark. We'll see though when the 111 comes in. We know it's pushing quite hard at the moment. The 121 as well, when they come into the pit lane, if they come in around the 75-minute mark, that, based on their previous stints, that might be a little bit too early, because we know they're kind of, particularly with like the 121, this is one that we're kind of expecting to pit maybe around the 75-minute mark, but their stints are very consistently around 70 minutes.
Yeah, we've been getting a bit confused with the 111 car, because we know for a fact that a Bentley can do 75-minute stints. It's got the extra fuel compared to all the other cars. It's generally got the fuel-saving maps are really good in that car. So we know they can do it. But the pace that the 111 car is setting is just not, is not sufficient to do that. They had to do 2 75 minutes in a row, and they've been doing 71-minute stints for the whole race. And we were sort of, because they had that 40-second gap, we were sort of expecting that they'd slow down, maybe go for 2-minute 2.5s, that sort of thing. And if they did that for the rest of the race, they'd be fine. But they're pushing in a way that I can only assume they're on they're setting the same pace as the 157 car, for example. And we know the 157 is pushing flat out. They're not fuel saving at all, and they're on the same pace. So unless they're doing some absolute wizardry in that 111 car to get it to the end of the stint timer, I feel like they're going to be a couple minutes short still. And if they're a couple minutes short, it doesn't matter what they need to do. They'll have to do that splash and dash. The next 5 minutes will, I think, make it clear whether we're going to have that battle towards the front of the grid, or whether maybe the 111 is going to hold on to the win.
We'll have to wait and see. At the moment, as far as I can see on their previous stints, the stint before this one was a 34-lap stint, and I think they've been running 35 laps basically every stint prior to that. So the last one was a lap short. Weird, fair enough. They're currently on their 34th lap of their stint. They're a few minutes away from getting within that window. Realistically, they want to push it as far as they can to try and get as deep into that window as possible so that they can cruise a little bit. But we're being told, again, they are continuing to push. Heard in the ad break when we were going through some stuff, looking at the fuel map they're running map 1, meaning obviously effectively they're extracting the most amount of power from the engine, and that kind of like they're pushing it as far as they possibly can when it comes to their fuel margin. And I don't understand why they're still in map 1. They need to tone it down. They need to come off the pace a little bit. They need to tone the car down and focus more on the longevity of the vehicle, pushing it close to the 75-minute limit rather than basically pitting at the 70. Because what that could potentially do now, for those of you that maybe aren't quite as aware, is it could end up costing the race. I've just come out of Forest Elbow. Of course, the note for the 121, for those of you, again, keeping up to date with it, the previous lap, the previous stint from the 121 was a 35-lap stint. Their current stint, they are on the 31st lap of that stint. So they still have a good 10 minutes to go, nearly, in their stint before they have to come in. That's so much time, not only obviously a little bit less fuel, but it just gives you that window where towards the end of the race, you know that no matter what, you can get to the checkered flag. Before 75 minutes are complete, we are told the 111 is entering pit lane, so that confirms it. No doubt they will have to pit for a splash before the checkered flag.
But the thing is, the gap is about 40 seconds to the 121 car. And a splash and dash, what does it do? It takes about 40 seconds. So yeah. I think on these last few laps, when that splash and dash happens, we're going to have the two at the front of the grid within a couple of seconds of each other. We might have a last lap battle for the win.
I'm a little bit baffled by this, because from experience in endurance racing that I've done, which is fairly lack in comparison to a lot of people, maybe they're still somewhat new to it. I know Dominic Bly most certainly is not. Is there comes a point in the race, and to be fair, obviously with a race at this level, you're constantly doing this anyway. But there comes a point in the race where you're seeing how things are unfolding, and you run strategy backwards. Right, so you think, right, okay, there's the checkered flag, which means that I know that my final pit stop must be at such and such. So realistically, in this kind of sense, you want it to be past about an hour and 14 minutes to go, just to make sure that you're safe. So you know that you need to be in the pit lane at that time. Where are you now, and how do you get to that time while staying out on circuit? What do you need to save? How many laps do you need to save? What do you need to do? And you start running that strategy backwards, to your point. Now, the point is with that, is realistically, if you were running the maths properly, not only would you have known that an hour ago, you would have known that 3, 4, 5 hours ago. So why did they not react to it? Why did they keep pushing? We heard they were in map 1, we heard they were pushing, we know they were pushing as hard as they can. If it comes to like the thing that's always told, is that you hear it in various bits of motorsport when it comes to fuel saving, is that it's easy to save a lap of fuel over an entire stint. It's hard to save a lap of fuel in the final 5 laps of a stint. So why weren't they saving over the entirety of a few stints? And why did they come in for a 34-lap stint a couple of stints ago?
It's even easier to save a lap of fuel over a 12-hour race.
Yeah.
If they knew at the start of the race this would happen, as you said, why didn't they just, especially in a Bentley, the thing I find so confusing is that they're in a Bentley and they're doing it. Because the Bentley is it has the biggest fuel tank of all the cars, and it has perhaps the best fuel mileage of all the cars because of the bigger tank. So if there's any car that could have extended by a lap some of the stints, they only had to do that on like 3 stints. If they extend each stint by 1 lap, they'd have been fine. And they just didn't do that. And now they've, they might have cost them maybe 10, 15 seconds, but now instead it's going to cost them 40. Maybe they'll still be good. Right now it's a 46.6 second gap between them and the 121 car. But over the last sort of hour of the race, the 121 car has been consistently a 10th here, a 10th there faster. So we're expecting that gap to drop. So I think what we're going to have is that when that 111 comes in with the pit stop, when that happens, they're going to be literally bang on each other at the end of this race. I don't know when they'll do the splash and dash. To be honest, you might actually prefer to do it early and get it out of the way and then just go to the end. Maybe they do it in 10 minutes time and just keep going. I'm not sure. I don't really know where I'd rather take it.
I'd rather take it quite late, because the thing is, what you want to do is you want to run the tank quite empty, because obviously a lighter car is theoretically a faster car. Obviously what you don't really want to do is I get why you'd want to come in early, because you kind of want to just like, right, let's just get in, let's just know the cards we have, and then either defend or attack dependent on where we are, rather than playing our cards late and then seeing where we're at and maybe being too late to cover some stuff off. But realistically, you kind of want to push it as far as you can, because you want that lighter car. Was hearing from some of the drivers prior to this that the car's a little bit tricky through the middle of the stint, but the tyres sort of come and go through a stint, obviously dependent on their thermal rate and roughly where they are when it comes to their heat cycle and degradation and such. But the tyre seems to come back a little bit later in the stint. Obviously the track temperature is decreasing now bit by bit. We were up to 37 through the midpoint in the race, or really about an hour or 2 ago. We're down to 33 now, so the track temperature is decreasing, meaning that the track will theoretically get a little bit faster closer to the checker flag. So in that sense, I'd kind of want to be out there getting the car a bit lighter on fuel and then pitting quite late. Also, it makes things dramatic for us because we have no idea what happens to the checker flag, so that's 10 out of 10 for us. But yeah, I'm a little baffled by that call, and it looks like they may be one-upped by this car that we have on screen at the moment. Our race leader at the moment, Odox Motorsport, we're expecting them in a few laps, not quite yet, another couple of laps for them, potentially with an hour and 10 minutes to go, so maybe at the end of the next lap. But yeah, a bit of a baffling strategy.
Yeah, I think the decision about when you take it is I think more down to what kind of driver you are. I know I'm not the best with pressure, so for me, like, I'd get it out of the way and move, because over this whole stint now they've got that in the back of their head. Oh, I need to splash. And what they absolute cannot afford now is, because he knows that, he's probably going to push. And I look at the lap times, he's sitting 2-minute 1.7. Cecilia's in 1.4 right now. So he's gaining a couple tenths a lap, as I said, which should be enough to put them right next to each other by the end of the race. The 111 car is going to be seeing that. They'll have them on the delta on the left. Their teammates will probably be keeping an eye on the lap times. And Blair in the car is now probably going to know that he needs to find a tenth somewhere, or he needs to find that time somewhere and just make sure the gap is safer. It doesn't change that much. Obviously, you still see the gap if you pit now, but you at least maybe get the pressure off. So it's just a case, I think, of if you feel like you can handle that pressure and you can deal with it, fair enough. Just take the splash and dash only when you have to. But it's an intriguing little thing, and it's going to be. There's also the added benefit. If there's a lot of traffic in front of you, why not come in? Why not get away from it? Right now, if the 111 car comes up to a big group of cars, rather than losing all the time to overtake them, serve the splash and dash, get it out of the way, and then just go to the end, and you're probably going to come out in a bit cleaner air.
Yeah, just going to jump to our analyst here very, very quickly for a call on that. James Parker as well, obviously, talking us through various of the strategy bits in the race. Thoughts on that from the 111 car? Obviously, a changed driver as well, but a little bit of an odd call for them.
I mean, we could see this happening 3 hours ago. We said it literally at just under the 3 hour mark that we think they're going to have to splash and dash, and it is surprising. If they just extended that first stint within the 3 hour window to 75 minutes and just run a more conservative fuel map, they would have been safe, and then they would have just been able to do the same amount of stops as the 121. So It is a bit of an odd call. I literally cannot call where they're gonna come out on track. I agree with you boys that they should do it later on in case they do come out behind the splash and dash, because a lighter car will allow them to be more racy. Whereas obviously pitting earlier, they're going to just have to run the fuel out. So yeah, I'm going to let you boys try and call this one, because it's going to be so close at the end of the race. The gap was obviously 49 seconds before the stop. They've come out and they're about 11 seconds apart. Once the 121's got his new fuel and tyres, they're going to be rapid. You know, they're going to be well within the window, so they can go easily to the end. So yeah, this is going to be so close to call.
You're escaping my chance to ask you who is going to be race victor there already. So well done. Can we get yourself out of that one? James Parker, analyst in pit lane. We'll come back to him a little bit later before the checkered flag. Of course, a bit of a reminder from Coach Dave Academy. Of course, it's where we grab him from. I'm not sure roughly how long, because we were told it was the end of the day, and I don't know if that's the end of the day British time or end of the day European time, so we'll cover that. You might have only 4 minutes. You might have an hour and 4 minutes. We'll have to wait and see. Rush yourself over to Coach Dave Academy anyway, over the next 4 minutes. Type in the coupon code TSGXVCO15. It's pinned in chat as well on the YouTube chat. So go and get yourself over there and grab yourself 15% off of some Coach Dave Academy products, setups, coaching sessions, etc. Run yourself over there and get yourself a little bit quicker, and then to take part as well. Why not? Get yourself on the grid. Hour and 8 minutes to go. Strategy still to play out, waiting for Odox Motorsport to come into pit lane. And I'm pretty sure they are still yet to do so. They are coming around on pit straight again, so they are continuing, passing an hour and 8 minutes. So they'll be coming in with only 65 minutes on the track, which what this means is the pit stop's getting shorter and shorter, isn't it? Because they're taking less and less fuel. Obviously, the more laps they go, the less fuel they have to take on that final stop. Thus, the quicker the pit stop's going to be, the more time they save.
Exactly that. You're talking about getting on the grid next weekend, Super Saturday. We have 3 open access series with the GT4, followed by the Ferrari Challenge, followed by the BMW M4. I'll be racing in all 3, so if anyone wants to come race me, feel free to sign up. And then obviously after you've raced in all 3, you get to watch the Best of British. So it's a pretty great evening of racing there. I'll be using my Coach Dave setups to find a couple tenths, make myself less slow rather than fast, because that is the level I'm at. But I'm quite looking forward to next weekend, because it's one of my favourite tracks, Brands Hatch. 3 different races, 3 different cars. I feel like that's a pretty perfect combination for an evening of racing.
Yeah, always. Love the Super Saturday format that we've got here at the Sim Grid. Plenty of action throughout the day. It is a long day of racing, and we know that Marcel Fusi, who's currently racing, as far as I'm aware, over in Split 2, Mr. Super Saturday himself, didn't have the best run last time out at Silverstone in the feature race of the Best of British, but did do quite well in the support series. I think he finished first and second from memory. But of course, as you're saying there, Coach Dave Academy, it's there for the very best to the uninitiated, so you can get yourself a part of it regardless as your skill level. Putting a lap on Landry there, so that means that we've got 5 cars on the lead lap, but obviously we're expecting some pit stops. Last year when we came here, or I was going to say it was a year ago, because it wasn't. It was I think it was October last year, so not actually that long ago, all things considered. The 121's coming into the pit lane this time round. We had 5 cars on the lead lap when we got to the checkered flag. I wonder if we're going to see the same level of cars on the lead lap this time, because where not too long ago we were saying there was only 3 cars on the lead lap, but this is how the strategy has sort of ebbed and flowed, that it shows how close it is, because they've all been running the same kind of pace, which means that sometimes we have 3 cars, sometimes we have 6, all depends on who's pitted and who's not. Shows how close things really are. It's just how it's spread out through traffic and battling.
And part of why that's happened is because we've had a couple of cars that are really fast have moments and incidents. The 777 and the 416, the Bentley and the Honda, have both been rapid, but their races haven't quite been as clean as, admittedly, the 157 and the 111, who both were also involved in incidents. But their pace has been consistently very similar, where they just drop back from avoiding things or being involved in things. So there is still that sort of, they're too far back to fight for a win, unless there's an incident. But those guys have been charging back through the field. That Honda especially has been setting really consistent lap times. I think that they've been stuck in traffic for a little bit now, which has pushed their lap times down. But they were really consistently in the mid 201s earlier, setting some awesome lap times. And we've been talking, waxing lyrical about this top 3. But the 4th, 5th, and 6th, there's only about 20 seconds between 4th to 6th. So there's a real opportunity here that we're going to have 2 big battles towards the top of the grid towards the end of this race.
What we're seeing is a battle on screen as well. Yuri Petrochenko for Unicorns of Love, still hanging on from Nicholas Hoban behind, battling it out for what is presently 12th place on the grid. Great camera angles as well coming in from Mike Yao. I know he's trying to show off now with his... every time we go to a broadcast, Mike Yao's learning something different with what he can throw together, and is always experimenting with camera angles. Nice one coming up Mountain Straight towards Griffin's Bend, looking backwards towards the Audi, which is very much filling the mirrors of this Aston Martin, but thus showing the Aston Martin's a great car for the race, because whilst that Audi is sketchy but very, very quick over the top on the straights, the Aston sort of just, it's not the fastest car in a straight line, but it certainly ain't slow, and it's just enough to hang on from that Audi. Every time we look at this battle for 12th place, it's, or at least, well, I think it's 13th, 14th position earlier. It's the Unicorns of Love ahead, and I was wondering this with when Petrochenko was coming in for his final stop, because I did believe he hadn't served it yet. I'm not sure Nicholas Hoban has either, but Petrochenko into the pit lane. Seeing some driver changes as well. Of course, for those of you that were focused on the 111, our leaders, Dominic Blyer's got behind the wheel of that one. Of course, we know that Simonini has got in behind the 157. Garcia has got back in behind the 121. Saw him obviously earlier in the race, but interesting to note that there are driver swaps happening in this last stretch of the race.
Yeah, I'm surprised by that. Cecilia was putting some pretty great lap times, and they had a really slow stop that's pushed them down. I mean, we do know that the Bentley needs to make one stop, but the gap is it's 51 seconds. Yeah, the timing screen was wrong. Oh, it put it to 113 seconds for a second. I think it was actually copying the NSXs for a second, but 51 seconds. So we were anticipating that the 111 car is going to take about 40 seconds in the pits. It's about 30 seconds driving through. You're going to have to stop for about 5 seconds, and you lose, obviously, in pulling in and pulling out of the pits, you lose about 5 seconds as well. So we're expecting 40 seconds being the sort of gap that will be, once the 111 makes that final stop. And right now it's 51, so they have to find 11 seconds. I don't know the kind of pace Garcia can set. We saw Cecilia was in the mid 201s. He was closing slowly but surely on the 111. The 121 car can push. This stop here isn't that long compared to some of the other ones they've had to do so far. It's only about 65 minutes, which most of these cars can do on map 1 with minimal fuel saving, minimal to no fuel saving really. So this is going to be a real sort of test, I think, of Garcia's consistency, because not only does he have to go fast, he has to go fast every lap.
And he's just got back into the car as well, considering. So I was kind of wondering if they're going to use leave Cecilia in the car, because obviously he was up to speed, he was ready with it, sort of consistent. Obviously they've changed it out, and we know that at this level a lot of the drivers are running very, very similar speeds on these kind of setups, so it kind of makes sense that Garcia would be back up to speed fairly quickly. It's just a bit of an interesting curveball, realistically, to throw into the mix, switching a driver late on. I kind of like the idea of leaving a driver in to sort of get up to or to stay up at speed and focus on their consistency and whatnot. Logitech G Altus Esports, 45th position, 307 laps down, and also for those of you keeping an eye on the liveries that we've had today, you will note that that is not the livery of Logitech G Altus Esports. They're actually very proud of the livery they had. Clearly something's happened with him joining the session, again maybe from a break, and obviously there is a sizable connection issue on the hands of Zachary Hanlon, but the car should be white, blue and orange. It is in fact white and red, which is obviously a base livery rather than the actual selected livery for them, so clearly some form of issue, and that car ain't moving proper over the top of the mountain, that must be said. Clearly had some issues with that joining of the server.
And yeah, that livery they did have in the car was one of the in-game custom liveries, so obviously either they didn't send the file in, which meant that it didn't get loaded onto broadcast, or they sent the wrong file, I would have to assume, or they forgot to join the server with that livery on the car, which
I think that
enables the Oh yeah, it was the rejoining. Yeah, of course. Yes, we were saying. It was when
Yeah, because we had
the server
delivery
and stuff.
earlier.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I wasn't here.
Oh, that's a good point.
I didn't see it.
I will tell you,
was
we had
watching.
delivery earlier.
I should have seen that. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what. There we go. We found it out. I was theorising, but we already knew the answer. So.
Yeah, it's interesting that obviously that issue's fallen their way. It wasn't going great for them anyway, this race. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. For those of you that don't really know much about Logitech G Altus Esports, they're a team that's quite strong in sim racing. In fact, actually, fun fact, at the moment they are doing another 12-hour race, which the last time I checked it's 12 hours at Spa, they were leading. So obviously spread quite thin in the sense that they're doing lots of races left, right and centre. That's another one that's on the VCO network as well. Being very, very busy in sim racing at the moment. They do very well elsewhere in sim racing, over in iRacing, battling out for podiums and stuff, be it in their major endurance races as well. They've got plenty of very, very strong drivers. Obviously, you know, great for them. Here, though, not so well, and with their inexperience with Assetto Corsa Competizione, they have a little bit of a partnership. That partnership being with a small team known as GTWR, obviously our reigning champions, which then means that GTWR are effectively helping 7 cars, because they have 6 in total. They have 5 in Split 1, a 6th one that's in Split 2, and then the Logitech G Altus Esports, which is also 4 different cars. I'm pretty sure it's 3 Ferraris, 2 Astons, 1 Audi, and a Bentley as well to help out. That's a lot of work.
Yeah, but these guys live and breathe ACC. We heard earlier on that some of these guys have been practicing like 5-6 hours a day for the last 2 weeks, just to make sure the car's perfect. I know from my own experience working with Power Motorsports, one of the teams down in Split 2, that they will sit there for hours just messing around with the dampers, messing around with the suspension of the car, and just test a bunch of variations and just see how the car feels. And then they'll move on to mechanical grip, camber, toe, move on to the aero balance. There's so many sort of minute things that these guys address, that these guys have to deal with, because at the end of the day, in real life, you've got your mechanics and your technicians setting up the car for you. You say, oh, I don't like the turning of the car, or the rear's unstable, and then they do all the work for you. In sim racing world, that's not how it is.
No, indeed. Of course, here we're watching Split 1 unfold. We've got an hour to go in this. We jump, though, because there's 2 splits of this race. We've got John Monroe back in the booth, and you can see that there is only half an hour left in that race. A driver that climbed up so many positions in the early stages of the race, currently running a bit further down the order than we would have expected when jumping back to you, 5 laps down. I think it's down in 32nd position. What has happened?
Unfortunately, there was a couple of incidents about the midway stage of the race. So we had a really good start. I managed to get up from 40th to 14th in the first stint, and then held on to 14th in the second stint on the kind of double sticking the tyres as well. So it was a really, really strong start. And unfortunately, it was just the smallest mistake by Milos. He managed to. He was going around the quick left-hander up the hill near the start of the mountain section, and he just clipped the concrete on the left. A mistake he'd never made in practice. He's been literally flawless the whole time, and he just clipped it. And obviously, when you hit that wall at the wrong angle, it fires you off to the right. So he had a massive head-on collision with the concrete, and literally couldn't drive the car. So we had to use a return to garage. So yeah, we dropped down to 40th position. That was a real shame, but it's been a good fight back. I think. In the last stint there, I was still doing low 202s, and I think we were about the same speed as the leader, because I was about a second behind him when he came into the pits. So I feel like the car had the pace to really be fighting for the top 5 today, but it's just not been our race, and that's what Bathurst can do for you.
Yeah, obviously you've got quite a lot of experience with racing, and with that also on Assetto Corsa Competizione in the recent past with Ross McGregor. Obviously he's racing in Split 1, you're racing in Split 2, so obviously a little bit of a split with who's teaming up with who. How has the racing been in Split 2? We've seen some frantic stuff in Split 1. Talk us through your general feelings on how clean, dirty, drama, not so much.
Frantic's probably a good word. From my perspective, it was really, really good. I had 3 super clean stints. There was a couple of incidents happening in front of me, as I said to you earlier, in the early laps, and people just trying way too hard to make up positions, do or die in the first few hours. But to be honest, the most recent stint for me was really, really good. I had some great battling. and managed to pick my way through cleanly, and the guys around me tended to behave. I still had a near miss with a couple of guys, but it was really good. People are obviously treating a lot of the race like it's the last lap of a sprint race, which can be a little bit, I guess, intense sometimes when you're trying to negotiate the mountain. You've got people side by side some of the time, but honestly, generally it's not been too bad. I think it's nothing more or less than you would expect from a race this competitive. And you've got to remember, even in Split 2, you guys watching the broadcast will be seeing the amazing performances of the guys in Split 1, but even those in Split 2, still incredibly quick drivers throughout the field. Maybe 1 or 2 seconds covering first to last, and there's 50 cars, so everyone's still desperate to kind of prove themselves and make their way up, and there's no slouches in there. So it's really good hard racing, and obviously we've had a couple of incidents which have been really unfortunate, but generally it's not been any worse than you'd expect. Frantic was probably the best word to describe it.
Obviously, your car. One last question for you. Look, before I let you get back to your team, obviously, final 23 minutes of the race. Car came about a bit last minute, didn't it? Really sort of hearing that from Handover a bit earlier as to how things kind of came together with that car, and then entering into Split 2 courtesy of a good qualifying effort from Goran Djordjevic. I'm assuming going into the next round there's going to be a bit more preparation, a bit more work put in, and hopefully a bit better race come of it.
I mean, it's been a bit of a roller coaster, to be honest, because I've been racing with the guys that are in Split 1 now, so Jack, Luca, Ross, the 4 of us were teammates throughout loads of races last year, and we had some really, really good results. So we the teams kind of split up a little bit just because we had one invitational entry and one had to pre-qualify. So I jumped in the pre-qualifying car, but unfortunately there was a couple of my teammates didn't manage to set the 20 valid laps, so we didn't actually register a time on the leaderboard to qualify. So that was a bit of a disaster. So I was kind of thinking, I was left thinking I'm probably not going to have a drive at all for the World Cup, which was a real shame because I was really looking forward to it. But thankfully there's been a bit of a merger because we had another team that we have ties with. Goran was part of another team as well, and they were missing a few drivers. So basically a couple of us, me and myself and Dan, joined in with those guys, and the 4 of us have formed this kind of new rocket lineup. So it's been a bit last minute, but to be fair, Lewis, the preparation for this event's been really good. Especially Milo.
Oh, you're on the bus, sorry.
Oh no, not at all. Milos and Goran especially put in so many laps for this, and that's why I'm so gutted for Milos, because he was devastated with the incident earlier, and as I say, he'd been doing so much good practice with no mistakes. So they've put in a great effort. It's just super competitive, and I think we just need to find a little bit more pace. But Bathurst isn't the best for the McLaren. I think you'll probably have seen that in Split 1 as well. I don't know if there's too many McLarens right at the sharp end, but it's a long season, and I think that these guys are some of them are fairly new to ACC as well, so a little bit more experience. And I think the pace will come along as well. And I'm going to try my best to drag the car up towards the front.
No McLarens inside the top 10 is a little bit of an update for you. Jaroslav Honzik's got a drive-through penalty. He's in 11th position in the highest McLaren. So that one tips you up. Tune up and focus on the next round. And hopefully things go well for you, at least in the next 20 minutes to the checkered flag. Cheers, John.
And thanks so much to all of you for the commentary and the broadcast. It's been amazing as always. And hopefully all you guys watching at home have enjoyed it. But yeah, it's been brilliant. Thank you.
No worries. Right, good luck, and we'll catch you later. John Munro there for Rocket Sim Sports number 23. It's in Split 2. Just want to give a quick update on what's been going on in Split 2 for those of you that kind of follow it and just sort of understand what's been going on. At the moment, the 741 is the team that's leading. That's McLeod Racing V1. At the moment, they are leading the way in a Mercedes. Obviously, we don't have a Mercedes inside the top 10, let alone our highest one is in 14th position. Oh, it's a bit further down anyway. I think it's about 20th or so. This is actually the look in Split 2. You can see, by the way, that it is quite close for the race lead. 741 leading from the 13. Heron behind the wheel in the Honda NSX. The 404. Which is Hybrid Academy, great number by the way, nice error code, currently running in 3rd place in the Bentley. Then the 214, that is NSN Racing, and then the final one inside the top 5 being the 43 of Slow Racing Team, definitely not being slow, that's SLO, not SLOW. Either way, close battling in towards the final part of the race in Split 2. Hopefully we get the same thing in Split 1 where the action continues. 20 minutes until they reach the checkered flag. Obviously they started half an hour prior to us in Split 2, so they obviously end the race half an hour earlier. Plenty of racing. You see here, even this battle for 4th place is very, very close as things stand. Wonder if the battle for the lead still keeps, according to my live time, it keeps chopping and changing. I think there is actually a bit more time. It says on live time it has 2 seconds between them. According to in-game, it's about 40 or so, so I think they're all right.
And what's intriguing me is that if you compare sort of the tops of the two splits, in split 1 we have these Audis all at the front. You look at split 2 and there's like the Mercedes that seem to be doing really well. There's quite a few Mercedes up in that top 10, so it's quite an intriguing little difference that we have the difference in cars. And we've said throughout this thing that certain drivers like to complain about BOP. Well, I think the differences between the two splits and the drivers at the top of them is kind of putting that in the mud. It's showing that cars, all kind of cars. I mean, the Mercedes is pretty good at Bathurst, but it's not an Audi. And we've got a Bentley leading, which I don't think anyone was really expecting. So I'm loving this in both splits. I'm loving the racing because it's not something we sort of expected. I think, it's not just one driver's swanned off and is going to win the race by a country mile. We don't know who's going to win.
We certainly don't. Did pop up on screen, of course, whilst we were having that interview when we came back from it with John Munro, that obviously there were 3 teams that picked up drive-through penalties for yet more pit lane infringements. Car 28, that's WPS Racing Team, their second car, not the first one that's currently running up towards the in 6th place at the moment with Bernd behind the wheel. Car 45, which is one that I don't remember. Good on me. Top 10. Logitech G Altus Esports. Oh, the one that's in the wrong car and stuff. Fantastic. The car, we'll ignore them, it's fine. Car 149, that one is Yaroslav Honzik, so they've picked up yet another penalty. I did a little bit of calculation earlier, and obviously with a +3 on that now, it was 28, so now it's up to 31 pit lane infringement penalties, probably the highest percentage of which goes the way of Dalkin Community, who picked up about 3 or 4 back-to-back. Igor Ogorognikov, with his eyes on his mirror. BMW Team G2 Esports right on the rear end of the Lada Esports Rosneft team. I don't understand how Igor Ogorognikov is up in the 13th position. I wonder if he's got a pit stop to come before the checkered flag. I would assume so, considering that this is a car that we saw in 20th position. Basically, they keep picking up penalties like it's going out of fashion. Now they're running up in 13th position and thus showing, again, what could have been.
Igor is one of those drivers that confuses me because I personally think, at least top 10 in this field in terms of individual driving ability. He's won series. He won a Porsche series over in Russia recently. And in SimGrid in the past, we've seen him dominate races. But he also just has this weird habit. Weird is the only way I can describe it. This weird sort of consistency of being involved in incidents. Sometimes they're his fault, sometimes they're not. But it's almost like, he maybe races too aggressively, or he perhaps doesn't quite give other teams the space they require and deserve on the track. We sometimes see it with real drivers that come to the sim world where the convention of conceding in corners is quite a big thing in real life motorsports, and is less so in the sim racing because those the small bumps that happen when you don't concede sometimes don't cost any money. And it's almost like maybe he has that mindset as well, where he sometimes will expect drivers to concede corners to him and then they don't, and then he causes an incident. But it always seems to hamper their race so much because, as you're saying, the fact that he's still up in 13, and he's doing right now, if I look at his times, he's doing. He did a 2:03 last lap, but that was because he had that overtake. He's been pretty consistently lapping at a similar pace to those top drivers. So we know he's fast. And I just want to see him have a clean race, because if he had a clean race, he could win.
We know that his pace is very, very impressive. For those of you that watched SimGrid Super Saturday, a few weeks ago when we went to Donington, from memory, was fairly clean that day until maybe some point later on. But I think it was fairly clean for the most part of that race. Maybe had a couple of issues, but for the most part it was fairly clean. After being told off by the race stewards quite significantly, being like, right, you really need to rein in your driving standards, buddy boy, after a pretty tumultuous effort in the Sprint Cup, getting himself a few penalties, was clean, was good as gold. Then the next round at Silverstone, just is like, back to normal, okay, right, cool. This round, to be fair, of the people in the Lada Sport Rosneft team, from what I've seen of him, I don't think we've seen too many mistakes from Rosneft, from Igor Ogorognikov, because he seems that he's been running things fairly cautiously. Look at the first few laps of the race. I think he might have picked up a penalty, I don't really remember. But he wasn't too bad at the first part of the race. Most of these pit lane infringements, and I don't really want to just throw his teammate under the bus, but I'm pretty sure that most of those pit lane infringements come the way of Yaroslav Shivatalov, who did pick up 3 or 4 quite quick. I think it was 2 or 3 quite quickly, and then maybe a penalty for something else. But it was Shivatalov that was behind the wheel at the time, and I wonder if it was him that was picking up the penalties. And so it's sort of just, they're all as bad as each other. That's not a good line through the final corner of Murray's, though. But yeah, I'm absolutely with you. He is right up there as Yegorov when it comes to pace on the field. Immense talent, and certainly one to keep an eye on for the future, but just needs to find a way of reining in that aggression consistently and putting together a solid race from start to finish, rather than being great for 3 laps and then smashing into half the field. Bit of a note, by the way, they have yet to stop. We are being told that obviously we're expecting them to pit within 3 laps last lap, so it's within 2 laps from now, maybe 3 at a push. So they are expected to come into the pit lane prior to the checkered flag for a 40-minute sort of splash, a bit more of a splash, but we are expecting them in anyway.
Yeah, I think that's going to put them down to sort of the tail end of the top 20, somewhere around Savalainen and Boothby. But there's still an opportunity here for decent points, and to be fair, he's in an Aston Martin, which we know is very good at Spa, and it's very good in the wet at Spa specifically. So, with an Aston with little ballast, because of the finishing position he's in now, it's hardly the end of the world for a championship. If he comes to Spa and he has a clean race, I'll put myself out on a limb right now, penalty free, pending that, Igor's team, the Lada Sport Rosneft car, is one of my favourites going to Spa, because they're not going to have much ballast. They're in an Aston, which is good there, and you've got an absolute rapid driver. They have so much potential, and I think that at some point this series we're going to see them realise it.
Well, keep our fingers crossed for that, because I do definitely hope so. We'll see if they come into the pit lane. As you can see, pit lane's getting a little bit busy here, approaching the final part of the race. We've got the 777 Bentley into the pit lane. The 416 Honda are also into the pit lane. Matuska and Hoban in the 25 and 33 Audis also into the pit lane. I'm pretty sure fairly sharpish. We'll see the Lada Sport Rosneft Aston Martin into the pit lane. Not sure if it's going to be this lap. Certainly isn't. Paul's out of it. Here is our race leader, Dominic Blyer. We know that this car must come into the pit lane before the checker flag. We are not expecting it in anytime soon. It's more something that we're going to see in the final sort of 10-15 minutes of the race, but that's obviously going to bring some of the cars in behind. We know that Simonini also has to pit at the moment, who's currently running in 2nd position, which will hand things over to Alberto Garcia, who is 54.6 seconds off, which obviously with a splash incoming leaves us with a big question of, whoa, off goes the Audi. That's one of the GTWR Audis, I think it is. It leaves us with the question, who's going to win? Because at this point, 54 seconds to Blyer. That's quite a big gap. And we know that Blyer right now is as far on the afterburners as is humanly possible, trying to push it off. That was the Audi that went off, by the way, down at Griffin's Bend. It was a GTWR car. It was Simonini.
We think he was trying to avoid an incident. Doesn't look like there's too much damage. I don't actually see any cosmetic damage on the car. He's just gone off rather than hit a wall or anything, so nothing too bad. We can lose a bit of time, but we're sort of expecting they're going to be 3rd anyway, because they do have to make that pit stop, so I don't think it's really changed anything for their race. But we go to Garcia and Blyer at the front, without trying to be rude to Garcia, because that's not my intention. Cecilia's lap times were good enough to bring that back the gap. We were saying 40 seconds. It's 54 now. Cecilia was consistently mid 201s. Right now, the 111 car, in the hands of Blyer, is doing low 202s. But Garcia is also in the 202s, and he's actually losing time. In this stint, he's fallen back compared to Blyer's position. So, without trying to be rude to Garcia, because he's still setting some pretty incredible lap times and a lot better than I could do, I feel like the fact that Cecilia is not in the car now has kind of chalked their chances of the win, because it's pushed them back to a gap where now it's 14 seconds. So unless the 111 could have a slow stop, then it's all up in the air. If they miss their jack slightly, or if the stop takes longer than perhaps we were expecting, maybe it'll happen. But I think right now the 111 is the proper favourite for the win.
I was wondering one point, because that is, as far as I'm aware, a 4-driver outfit. Never mind. This is where the question comes from, whether it comes down to driver time.
Yeah, he's already done his
exceeding
stints.
the maximum limit, and that's where Cecilia, I think, may have just been, if he was going to stay in the car, was going to exceed the maximum driver time, which for a 4-driver squad over a 12-hour race is 225 minutes, 3 stints. So that's why Cecilia had to get out of the car. He's already completed the 3 stints. Obviously, if you're a 3-driver team, then you can be in the car for 300 minutes, which is equivalent to 4 stints. But yeah, so that kind of explains things. It's just a bit of a shame in a sense. Again, I don't want to throw Garcia under the bus because, for one, he's much faster than I am. But it's just like, you're sort of sat there being like, oh my God, I really wish we could have put Cecilia in the car for the final bit, because it would have just made things a little bit easier come the end of the race.
Who knows? Maybe next lap we'll find out in a second.
Exactly.
But I mean, he's actually improving. He was in the mid 2-minute 2.5. So that was sort of the last time he was setting. He's down to 2:01. Fortunately for him, Blyer last time around did a 2:01.8. So gap still hasn't closed down. They are still looking good for second place. So that's still there. Still really good championship points. I've mentioned a few times now, top 3 is critical. The point gaps between the top 3 and then 3rd to 4th is massive. So a second place is still really good. It's not quite in the first place, and obviously you don't get the prize money on offer for first place in this race. As we see a car in the background go wide. Not sure who that was. No harm done, so you just overshoot the chase a little bit there. But the only thing they're really missing out on is a couple points and a little bit of money, which, I mean, I don't think I'd complain. A couple points, a bit of money. If anyone wants to send that my way, I'll take it. But it's not going to be the end of the world if they finish second, especially for their championship aspirations.
No, again, it's this kind of thing, same with any championship, is all about playing the long game. As you can see on our clock, it's 38 minutes to go. But remember that the split 2 is happening behind us. We'll try and catch up with them as they approach the checkered flag and see what's happening in split 2. They currently have 7.5 minutes to go. The joy of having 2 12-hour races running with us, so we can catch up. This is why they're running out of sync. The reason why they're running half an hour ahead of us, they started half an hour earlier, so we can catch the end of their race whilst we're watching this enthralling battle in split 1. You've got to remember, plenty is happening behind the scenes as well. We'll jump to that when their final 5 minutes, so not for a little while. Of course, we'll focus on these battles for now. Still waiting on that final pit stop. 330 laps completed though, and to be fair, I think for the top lot, despite some of the issues, it has been quite a fantastic race between a lot of them, because to say that we're 11.5 hours into this race and we still don't really know how this is going to play out shows the strength of field that we have, but also the exciting season that we're probably going to see here unfold. Considering how things have been here, I do expect that's going to continue throughout the season, especially in that 24 hours of Spa in a month's time.
The great thing with the championship is we have tracks all throughout the series that are just really good for racing. Spa, everyone knows how good Spa is, but then we go to Donington Park, which is my local track in real life. That is such a good track. I love Donington. It's one of my, I'm partial to it because it's my local track, but it's also in my top 5 to drive. I raced the Super Saturday Genetic Cup race there. Had a really good race. But it's a track which encourages really close battling, but it's also a real challenge to drivers. There's a lot of confidence required. There's a lot of really awkward corners that require setup work and specific driving style adjustments, because you've got downhills, you've got uphills. That elevation change makes it a really good track. And we go to Kyalami, which, every single SimGrid race we've had at Kyalami has been a cracker. I go back to the 24-hour race we had before. It was awesome. It was one of the best races I've ever worked on and watched. So that's sort of a confirmed. We know that 12 hours is going to be great. And then season finale at Nurburgring, one of the tracks for endurance racing for me. Obviously, we're not on the Nordschleife, which I will forever be sad about that it's on an ACC. But even just the GP track, the endurance racing there, and the GT World Challenge race in real life, and also the sim races we see all the time are always pretty great. Always good fun to watch. So it's such a good series of tracks for this championship.
Yeah, I'm desperate to see the Nordschleife just because I love a bit of the Nordschleife. But yeah, alas, we're racing the Grand Prix layout, which is great, fine, whatever. But I'm in the same boat. I'd love that. Alas, it is how it is. Well, actually, no. Why not? Whilst we're here, let's get the Nordschleife in and then merge split 1 and split 2, having a 100-car grid. That's easy. No? No, not
50 ringers as well, make it 150.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why not? We'll have to wait and see how that one is. This is the cut into split 2 as they're approaching the final 5 minutes of the race. Solheim currently leading the way in the 7-4-1 McLeod Racing Team V1. Seeing how things unfold for them over the final parts of the race. You can see it's about 30 seconds clear of the Honda behind and awaiting the final parts of the race. 4 minutes and 20 seconds to go. This is where, like, for some teams, it's the relaxing part. For Solheim, I know leading the way, but this is where you can sort of tone things down. You can relax a little bit.
First
you've
off,
got
McLaren
a bit
through.
of a gap behind.
Let the McLaren through, I beg. The 23 car is rapid. It looks like they're fixing to find a way through, at least towards the end of the race. If I'm the 741, I'm lifting off, lift and coast, let them go. Because the last thing you want right now, the only way really Solheim could lose the win is an incident. And really the only cars on track that around that they have an incident with are the sort of cars that are a couple laps down. So I'm surprised he's fending off. Obviously, he might have just passed them. They might just be hanging on to the back. But here we go. No, he's going to pull over. This is the right thing to do for me. Okay, let him go. Is he? Is he going to race him? I'm not sure. Trying to work out what he's doing. No, it looks like he's going to let him pass. Perfect thing to do. You've got such a big gap with 3 minutes left of the race. Just chill. I mean, drive half throttle if you want to. You just have to make sure the one thing you cannot have right now is a crash.
Yeah, just a reminder, this is the Split 2 race coming to a close. Split 1 will be ending in about half an hour's time. We'll just keep our eyes focused on this. Also, there's a battle for 4th place. 2 laps to go in this one for the 741, currently leading that way and just avoiding all sorts of incidents. Got plenty of time for that Honda behind. You can see we've got Mercedes versus Mercedes, the 166 car of Bitka simracing.de, trying to hang on to 4th place. From the that's not even right, even remotely. Fantastic work. I'm very good at this. Oh no, it is. Never mind. 214. The one that's directly behind them is the NSN Racing. Saw them earlier. They were up in the top 5 earlier in the Aston Martin. So there is a tight battle happening. So as much as it's calm for some, not so much for others.
Yeah, we've got a 3-way battle for 4th. You love to see that. As we see the 2 Mercedes and the Aston Martin. I hope we can hop over to them and try to nudge Mike in the way of the 4-5-6 battle as we watch the leader come to the close of the race. We've got a couple laps left. I think we can have 1 lap left of the line because I'm sure most people know, but it's when you cross the line, if it hits 0, it's the next time you cross the line. So because we've got less than a lap worth of time left now, we're going to have 1 more lap after this. So Solheim's drifting, Solheim's coasting. Same with the 2 behind him, but that 4-5-6 battle, there's only 3 seconds between 3 cars. It's all up in the air.
Yeah, the 43 being the slow racing team, that is SLO. I'm assuming that's for Slovenian. Or even Slovakian, I don't know, who knows. But you see a Ferrari coming into the pit lane as well for good measure, so a bit of damage on his wagon. Final lap of the race in the air, yellow flag out for good measure, as they should be beginning the final lap of the race. 1 minute 30 left on the clock, and we'll see how it unfolds for them. At the moment, things look fairly clean, and our race leader in split 2 currently looking fairly clean to the pack. Like I say, it's just about avoiding carnage, and this is how things are going to unfold. Obviously, potentially quite a lot closer in split 1 as well, is it's about keeping your nose clean and keeping out of traffic for the likes of Dominic Blyer, who's currently leading the way in split 1 from Simonini and Garcia. We know they've got some pit stops to come in the final moments of the race. Look at all this lap traffic as well, trying to get out of the way. Some of the cars damaged, some of the cars also, respectfully, they've had a long day, right? They kind of want to drop back behind the leader and finish the race, which is, sometimes you just want to look, I can't do another lap. The race has gone terribly. I just want to get off of the circuit.
Yeah, it's very hard to motivate yourself when you have incidents, to push to the end of the race. And I know I have in the past DNF'd from a race I didn't necessarily need to DNF from because I was in last place with 6 hours to go and quite a few laps down. But a lot of these drivers, I think first off, with how important this championship is and getting towards the top of the championship, even if you're down in 40th place, if you just get to the end of the race, you'll get a couple positions. You might finish 35th because of other people's incidents and other people DNFing. So you have to keep yourself on the track at the end of the day. To win a championship, at worst, you have to finish every race. Obviously, you need to finish pretty well in most of them. But just getting some points on the board in races where you have incidents, we see with the 23 how despite the big setback they had, still pushing, still trying to get points on the board. It's such a critical part of the championship mentality, and I think that's a testament to both splits really, that we haven't had many DNFs.
Well, here we go then, coming towards the final corner, leading the race, the 741 McLeod Racing Team going to win in split 2 at the moment. Valerie Solheim behind the wheel, teammates being Mark Elgard Jensen, Ignacy Buczek and Martin Schumacher behind the wheel of that, taking victory on the mountain in split 2. The other drivers on the podium, did see the All-In Racing, the number 13 in that Honda will be on the podium, and it looks very much like the 404 Tarek Adam behind the wheel at the moment in that Bentley Hybrid Academy going to be on the podium as well for good measure. Fantastic scenes in split 2. We'll try and rejoin things over in split 1 to see how things are closing up, because we're approaching the checkered flag in that as well. Half an hour to go in the first race of the season here in the SimGrid VCO World Cup. Plenty of action to come across the season. Of course, we finish up here in about half an hour's time, but there's still 72 hours of racing left across the season. In a month's time, on the 15th of May, is a bit of lap traffic here for Tarek Adam. 15th of May, we head to the Thrustmaster, 24 hours of Spa in Belgium. Of course, 26th of June, we head to what is effectively home soil, got to be said, to the UK when we do the 12 hours of Donington Park, back into the Southern Hemisphere for the 12 hours of Kyalami at the end of August, ending the summer, and then the 24 hours of Nurburgring to round out the season on the 2nd of October. It is a long 5-minute crawl across the planet, and the only time we're crawling is when we're travelling between rounds, or in the sense of travelling, it's just loading up a different circuit. It's much easier in the sim racing world rather than in the real world. When the race starts, though, it is hectic and chaotic. And I think some drivers will want to forget Bathurst exists, and other drivers will be loving what has happened today and really building on that.
I reckon if I started crawling now, I could probably make it to Donington Park for the start of the race. Obviously, the race won't actually be there because it's in the sim world, but I can try anyway. As you see the third place car, Tarek Adam, crossed the line for his P3. We do have a battle for fourth there. There's only a couple of tenths between them, but they've already taken the check, and what am I on about? I need to go to bed, I think. But we've only got about 20 minutes left. There we go. We switch to split 1. We've got 27 minutes left. There we go. And we have an incident to show. The 911 and the 4 car have had an incident up in turn 2 in Griffin's corner, and it looks like the 4 car had to return to garage. Here's the replay now. The 911 here on the right of the screen. I assume they're going to get touching on the entry, and that is a big hit for the cars. 911 squished into the wall. The 4 car didn't fare much better, and that is 2 cars pretty much out of the race.
Yeah, with the Dymo, seen that incident happen quite a lot. Just a bit of a squeeze there and pulling it over. Now we're looking back down 12th place. Gregor Schill in the BMW G2 Esports. Is there some damage on the car? Certainly running very, very slow at the moment, and all the traffic coming round. I think this might be another issue for G2 Esports. They're the lead BMW in the race. Did hear that they were battling quite hard with Thibaut Probst, who's obviously jumped ahead on position. Definitely need to catch a replay as what happened there, because clearly, very clearly, something quite dramatic has.
Yeah, the Ferrari got by. They were battling 12th and 13th. Probst got by, and then the Audi got to his outside, and Schill just decided to let him go. It wasn't. I think it was for position. It wasn't a back marker. He let Huben go through by braking. It wasn't a back marker. But he actually conceded. I say the convention of conceding is not really a thing in sim racing, but that's exactly what he did, and it's thrown himself into this group of back markers now. He's got 6 seconds to the next car that's on track, but I'm surprised he didn't try to fight the Audi, and I'm surprised he slowed down in the way he did, because he lost about 3 seconds doing it.
Yeah, odd choice. Yeah, I was wondering, because he was so slow.
He just slammed on the brakes coming into McPhilly.
Just bizarre. Very, very bizarre. Either way, Gregor Schill's still going, so don't worry. You can see just coming into the foreground of the shot, the battle for 12th place is Thibaut Probst battling it out with Niklas Hoben for 12th place on the grid. Ferrari versus Audi. Let's take a look at the replay as they run up the hill. This is into the cutting, and we'll see. You've got Thibaut Probst behind. A good dive to the inside. forced Gregor Schill to sort of run a little bit wide, carried the speed through. Thibaut Props going around the outside as we head up towards Reed Park and commits all the way round. Then, as we see coming through as well, the Audi for good measure, and this is where he's just like, okay, I do really want to back out. Really yanks on the brakes coming into Solomon, and yeah, it causes chaos behind. More of a dramatic scene than anything carnage filled, but yeah, a little bit of a bit extreme. Kind of understand though, wanting to get out of it before they hit the apex, like going through Frog Hollow and Solomon Park, because this part of the course, when it comes to battling side by side, solid no out of 10, not a good idea.
Yeah, I've only ever gone side by side with the driver once there in ACC, and my car ended up upside down. So that kind of sums up how it goes. And I mean, I get why he slowed down, but
bit extreme.
It was poorly executed. Yeah, right idea, badly executed, I think is the correct way to put it. But at the end of the day, it is fair to say that the BMW is probably looking at Spa as its best chance of a win or a top 3. And we said that inconsistent podiums are more important than consistent 12th, 10th. So maybe the idea is that they probably felt like in the 24 minutes they'd get overtaken anyway by the 33 car. So taking the little bit less ballast that you get by just dropping down to 14th, bear in mind it's only a couple points that you lose. It's hardly like you're losing a massive point score by dropping down one position from 13th to 14th. I haven't got the points to hand, but I think it's either 2 or 3 points that you lose. Here we go, I'll get it now.
It is between 14th and 13th and 14th. It is 2 points.
Yeah, so taking
from 26 to 24.
2 points for a little bit less ballast at the track where it's your most realistic chance of winning. I'd take that.
Yeah. I mean, you kind of want to go into Spa with the best chance of winning. Of course, again, a reminder that there is plenty of points up for offer at Spa. Whilst we only have 80 points up for offer for the winner here, there is 160 up for offer next round, because obviously we'll have the 80 points for the race victory, but also there are 40 points dished out for the leader when it comes to the interval 6 hours and 12 hours, kind of as we see in real life. Nice thing being replicated here, and obviously race control will have a hard time running through that and calculating all of those points, because it will be a bit of let's get to that point and see who's where. It's all very tricky. Sort of like a bit of a thing when it comes to pit lane sequences as well in that period, which they'll be covering with the drivers, obviously in the briefings and whatnot prior to the round when we get there on the 15th of May. Alberto Garcia for Rodox Motorsport in that 121 car, currently in third position. Whether he'll be leading the race when it comes to that checker flag, we'll find out in 22.5 minutes, because of course he's in a tight battle with Dominic Blyer in that 111 car. It really looks like it's 1-1-1 versus 1-2-1. And how things play out in that battle, we're expecting Dominic Blyer to come into the pit lane. Not sure how long that pit stop is going to be, though.
Yeah, we were expecting 40 seconds, right, for splashes and dashes. So, if we're looking at live timings, I think there would have to be an issue in the pit stops for us to get that sort of battle at the front, at least between the 121 and the 111. But whilst we have a little lull in action, I want to bring in James Parker and ask him a slightly cynical question. But if I'm Gregor Schill in the 62 BMW G2 Esports car, and I know that 26 seconds down the road is 16th place. 16th, bear in mind, gets no ballast on the car, no success ballast. Whereas you get, I think it's 12 for finishing in 14th. But you only lose 9 points from dropping from 14th to 16th. Coming into Spa in the next round, which is probably the BMW's most realistic chance of good points, the cynic in me says that finishing 16th is probably better than 14th.
I don't know. I mean, look, I'd argue that actually Donington's the best track on the calendar for the M6, because with the British GT BOP is exceptionally good at Donington, Alton and Snetterton. So, look, I don't think you can afford to drop points as much as having less weight for a 24-hour race will increase your chances. If you risk having a bad, because you could just have a bad race to Spa and then you've got less ballast for no reason, and you've had a poor race. So I think in a championship that might potentially be as close as it is come round 5, if you'd lost those 9 points at Bathurst trying to be clever, and it means the difference between winning or losing the championship, you would kick yourself pretty hard, wouldn't you? So I think at this point in time, at this early stage in the championship, you gobble up all the points you can, and hope just on races where you are heavy with ballast, you just mitigate the losses. You just do your own race, and then on the races where maybe you lose a bit of ballast by having a poor result, you obviously maximise your result elsewhere. And to be fair, the BMW going into round 1 here, they probably wouldn't have expected a top 10. They wouldn't have expected to get into the top 10 with this field. So anything they get now is a bonus, and they would have. I mean, a team like G2 would have planned around this. So yeah, whilst it's a good idea on paper, it's a very risky one, and I certainly wouldn't be doing it at this stage in the championship. There's just, with it being so close, you'd be kicking yourself if 9 points made the difference. Yeah, 100%.
I would, especially this early in the championship. Got to play those cards well. We've got an interview, though. Mark Jensen, who was part of the winning outfit in Split 2. Of course, they've just crossed the line as victors in their McLeod Racing team. We didn't catch too much of Split 2, so talk us through everything that happened for the 741. You looked like you were kind of flying at the end of the race.
Well, not at the end of the race, but the whole race in general have been very, very good. We have been focusing on just getting through safely and making a safe setup as a base to get around all the bumps and stuff like that. So we were confident in how the car was driving, and was just keeping up the pace, and we were very scared of the Hondas because the Hondas were like filling up the whole front of the Split 2. But fortunately, I think they were having trouble with the tires or something, because we gained on them in the last part and brought it home for the Mercedes this time.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask you about that, because in Split 1, we're seeing a lot of the Mercedes kind of not really struggle. Our highest one is in 19th position. How have you got that Mercedes to work so well over the mountain?
Well, we don't really know. Looking at the telemetry, it shouldn't really work, to be honest. But it is. It was very safe and not as fast as Split 1, but we're apparently fast enough for Split 2, and we were very happy with what we've done so far. And I hope we can do it again.
Well, I will let you get back to your team when it comes to celebrating, because I'm sure there's a lot of celebrating after such a good victory to open the season. Massive congratulations from everyone here.
Thank you. And yes, there's a lot of celebration.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're allowed to talk about, I'll be honest, but go and have a beer on me. Catch you later, and best of luck for the rest of the season as well.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Perfect. Mark Jensen there, of course, race winner in that 741 and McLeod Racing Team V1. Winners in Split 2. A reminder that, of course, between the races of here in the VCO World Cup, we have Split 1 and we also have Split 2. So there is a total, I think coming into this, I think there's a total of 99 teams racing throughout the day. It might be 98 from memory, but it was 98. There we go. 98 teams racing, all with 3 or 4 drivers. So an incredibly large rostrum of drivers across the field. Lots of people going racing on this Saturday, and it is great to see here at the SimGrid such a large community coming together.
Yeah, the one downside for me as a commentator is that I can't be out on track joining them. I love endurance racing. It's so much fun to watch, so much fun to commentate, but it's also great fun to drive. So at the end of the day, a lot of these drivers are here. Obviously we've got the esports teams, but a lot of them do it because they enjoy it, right? And I would enjoy it until I realised how much slower I am than the rest of them. I race quite often with Butler Power Motorsports, which I like to mention, and I'm normally about half a second to a second slower than them, and they're in the midfield in Split 2. So in my head, I'm like, I'd just be the slowest driver in the field. So I don't think I particularly enjoyed being slow, but the experience of driving these races as those drivers is such a there's not really anything like it. Especially at the end of 24 hours, the end of Spa, you're so tired. And you think, I haven't slept for a full day just because I want to sit in a rig and drive an imaginary car.
Yeah.
And somehow that's one of the best experiences you can have.
It was a race in 2018. I did a LAN event at the Nurburgring, and I drove around, and that was the point where I realised 100% that driving ain't for me, son. I've raced for a while, but I was like, yeah, I am not fast enough, and sim racing is getting quicker and quicker. So did what all drivers who have very much past it do, and retired to the commentary booth. Alas, it's a little bit more comfortable to look up here. I don't have to do lots of practice, so it's fine. But of course, the thing for me is with an endurance race is it's about the track. Like I want to do endurance racing on every track. There are some tracks I'm just like, yeah, I'll avoid like the plague. I'm not a fan of. Bathurst is not one of them. I know some people do because obviously it's a bit of a challenge. But I did a race at Bathurst a good month ago, and the joy of this circuit I find is when you come to after you got up to speed after 40 minutes to an hour, it sounds like crazy, but we know this feeling, this buzz of you're basically playing with fire, because the risk you're taking over the top when you're pushing it on its very limit as hard as you can, and you're leaving absolutely nothing to these concrete walls that if you touch them they will detonate your car. That sort of risk whilst you're in an endurance race is terrifying, but also utterly exhilarating.
Exactly that. And it is just, that whole mountain section is pure adrenaline, I think if we were doing like a 24 hours of Hungaroring, I think people would be a bit depressed by the end of it. But coming to a track like Bathurst, where every lap is, a challenge, a risk, especially that when you come here in the dark, oh, what an experience it is. There's no lights at the top of the hill. All you have is the 20 meters in front of you lit up by your flashlights on the front of your car. You literally cannot see a thing. You feel like you're in this box, and all this while in this box, on one side you've got a wall, on the other side you've got a wall, behind you is a car, and you're going nearly 200 kilometers an hour. It's a very scary box, let's put it that way, but it's a very fun one.
It certainly is. I mean, this is why when it comes to the start of the race, it was always my teammates that start it, because Dan Kell from Zancho Simsport was definitely the one that would start the car, because there's no way I would, because I would definitely end it in a wall, and that's where you need your top-tier driver. Let's see what's happening then further down the field. We've got Tiziana Brioni, who's had a few issues throughout the day on the back of the 995. Speaking of issues, they've had their fair few. That's the ambassadors for Ren Welton, the 995 car. They started up fairly high up the order, I'm pretty sure, looking from it. It was 21st they started. They dropped down right towards the back of the field, have recovered up there towards, trying to get themselves inside the top 30, which doesn't sound great, but trust me, the day they've been up and down the order quite rapidly. So I'm sure they're trying to recover for a decent finish. Let's talk about, though, the leaders and when we're expecting some pit stops, because as far as our numbers are running, Simonini has already come in for his final stop. So he's come in, he's done the fuel, he's done whatever he needs, and he's going to go to the checkered flag in 12 minutes' time. This car, currently on the 32nd lap of their stint, we're expecting to come in about 2 laps' time. Stint length on the previous one, 34 laps, it was 1 hour and 8 minutes and 55 seconds, 0.1 if you really want to be pedantic about it. We're currently running 1 hour and 3.5, so we're expecting them to stay out at least for another couple of laps, come in and make a final pit stop with 8 minutes to go. It means it'll be a very short splash. They're currently leading by 56.5 seconds over the previous lap of the race. So realistically, who are we feeling this is swinging to? Is that pit stop going to be short enough from Blyer? Are we going to see a Bentley win at the mountain, or is it going to be Audis on top?
Well, we know from the various drive-thrus and a lot of various drive-thrus that we've had from this race that it takes about 30 seconds to drive through the pits. Now, you factor in you have to make a splash and dash. 10 minutes of fuel probably takes 3, 4, maybe 5 seconds to put in the car. But you also have to factor in, pulling into the pits. If you miss your jacks by a second, there's a couple of seconds added to your... Oh, so you miss jacks by a meter. There's your 3 or 4 seconds added. Coming out of the pit stop, you have to start the engine, fire it up, and then go. There's a couple seconds extra. So you're looking at maybe 40 to 45 seconds. But there's the added threat. He's the only driver that needs to do pit entry and pit exit. And what have we seen hampering so many cars, including the car that's now down in third? Pit entry and pit exit, getting drive-thrus. So I think they're good on time. Unless they make a mistake somewhere and they lose 10 seconds, then it's going to be very close. But there is still the ever-present threat of that pit entry and that pit exit. And you have to think that Blair's teammates are in his ears. Well, they won't be now, but when he comes into the pit stops, they'll be in his ears telling him, do not cross those lines. Because that is the only thing now, I think, stopping him from winning this race.
Yeah, under pain of death, if you do that, you're sacked, mate. They wouldn't dare sack Dominic Blyer because we know he's a rapid driver. At the moment on screen, we're riding on board with the Pink Performance Audi that's currently running in 10th place. They've been up and down the order. Qualified in 11th spot, just outside of that top 10 shootout for Q2 on Thursday. Worked their way up inside the top 10. I think they were running in sort of 7th or 8th position in the early stages of the race, then dropped back, now moving their way back forward. They're on the back of Jaroslav Honzik, and this looks like it's going to be a fight over the final 10 minutes of the race against the Yaz Heat McLaren, the 149, currently being driven by Yardia, who's definitely streaming. I think it's out to about 1.52k people, a little bit over on his stream earlier, so obviously going out of the fans. And I tell you, no matter what, you will not find a happier driver than Jaroslav Honzik. He just absolutely loves getting behind the wheel and racing, loves the community that he's got and building it up. I remember once that he is very harsh against, and we see this a lot when it comes to communities, and I do like that he's quite harsh on them in the sense that we see that with some communities they get a little bit toxic. You know, there is a bit of toxicity from those communities. Oh, my driver's the best, and if you've done bad by him, we're going to come out and attack you. I've seen that time and time again. Been on the receiving end of it a couple of times, and know a few that have been. And I think a few weeks ago, he posted on Twitter that he saw a few of the people in his fan base that were sort of doing that kind of stuff, and he basically ripped them to pieces, being like, "Look, never ever do that." Right? It's all about being supportive. It's all about being a community, and that is why I think Jaroslav Honzik is such a good driver and such a good personality to have within a community, because he really pushes forward like the positive aspects of sim racing. Dominic Blyer into the pit lane for DV1 Triton Racing. Boom, race leader in.
Yeah, looks good for now. He didn't cross the line. Right, that's fine. Potentially sorted. He's got that out the way. Now he needs to hit his jacks. As we watch, I hope we can stay on board with this. I want to see exactly how this pit stop goes. If the car gets shuffled a little bit when he pulls in, then we know he's going to lose a couple of seconds from that because the car gets moved onto the jacks, and then from there. We do expect to have maybe a 10-second gap to Garcia as he pulls into his stop now. How's it looking? Looks pretty smooth. Yeah, stops go. That's pretty good. It looks pretty pretty much on point. So shouldn't be losing too much time there. It's only a splash and dash, so it's not going to lose much at all in terms of the amount of time he has to stay in.
There we go.
He's going to come out. The only thing now that's stopping him is this pit exit. If he crosses the line, it's a drive-through, but he looks good. Keeps it to the inside of the track, and that looked perfect. I think this is their race to lose now. They've got to stay out of trouble. They're in a little bit of traffic, so just has to stay out of the way of the traffic, maybe pull over a little bit. But he's got a big enough gap as we see the Garcia car on the pit straight. So he's still got about 10 seconds. It's pretty much perfect there for Blyer.
They are doing everything they need to do at present. That pit lane sequence is about as good as it gets. Their strategy today has been about as good as it gets in that Bentley, and they've come to the mountain, taken on the Audis, and seem to be coming out on top. There is still 4 laps to go in this race, and that'll be 4 laps that they'll be holding their breath for. Remember, a little bit earlier in the race, the 111 was sent spinning a little bit, courtesy of the Jean Lacey Esports Academy Cup car, that BMW that was down at the dipper, was sent backwards, had to do a 3-point turn and get back going again. They did so. They really took back control of this race, and basically everyone's just been trying to one-up them. We were obviously quite critical of their strategy earlier on, which I still would be, by the way, because as much as they are leading, exactly. This could be so much easier for them. Oh, into the wall quite hard there. The 911 Porsche just quite heavily out of Reed Park and bashing off, bouncing and carrying on. That will not help their straight line speed.
Yeah, they could have done it in an entire pit stop less by just doing 1 lap extra in 4 stints, right? So we were still very confused why they didn't do that, but in the end, it doesn't look like it's going to hurt them. Unless they're involved in an incident now, this is their race. And it's going to be very similar to sort of what we saw in Split 2, where it's about getting yourself to the home. But we move back here to P9 and P10. Wolf Matushka right on the back of Yardia, looking for that 9th place finish. I think this is going to be a fun battle to watch, because that Audi is not an easy car to overtake in. It's not got the greatest straight line speed, but it is rapid through the mountain. Only downside is, so is the McLaren.
Also got to keep their eye on some of the cars that are coming round as well behind. I'm pretty sure it's not a car for position, though. It certainly isn't. So won't be too worried about it. It's quite a few laps down on them. for Wolf Matuszka, he's going to have to really apply the pressure at the right point. And to be fair, those cars behind may play a key part in this battle. They won't have too many times across the mountain, just 3 or 4 more, really depending on where they are in comparison to the leaders. It's not long to go in this race. We know these lot are running quite quick. But Honzik knows how to defend. He's raced touring cars, GTs, endurance, whatever you want to think of. He's probably raced it, even through a couple of weird karts type stuff, and whatever. He's raced it. If you've got it in sim racing, he's raced it, and probably to quite a high level. And so for this sense, if there's a car that you wanted to pass and a driver you wanted to pass in, this is probably not the combination you would have picked around this circuit, where overtaking opportunities are very much a premium.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, the main overtaking opportunities really are the Chase and Murray's, and to an extent Hell Corner, but also you have that run to the Griffin's Mount of Tank 2 as well. Those 4 sort of positions, outside of the mountain, are where we traditionally see overtakes. The thing for Jardia, though, is that he's on double stinting tyres, so he's not got a lot of track grip right now. He's not got a lot of grip through these corners. There's an opportunity, maybe we'll see another Skyline special. If Matuszka can get close enough in this sort of stage of the track, it doesn't look like his car's favouring the uphill section, but he gains a lot on this downhill that we can see. Jardia gets enough of a gap through areas like the cutting compared to that Audi, but the Audi brings it all back and then gets to the back of him at Forest Elbow. But once again, I think we're going to see same as last lap, where the Audi just doesn't quite have that straight line speed. If Matuszka can find a 10th or 2 in that sort of start of the lap, from Griffins to sort of Sunwood Park, there's an opportunity that coming to Skyline, because of Jardia's old tyres, he has an opportunity to make the overtake work there.
Yeah, both of them are on fairly old tyres there, and they're both battling it out to stay on the road. Saw that move being completed as Savalainen gets by Sudorov for 18th place around the outside into Griffin's Bend. So nice work from him. But these two, they're battling out. For me, I would also argue potentially, what about up and over the mountain? Maybe that's an attempt. The thing is, though, is we saw earlier when Kapoccia was behind the wheel, obviously he was battling it out up and over the mountain and made a move going into Skyline and stuff. My point from that is that we know that the McLaren is, as you pointed out, is fast on the uphill, really carries its speed quite nicely through the uphill and through those really fast parts of the circuit, obviously where you're going through the fast left-handers of Solomon Park and of course McPhillamy. Is carrying enough speed to basically build enough of a gap that there isn't really much of a threat by the time they get into Skyline and then start dropping down the hill through the S's into the Dipper. There's just the Audi's just not close enough, and so unless the Audi's going to throw an absolute Hail Mary over the top of the mountain and push it to its very limit and somehow come out on top and best the mountain, I'm not so sure where the opportunity is going to come, because it looks like the McLaren, for anything the Audi can throw, it seems the McLaren has the answer.
And now there's that sort of risk of, if Matuszka gets within sort of a 10th or 2 coming to Conrad Straight, does he get a bit aggressive? Does he go for an aggressive sort of overtaking move, or does he sort of accept what he's got? We see just right there, he gains a lot on Skyline, although he did understeer a bit there, so he lost a little bit just before the Dipper. But this is that section of the track where this Audi is excelling. Especially, I think, the traction zone right here, because with Jardia's old tyres, you'd expect traction zones where it's struggling. He seems to just gain that bit back, but once again, as you were, it's going to be very difficult for Matuszka to make this work, because really, the one place that he needs to be fast in is the one place he's not.
Where's the 111 car in comparison? Because obviously with the lap time, we're at 1:55. Whereabouts is the 111? Because I wonder if we are on the final lap of the race. I believe, from what I am seeing, we are on the final lap of the race, and these guys will be starting their final lap this time by. Definitely need to check out where they are on circuit, as we see Hoban battling it out for 11th place, trying to get by McCauley. The call is that it is the final lap of the race for them, and there is Dominic Blyer running up through the mountain section of 33, trying to go around the outside of the final corner. That one doesn't quite pay off. The battle for 11th position looking fairly tasty indeed. One more time over the mountain then for the entire grid, and we'll see if they can come out on top in the battles that they are fighting. Of course, we've got this one on screen, Honzik Matuszka, we've got Macaulay Hoban battling it out as well. It's pretty tense, and it is only going to get more and more tense over this lap. They know it's the last one.
Hoban tried to get his nose in there, but Joe said no. Hold on for one more lap. He can do this, I think, but it's going to be so close in these two battles. 3 tenths separating both duos of cars right now. Again, Batushka didn't quite get close enough heading up to Griffin's Mount to put his car on the inside. Now we come up the hill. He needs to find a 10th here. I think a 10th will be enough. If he can get right on the rear bumper coming out of Forest Elbow, he'll have enough slipstream, I think, to get a move done in the chase. But once again, Charlie is doing pretty well through this section of the track. Not too far down the road, about 6 seconds back, we have pretty much the same thing going on. Once again, an Audi trying to overtake someone and seeming to struggle. We sort of explained that on Thursday, that the Audi's great single lap pace, but it sometimes struggles with raceability. And both these drivers have to be kicking themselves right now that they don't have a couple more kilometers an hour on that straight.
It's just a bit of a struggle for them, but we'll have to see if anything happens come the checkered flag. Our focus heads up to the leaders. DV1 Triton Racing. They did a lot of the work on Thursday night. They qualified in second position, and coming out of the final corner, the first victory of the championship, the VCO World Cup, heads the way of DV1 Triton Racing. It wasn't a spin that could stop them. It wasn't an Audi train that could stop them, and it certainly wasn't the mountain, as they have claimed it here at Bathurst. The 12 hours is theirs. Odox Motorsport come across the line in second position, and coming across in third in a few moments' time, our defending series champions. It wasn't really the day for them, as we see that Yaroslav Honzik does hold on from Matushka. Simonini is going to hang on to third place. We've got 3 cars on the lead lap of this race, and Simonini being the third and final one. It is a podium for our defending series champions. They'll be okay with that, but not happy. They'll be netting themselves quite a bit of weight coming into the legendary 24 hours of Spa. Got to give a big shout out as well to this team, the Elvis Grattan team, and of course, how impressive they have been throughout the race. Definitely one of the drivers we've focused on a fair amount with their pace in the early stages. Looked very, very impressive. What has happened to the 62 BMW G2 Esports? Maybe saving a little bit of fuel. They've got Igor Ogorognikov behind, who I think they're also trying to save fuel here. Maybe run it.
They've run out of fuel?
No, they're trying to finish 16th. Because
they're doing tactical. They're not going to make the line
because
they're not going to make the line.
No. He's got enough fuel.
Oh no, he did do it. Yeah, he listened to me. They listened to me.
You were right. They're trying to drop that 10 kilos.
Jimmy P.
Igor Ogorognikov didn't want it. Gregor Schill didn't want it. And when they came across the line, Igor Ogorognikov did indeed get it.
Oh, what a way to end a race!
Bizarre.
I mean, I will take the payment if they win at Spa now. If they want to slip me 50 quid, I won't say no. What a way to end the race.
Indeed.
I was not expecting anyone to actually try it, but as Murphy said in chat, Igor should have pushed him across the line, given him 15. I honestly think it's smart.
I once had a race at COTA in 2014 with Eric Strana, and for basically between the two of us is that he let me through at one point, or I let him through at one point, and then he was like, "Oh no, you can have the race win," and I was like, "No, you can have the race win," because he was battling for championship and all that kind of luck. And basically, what happened was the final lap of the race, we were 7 seconds clear of everyone else, and we only crossed the line 3/10 clear of everyone else because we were too busy messing about with who was going to win the race. That's how stupid it can be. That wasn't quite on that level, don't worry. But either way, massive scenes here at the mountain, and plenty of people will be leaving it happy. Plenty of people might be leaving it even a little bit sad. We'll have to wait and see. I'm sure actually there are more people leaving it sad and disappointed with how things have unfolded than are going to be leaving it happy. We'll try and grab a few interviews coming into the final part of this broadcast, because plenty of people to catch up with. Of course, Dominic Blyer being the winner in DV1 Triton Racing. Jakub Sharot and Tchaikovsky was the driver alongside him. It was an incredible race in that Bentley. We maybe kind of expected the Bentley to come forward, but the way they did it, the way they took control of the race, so impressive.
Yeah, we had a little discussion on Thursday during qualifying about, which cars do we expected to be good in quali. We sort of listed the Ferrari, the Audi, to some extent the McLaren. Those cars that traditionally do really well on low fuel, they maximize that downforce from the car and really get lap time. And then you look at something like a Bentley and Aston Martin and Mercedes, and we were saying how they're really good race platforms. They're nice and stable, you can avoid incidents, you can push quite well on high fuel. But I wasn't expecting to be a race-winning platform, that Bentley. This isn't the track where you traditionally expect it to be right at the front. It's really awesome drive from them. I have to say, getting a Bentley to first here is not an easy feat to do. And I mean, the way they did it, the lap times they were putting in towards the end of those races was pretty incredible.
Certainly was. We'll try and grab some interviews. We've got a few coming in. I think we'll start with the team that finished in third place in this race. We've got Giorgio Simonini back in the interview booth for the third interview of the day, and we've also got Jordan Sherritt. I'll start with Simonini, who obviously finished that stint. Talk us through your final stint. Struggles on tyres at all, or was it all right?
Yeah, I mean, we were struggling in general with the car in the hot conditions, so it was quite fun, you know. But at the same time, you know, we wanted to have that opportunity, but we are still happy with the P3, and I think we've done a good job, a good recover out of that unlucky incident. But overall, yeah, happy of the result, and really good job to Triton Racing, which, you know, they proved that they are good opponents, even though they just started on ACC. So they did an amazing job. Congrats to them.
I'll pass straight on to Jordan Sherritt, of course. Started the race, had a little bit of an incident in the early stages of the race, and then, of course, a little bit of a drive-through courtesy of the pit lane infringement. Managed to bounce back quite well, courtesy of that, even being off strategy. Things looked pretty decent pace-wise for you guys in the car.
Yeah, it did. Obviously, the first stint of mine wasn't ideal. I mean, it's never a goal to hit the wall, but sometimes, you know, these things happen. But on the first couple of hours, we had literally amazing pace. I mean, we didn't really want to feel safe. I think we sort of thought that if we didn't and we sort of nailed our laps, I guess, through a stint, we could essentially pull away. So, and obviously win it quite easily. But obviously, you know, we had a bit of trouble, and you know, I'm pretty happy with coming back to P3, like, considering what happened. I mean, we probably lost over like a minute or two just in incidents and drama on track, you know. So finishing P3, I think, yeah, we're pretty chuffed with that, I would say.
Go to Tobias Pfeffer as well, of course. Very, very impressive on Thursday night with not only topping the Q1 session, but also a fantastic pole lap in that hyper-intensive Super Pole session. I would ask if there's been a lot of pressure on your shoulders in this car. Obviously, you know, the defending series champions joining that car and being a part of it, but you didn't drive like a driver with any pressure on your shoulders at all. You looked so fast throughout the day.
Well, I don't know. It's like I felt okay with not that much pressure. It was okay. It's sometimes I have like feeling more pressure or something. It's random. I don't know. But today was actually good, and qualifying too. So yeah.
Yeah, you looked very comfortable. And to be fair, you looked like quite a comfortable squad all working well together. Not really too much of a surprise, all things considered. I'll fire one final question over to Giorgio Simonini, which is about you were saying earlier that maybe you're not expecting too many strong things at Spa. Maybe the Audi doesn't really favour Spa too strongly. You're going to be going into it with 35 kilos of ballast after finishing third here. Is it just going to be sort of damage limitation for a day, or are you still eyeing up the front end of the field?
Well, we are trying to defend, as I said, trying our best and try to maximize the car as we always do. And we'll see from that point where we are, but we'll try to push the limit as we always do. If it's 30 kilos, if it's 80 kilos, we always try to find out something that makes the car work and try to get the result out there. That's it.
Well, thank you very much, lads. Congratulations on third place, the start of a potential title defence.
Thank you, and thanks to you guys, by the way. Without you, of course, you know, the Sim Grid series wouldn't be so great, and the commentary was great, by the way. It's like the best thing I've ever seen in my life, to be honest. Even better than, like, yeah.
So thank you.
I'll put one on my CV. Thank you. Lovely stuff. Well, go and grab yourself a drink and have a bit of a rest and relaxation. See you in a bit, lads.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
GTWR obviously finishing third position today. We've got one person in from second place, from our second place finishers at the moment, which is the 121 car of Odox Motorsport. We'll grab him in very, very quickly and grab ourselves an interview. We've got Nicholas Albalado Camille, who drove quite well throughout the day. Team flew under the radar a little bit, maybe a little bit disappointed to come up a little bit short of the 111 car.
Well, not at all, because this race was quite dangerous, because we all know how dangerous Mount Panorama is. But we're so proud of this position, because starting the championship in that way helps us to gain some important points and experience, of course.
I mean, in the same car, you've just gone and beaten the series champions, which is an impressive feat in itself. And with that in mind, does that give you a little bit extra confidence coming into the next round and, of course, throughout the rest of the season? Because beating a team of that strength, it's got to boost you a little bit.
Of course. Yeah, it gives a lot of confidence that we have the level and the team has the level to give that, because we're so strong. I think we can manage to get to the top if we work hard. So yeah, I think hopefully next races we will come back to the podium if things go well. But yeah, the field is so strong, so some other times we'll have to get some worse positions.
Wow, thank you. I'll let you again get back to your team and celebrate. Fantastic drive from you and the whole squad as well. Congratulations on second place, runner-up in our first round of the season.
Thank you so much.
No worries. We'll now grab a couple of interviews because we've got a couple of drivers joining from our championship leading and race winning car, of course. We'll grab with the team manager at the moment. Victor, you've got to be proud of how the team performed today after a spin at the dipper courtesy of another car. Came out on top. What a race.
Yeah, thanks guys. Once again, good evening everybody, and yeah, it's no words needed, and I don't know what to say because I am very proud of our guys. Bentley, perfect strategy, perfect race, no mistakes, stay out of trouble, stay out the walls, maybe even more important thing on Bathurst, and yeah, that's something amazing for us.
You were telling me beforehand, before we got into the race, that of course this team sort of is one of the strongest in AC and ACC. Obviously, one of the strongest from Poland, being Polish Series champions and whatnot, and winning various accolades across the run. How much does this mean in comparison to all of that, considering the strength of field, considering the level of ability on a field as strong as this?
Yeah, you know, we dominated Polish scene of Assetto Corsa from the last 2 years, I think, and now it's time to step forward and step to the global competition, like here from the SimGrid and VCO. So very appreciated that, very well organized series, and yeah, this level of competition is something. Once again, I don't have any words for that, because these teams, which are our opponents, these are the strongest guys in sim racing, I think.
Well, we'll grab an interview of someone who was on track, of course, Mateusz Tuskowicz, who drove very, very well throughout the day, along with, of course, your teammates, Charcot and Dominic Blyer. Drove very, very well, almost flawlessly. There was a little bit of an incident in the middle that wasn't anything of your fault. But talk us through, at that point, was there a little bit of fear that maybe the race was slipping through your fingers, or was everything still pretty calm?
We were scared a little bit, but we knew that we have a race in our hands, so we had good humors anyway.
You started the race from second place today. Great qualifying session, obviously on Thursday. Did you kind of expect to have this kind of pace in the first round of the season?
To be honest, yes. I said 2 days ago that we are going to win this race. So yes, we did.
Obviously, a lot of confidence. Confidence creates skill, so it makes you faster. Obviously, that confidence being added, carrying that into Spa, aiming for back-to-back wins, going to be hard with 40 kilos of ballast, though.
Yeah, it will be pretty hard, and we will have to train more. And I don't know what to say. We didn't drive with 30 kilos of WOP in ACC, so it's a mystery for us now.
Well, thank you very much. Massive congratulations to you and the team. Go and grab your teammates, grab yourself a beer and have a bit of a relaxing night.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Best of luck for next round as well. That pretty much wraps us up for the first round of the season. I'm going to grab back in James Parker as well and grab his final thoughts on the race. Our analyst who's been a busy boy, been there all day, basically, throughout the entire 12 hours of the race. Thoughts on how things unfolded, sort of things expected, maybe what kind of shocked?
My girlfriend's going to hate me after today. She really is. It was always going to be a bit of an uphill struggle for the Astons to fight through that mid pack because they all qualified pretty poorly. So it was pretty unrealistic, I think, for them to go for top 5 because just those Audis and Ferraris early on and the Bentleys just had much more of they just had a much stronger base to build their race from, being able to sprint away. So, I mean, Spa's going to be a completely different story. The Aston is extremely strong at Spa. In dry and wet conditions, it's got a very favourable BOP. Obviously, a lot of the fast cars from Bathurst are now going to be carrying weight. So yeah, let's see. After Spa, we might have a complete 180 and there'll be 6 or 7 teams pretty equal on points. So... But what a cracking race. I mean, it went down to the final hour. No one knew if the gap was going to be able to be closed or not. It was touch and go, and a poor pit stop would have potentially cost them. So, cracking start to the season. Really looking forward to the next 4 races.
Luke, your thoughts on what we've seen today and what we could see in the future? Obviously, we had a fantastic opener. Let's hope that continues.
I always love a bit of controversy, and that's exactly what we got in the final corner of the last lap. It's not against the rules, so I mean they can get away with it. They can do it. The ethics of it, I think we can question, but it's going to be intriguing to see how that plays out. Does that not having the 10 kilos of ballast help them at Spa? Is G2 now one of the favourites for that race? Is Igor a driver? Previously I said, because he's in that Aston Martin, which is good at Spa, I said if he can have a clean race, then maybe it's one of the opportunities for him to win. Now he's got 10 kilograms of ballast. Is it going to be harder for him to do that? I love a bit of controversy, and it's all setting up for Spa to be an incredible race.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair now, in my opinion, that's going to put a little bit extra pressure on G2 Esports as they really do have to perform when we head to Spa on the 15th of May. The Thrustmaster, 24 hours of Spa coming up the next round of the season. Of course, for those of you that want to take part in plenty of racing, we've got loads of it here at the SimGrid. Jump yourselves onto the simgrid.com. Go and take part. Sign up to some of these Super Saturday races that are up and coming next weekend. The return of the Best of British Championship as well, and there you go, you can see all the plenty of action that we've got coming up. I think Sprint Cup is back not too long after as well, as you can see there on the 8th of April, so that one's returning soon. Of course, for here at VCO World Cup, naturally we owe a big thanks out to VCO. A bit of a reminder, their upcoming series, not going to start for a little while, but obviously keep your eyes focused on it. Go and follow them on all sorts of social media because they are definitely bridging gaps when it comes to sim racing, not just between sim racing and the real world, but between all different platforms as well. The Esports Racing World Cup coming in January next year to the world of sim racing, putting 30 of the best teams across 3 platforms into one tournament. Of course, huge thanks to AK Informatica, to Thrustmaster, and to Coach Dave Academy as well. Been a fantastic partnership partnership all the way through the sim grid, and a big thanks to them. In the commentary booth today, obviously more recently, myself, Lewis McGlade, Luke Rogers in the booth. Got to give a bit of a shout out to Connall, Courtney, David Christie and Andy McEwan joining us throughout the day. And of course from the pit lane in our analyst role, James Parker from Coach Dave Academy. And also big thanks to Michael Hamlet for constantly being in our ear, and Mike Yav putting on a fantastic broadcast. For now though, we are all complete here. Round 1 of the season in the VCO World Cup all completed. We'll see you on the 15th of May for the Thrustmaster 24 Hours of Spa. At the moment, DV1 Triton Racing are topping the standings. The mountain is theirs. We'll see if that continues next round. Until then, bye-bye.
Virtual.